Disclaimer. I've created the entirety of this podcast under life circumstances of completely unjust, extremely life-threatening deprivation I've described in great detail in public extremely consistently for a long time. And despite how extremely meticulous I've been at revealing a reality that should have been so extremely jarring and obviously recognized as extremely serious to the point that my efforts on this podcast should have made a substantial difference in my life long ago, my life circumstances continue to not have meaningfully or clearly improved at all whatsoever. This release and all other releases on this podcast are not and never have been sponsored at all, neither directly nor indirectly. I still have not ever received any compensation or reward of any kind whatsoever for any of my efforts at all involving Kimmy or any of her associates, neither directly nor indirectly, from any source. I am, always have been, and always will be absolutely unconditionally unwilling to ever at all accept any compensation or reward whatsoever, directly or indirectly, that at all compromises my integrity, whether directly or indirectly. This podcast is an extremely and completely accurate and authentic representation of me and my life and my feelings in real life, and is not, never has been, and never will be role-playing or for entertainment. Any, even so much as attempt at all to somehow communicate otherwise in any of these regards and or in regards to anything else I've ever addressed on this podcast, especially without any real irrefutable evidence extremely clearly publicly presented that does not depend on me being silent about it or in general on this podcast in order for it to retain any meaningful weight, and even more so, especially without any real irrefutable evidence extremely clearly publicly presented that it's been brought to my attention extremely clearly in direct communication with me, and I didn't refute it, absolutely unconditionally, irrefutably, demonstrably is and always has been completely incorrect and absolutely unconditionally should be treated as being intentionally, completely, knowingly, extremely malicious towards me, to ultimately an extremely life-threatening extent. It is very much intentional for this podcast to demonstrate beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt that such is and always has been in reality inflicted on me by others knowingly, entirely against my consent and to my detriment, which has been fully, knowingly, and intentionally sustained with demonstrable premeditated murderous intent to such an irrefutably extreme extent that this podcast serves as irrefutable evidence. It should be considered at the very least conspiracy to murder me, if not even more so attempted murder of me, by any substantially significant entity involved. I do not have and have never had any obligation or debt of any kind to any entity to create or release anything on this podcast or anywhere else at any point in time since the very beginning of my connection with Kimmy, nor have I ever at all consented to any communication claiming I've ever held positions contradictory with that which I state on this podcast, and any claims otherwise should be treated as intentionally malicious towards me, and always having been occurring entirely against my consent and to my detriment, especially as there is definitely, absolutely zero real evidence to prove otherwise. I am not and never have been attempting to represent anyone's views other than my own. I do not, have never, and will never consent to at all be held liable for anything I release here or that I've ever said to my mailing list in the past, causing any kind or extent of loss, injury, harm, death, or any other negative or undesirable consequences to any entity. I do not, never have, and never will consent to it being at all considered to be me or any entity operating at all with my consent or best interests regarding any communication sent under false pretenses that I somehow unofficially support any kind of position at all contradictory with what I've said on this podcast. I create the entirety of everything I say on anything I've ever released on this podcast, just like every message I've ever sent to my mailing list in the past. And absolutely nothing and nobody other than me, living or non-living, deserves any credit for any of it. And there's absolutely zero real evidence to at all prove otherwise. I do not, never have, and never will at all consent to anyone or anything copying any part of what I create and somehow stealing credit for creating it. Literally exactly what I've always been trying extremely hard with extreme focus to utmost attempt to prevent from being able to continue happening, only increasingly utmost irrationally continues to persist in my life, literally no matter what I do. Extremely blatant, extremely legally facilitated, extremely malicious, extremely life-threatening, extreme disrespect, neglect, defamation, exploitation, and deprivation. Not speaking up about it means it just continues with full force. Speaking up in a manner trying extremely hard to be mature and calm about it is endlessly twisted, entirely to my detriment and against my consent, into some kind of misrepresentation that me caring to speak up at all is actually an indication of the complete opposite of what is literally the only reason I'm actually communicating at all in the first place, somehow always ultimately resulting in some kind of, in reality, grossly inadequately proven false narrative attempting to present me as a fraud, which somehow is extremely consistently held in much higher regard and with much more perceived credibility and effective actionable consequence than even my most extremely meticulously communicated and proven rhetoric that remains ultimately extremely consistent over an extremely prolonged period of time. I'm made to realize any non-violent response leaves me trapped in increasingly extremely life-threatening deprivation until it had literally caused an unnatural early end of my life in real life, one way or another. Expressing the extreme anger and distress that naturally would cause and necessitates me to make extremely apparent in order to even have a possibility of being taken anywhere near adequately seriously about the reality I'm extremely clearly communicating over and over, becomes explicitly threatening others' lives who I know are heavily involved in the literally extremely life-threatening behavior they're criminally inflicting on me. But that's treated as some kind of mental illness that once again gets somehow extremely grossly misrepresented as to massively discredit me to the point of eliminating any meaningful, effective, actionable consequence I'm clearly trying extremely hard to achieve occurring. And it's basically made to seem like it's somehow actually an indication of the complete opposite of what's actually happening. Again, with what should be blatantly recognized as grossly inadequately proven false narratives, which all isn't made any easier to deal with when it's against pretty much all online platforms' rules to explicitly seriously threaten the lives of specific people, not to mention illegal in most places around the world and certainly everywhere I've ever been. Even if you're doing it with demonstrably extremely good reason you can objectively demonstrate with irrefutable proof. I'm made out to appear to need therapy or some kind of professional help to fix some kind of issue that apparently me simply authentically being myself is practically a crime to be. And those that in reality are utmost toxic, abusive, predatory, manipulative, narcissist psychopaths, extremely seriously, relentlessly, fully consciously and intentionally, extremely life-threateningly, existentially assaulting me, play victim, and even often end up trying to act like they had or are trying to have some kind of especially therapeutic and or somehow else beneficial effect on my life, while they unapologetically continue to treat me in a manner they obviously in reality must recognize as being utterly incapable of being any further from anything actually therapeutic or actually positively influencing my existence in any meaningful capacity whatsoever. Effectively, those that are nothing short of literally my biggest and most serious enemies, who are in reality harming me the most by a substantial margin, and in reality extremely well aware we're not on good terms at all, and that's definitely substantially more so their fault than it could ever really be mine, are somehow made out to be my best friends, loving family, actual romantic partners, or somehow else a great support system. Escalating into violence directly without adequately negating the most extreme of extents of false narratives about me that would so extremely grossly misrepresent the reality of my life as if to make me seem like an extremely deranged, mentally ill maniac that was simply too unhinged and beyond help, becomes exceedingly stupid and exclusively harmful to my existence in every regard. Which leaves me with either losing my mind and committing suicide, getting murdered, ending up locked up in a mental hospital, jail, or prison as my mental health and physical resources decline, and I struggle to desperately attempt to find brief moments of pleasure among drowning in an ocean of extreme suffering that I know unquestionably is the result of me having extreme defamation and neglect inflicted on me by everyone I've ever been at all meaningfully close to at any point in my life, because they're all actually subhuman filth that it's too extremely depressing and infuriating and overall emotionally dysregulating to an extremely harmful extent to my existence to ever at all even think about the reality of, or exponentially increasingly, extremely brutally, perpetually, relentlessly, existentially terrorized, having multiple mental breakdowns on a literally daily basis, attempting to make some kind of meaningful sense of the intentionally, perpetually near-death state I've been left to suffer unbelievably, immensely, beyond words and seemingly until at best I end up proving the reality of the extremely false narratives about me just enough only to end up learning that my life is so extremely miserable and irreparably tragic that I'll ultimately end up just having to commit acts of extreme violence and terrorism to even just retain any real semblance of meaningful, genuine dignity and actually make my existence feel really worth living at all, never actually achieving anything even really close to feeling fulfilled or happy with my life, despite having tried unbelievably extremely hard to not only avoid such an extremely unfortunate outcome, but actually achieve the complete opposite. This perpetual, sheer, hellish, absolute nightmare of nightmares has been repeating with increasing severity in my life that was made exceptionally blatantly apparent to me already, even by the time I made the initial public release of what the courts called a manifesto, which only ultimately confirmed to me the extent of extreme corruption present in modern society. The end result of this continuing, if I continue to attempt a diplomatic, non-violent approach towards it, is that literally no matter what I do, it's literally impossible for me to escape perpetual, increasingly extremely life-threatening circumstances endlessly until no matter what I do, I end up literally dead simply for existing with genuine authenticity in the first place, despite increasingly irrefutably, unquestionably proving beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt whatsoever that I couldn't be further from wanting or deserving such an unbelievably extremely tragic life. I've suffered extremely meticulously addressing literally everything I could ever at all even remotely reasonably have been possibly expected to attempt to clarify without going down the path of straight up threatening and preparing to commit acts of extreme violence and literally terrorism in real life, and yet blatantly, legally facilitated extremely life-threatening terrorism continues to only increasingly unbelievably irrationally afflict my entire existence like the worst plague ever imaginable, even right out in the open in public, and I'm made to seem like some extremely pathetic, evil, mentally ill psychopath fraud, despite absolutely zero actual evidence proving it, and in fact what should be an absolutely undeniable and unignorable, immense amount of proof otherwise. This release, and in fact this podcast as a whole, is not and never has been an endorsement of violence or terrorism. However, you can liken the escalation in demonstrated severity of this conflict to that of extremely serious threats of full-on war by someone like the leader of a country towards another. For example, among escalating tensions in an increasingly evident conflict where no actual solution or resolution is being reached or even seems really possible or actually even really being worked towards in any genuine, meaningful, adequate capacity by the other. This is the effective consequence of me facing only even more aggressive, blatantly, intentionally life-threatening defamation being inflicted on me and facilitated by many, where the truth should be extremely evident and decisively actionable upon in a substantial and clearly evident manner to bring actual justice, and yet even both the Canadian and United States governments seem extremely thoroughly complacent towards actually doing anything even remotely actually adequate or appropriate about it. And unlike a situation where the leader of a country threatens to go to war, I actually have absolutely no deals or any kind of agreements in place, nor even any kind of negotiations in the works, neither publicly nor behind the scenes in any capacity, to coordinate or be able to approximate any kind of resolution. So it's actually, in a very real sense, a significantly worse conflict in comparison. It must be understood that this is actually an extremely serious matter that is not being given even remotely adequate attention and care in relation to its severity, and I can and will end up taking extremely violent, destructive actions in real life that will ultimately result in the loss of life for many if this very much, extremely, literally existential war to the literal death being waged against me, which I was not the one who started, by the way, and that should be so extremely grossly defiant of the foundation of society in countries as developed as Canada and the United States that it never should have even been allowed or possible to escalate to this level of severity in the first place, does not immediately cease to see such extreme, exceedingly unacceptable gross negligence being demonstrated by all relevant authorities or somehow authoritative bodies. If the loss of my life is so extremely seriously seen as so acceptable by so many that it's literally being so extremely grossly, blatantly, legally facilitated for people to conspire and attempt to murder me, that I'm left in the kind of extremely brutal, life-threatening deprivation society is all too content leaving me in, while the criminals I've already irrefutably proven are fully consciously and intentionally inflicting this on me are at liberty to continue effectively, endlessly. It should come as no surprise nor be seen as inappropriate that I see the loss of many others' lives as even much more deserving when they haven't achieved or proven themselves as authentic, genuinely, exceptionally, morally upstanding, and generally exceptionally valuable individuals, even a fraction as thoroughly as I in reality already have long ago. Further, if YouTube makes the extremely severe mistake of removing any of the content and or the entire channel of my podcast in response to seeing, basically, that I'm not a massive pushover fraud, I can and will not only still be taking legal action against the criminals that have put me in these circumstances, but at that point also the company that runs YouTube for what would become fully knowingly, intentionally facilitating and participating in conspiracy to murder me and attempts therein. It already seems I'm going to have to sue the Canadian and United States governments at this rate, so I'd extremely strongly suggest YouTube doesn't push me. I'm not explicitly threatening to murder any individual, even though it certainly feels inadequately representative of the true extent of severity of this conflict for me to refrain from doing so. I'm not threatening to commit genocide of any general group because I'm making judgments of individuals on the merit of their own behavior as it stands on its own, and not as a result of any kind of bias from generalizations of any quality they may or may not possess. I'm also exposing increasingly irrefutably evident, premeditated murderous intent being inflicted upon me by certain individuals, those being Kimmy and Jamie among others, and arguably even also companies, that being Twitch among others, that remain effectively entirely unpunished for their demonstrable involvement therein and absolutely must be held accountable. At this point, I consider YouTube a rather neutral party and am hoping it will remain that way. It hasn't really given me any trouble or seemingly specifically unfavorable treatment, and I recognize it has no obligation to favor my releases in its algorithm or at all market anything for me. In order to most adequately demonstrate how and why society is driving me to become a terrorist serial killer, and I'm seriously starting to consider committing various kinds of mass murder in the future because of the extent and severity of the completely undeserved and obviously unwanted, extremely severe, literally life-threatening defamation, disrespect, abuse, exploitation, and neglect I've faced by many, and the extreme severity of completely unjust, undeserved, and obviously unwanted deprivation which it continues to inflict on me to this day, which is demonstrably, entirely, exclusively detrimental to me in every possible regard, I'm going to have to once again present irrefutable evidence of and directly address further extremely strange, infuriating, and incriminating public behavior I witnessed of Kimmy and Jamie around the time of my last release on this podcast, further proving the existence of multiple extremely serious criminals doing destiny swapping and whatever other insanity they're involved in conspiring against me with, and have been and are currently still attempting to literally cause the end of my life in real life, one way or another, in order to cover up. Let's start with a montage from a stream of Jamie's.
Someone asked if she's okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Sometimes you just gotta keep people wondering if you're okay or not. You know what I mean? This is my first ever Saturday stream in a really long time. Technically, I always stream on Sundays. I feel weird because I usually show up on Sundays. I don't know. I feel like it's like, I don't know. I feel illegal. This is illegal. Maybe I should cut my hair short. This is like how I would look like with short hair. Yes, no? No, I don't think so. I think I should keep it. You like my voice? Oh my gosh. I actually don't like my voice. Okay, let me explain why. I don't know. I just feel like I sound like Timmy Turner. There's no like my voice isn't like I want like a sexy voice. I feel like I have a dorky voice, but maybe it's because my personality is dorkier, so then everything I say just comes off dorkier. I don't fucking know. How's the hottest girl on Twitch? Oh my gosh. Ow. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she's doing pretty good. Jamie's very spontaneous. Guys, if I'm so hot, you should stay till the end of my stream, even for my sponsored segment, please, and keep me company. Okay. I'm like, damn, I need to give you guys some incentive. Like maybe at the end of my sponsored segment, I'll do a giveaway and I'll go on a date with one random person. Okay, like whoever is the most active chat participant, I'll go on a date with you. Yeah? A digital date. Online, on Zoom or something, I don't know. Down? Okay, maybe I'll say it like, I can't say it like right before my sponsored segment because like I don't want them to know, but I'll say it like an hour before. At least make it realistic. Okay, yeah, a Zoom date. You can have a Zoom date with me. Actually, no, it doesn't even need to be a Zoom date. It could be a Zoom therapy session. It's not even a date. It's just a therapy session. I will give you. I actually think my therapy would be absolutely insane. I actually, because I'm such a like when I talk to someone, I really try to understand who they are as a person. I don't try to put my own beliefs onto them. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. Therapy Jamie sessions, I guess. 2 streams this week. Oh no, this is the only one. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Debated. Anyways, tell me about your guys' week. How was your week? Any exciting news? You know, I have to let you guys know I'm quite calm today, so if you need any advice, now's the time. Ooh, I'll do some black ones too. I think I'm getting older because, like, I don't know. I love, like, the classy, sleek look so much more these days. What attachment style do I have? Believe it or not, I'm actually secure attachment style. Is that believable? I'm a secure attachment style person. I'm just a fucking, like... I do think I'm slightly narcissistic. Like, I even have the negative effects of narcissism, which is like you know how narcissists are actually really insecure? I think I have that too. I actually think I'm slightly narcissistic. But because, like, especially as, like, a woman, I'm pretty aware of, like, how my narcissism... Like, basically my whole life, I've actually learned how to hide my narcissism because I know it's not socially accepted. What's my love language? I actually don't have, like... I like all of them. Why can't I have all of them? The thing is, I don't expect to have all of them from one person. It's more so like I like people for what they can... I want people to stay themselves and give me what they want to give. Like, I just want that. Are you okay? Why were you bawling your eyes out? I'm okay. I was just, like, really existential, like, how do I describe it? Like, I don't know, just going through my whole life and stuff like that. Are you feeling better now after tears? Yes, I am feeling better. I wasn't, like, sad crying. I was, like, existentially crying. Like, I just went through my whole entire life. I was, like, thinking about every little thing. Anyways, I don't know, guys, tell me something interesting. How's your love life? Any new people in your life? Fumbling and tumbling. Aren't we all? You know, I do like the... Like, I like how in the new generation, we don't act like we're okay. We just accept that we're not okay. Because, like, the shit that our parents dealt with is crazy. And, like, they never, like... It was just, like, I feel like our parents were in an era where they were, like, acting like they were okay, like, even if they weren't. And then we're in an era where it's like we're okay, but we're like still complaining that we're not. Yeah, it's kind of chill. I don't get why they call it cuffing season. I think it's because it's like it gets cold, and once it gets cold, it's like you want to like find someone to cuddle with. I think that's like supposed to be the vibe. Do you consider your friends... Oh my god, my friend breakups have hurt more. Okay, that's not true. Okay, no, they have... Some of them, like, fucking... Like, oh my gosh. One of my friendships... Like, when I started therapy... Okay, this is how I know I'm kind of narcissistic. Like, I had years of therapy sessions. Once per week. Like, I've probably had over at least, like, I want to say 40 or 50 therapy sessions. And, like, I would say 80% of them were about me. Just, like, me. Like, they're just, like, about me, right? And I don't think I actually ever mentioned a man. Like, men have just not caused many problems for me. I think it's because, like, I have a really good dad. So I'm really confident about how to navigate, like, conflict or, like, men in my area of life, it's always something I've always been able to handle on my own. So therapy was always about like career, but a lot of it was female friendships because I feel like I have mommy problems. And so like 20%, like I literally never cried over a man in therapy. The moment I mentioned like one of my friends, I didn't even know that I was so upset over it. I just start bawling. And like it was one of those moments where it was like, we have to explore this. And I was like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Like I didn't realize how much it hurt me. So like I realized like I feel like I had a coping mechanism where I was like, oh, female friendships don't mean a lot to me. And then like I realized they actually really fucking do, and I just like avoid it because I'm so scared. So yeah. Okay, yeah, it's not narcissistic. I don't know. I don't think I'm narcissistic enough to be like a full-blown like narcissist, but I think I'm more narcissistic than the average person, for sure. I definitely have like narcissistic traits. But honestly, I really pride myself in like, because I really encourage like self-love is what I think. Like I really encourage like self-love and confidence, and I love pushing that in people. Is there a difference between that and ego? I mean, I have both, so I don't really know. You know what's funny? What I noticed about myself, I have a lot of like ego, but I don't have a lot of pride. So I end up doing a lot of like shameless things. Like I'm not easily embarrassed, basically. But I have. Actually, no, I don't know. It's not true. I don't know, guys. I don't know anymore. I need to stop analyzing myself. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna die. Okay. Let's clean. That's true. I always take accountability. You're right. I'm like a very ethical... Okay, I'm not even a narcissist, guys. Like, okay, come on. Like, yeah, I don't think I'm an actual narcissist because I will say sorry when I have to. I don't manipulate or gaslight people. Well, I mean, I have positive manipulation, but that's it. I might actually... I don't think I'm a narcissist. Ooh, it was so good. I think I'm just like, I just became more accepting of like my, because everyone has those thoughts. Like everyone's like, I want that, or like I want to win, or like, you know, everyone has those thoughts. I think I just accepted it a little earlier. So I don't know. And also, yeah, I don't know. Have anyone told me you're a narcissist? Not like seriously. Like people joke around about it. Like I had a funny scenario with Lily, where it was like me, Lily, Kimmy, and we were getting dinner, and Kimmy, I forgot we were talking about like, oh fuck, I forgot the story. Never mind. Never mind.
A bit before my last release on this podcast, I didn't notice at the time because I never watch Jamie's streams live and I don't watch her channel extremely closely, but Jamie had actually randomly decided to do the first Saturday stream she did in a long time. Within the first few minutes, she's already talking about wanting to keep people wondering if she's okay. Further evidence that Jamie's overall attitude in public is often disingenuous and she's a massive fraud. I wanted to be extremely clear that I myself do not and have never been trying to keep people wondering if I'm okay. I've always meticulously, thoroughly been explaining my life extremely clearly and honestly on this podcast, and again, there's absolutely zero real evidence to prove otherwise. Even after my last release on this podcast, nobody's even seriously trying to prove I'm lying about anything, at least as far as I can tell. They're just increasingly blatantly making up straight up lies and extremely deviously trying to justify their increasingly extreme disrespect and neglect towards me with their lies as they leave me demonstrably, intentionally, increasingly, extremely emotionally dysregulating, damaging, extremely brutal, life-threatening, extreme deprivation. It's beyond just extremely strange that, again, within just the first few minutes of that stream, Jamie's randomly now suddenly contemplating cutting her hair short, likely as if that's supposed to be something desirable or beneficial to me somehow, as if she's being accommodating or understanding somehow. Completely false, and in fact quite the opposite, which Jamie in reality should be extremely clearly well aware of being the case. I've already figured out that people heavily relevant to this conflict trying to cut their hair short has had strange implications in my life where people were trying to act like I wanted or needed validation or encouragement or something like that to pursue romantic and or sexual relations with a certain exceptionally extremely narcissistic psychopath stalker from my past I knew in high school named Chloe. The extremely creepy, pathetic loser I've mentioned before on this podcast already, and already elaborated on the kinds of extremely malicious, creepy, shady, stalkerish things she's done to intentionally bring harm to my life, knowingly, entirely at my expense, and entirely against my consent, entirely for her own selfish gain. Since I'm still getting so extremely severely bloody disrespected, even though I've already considerably elaborated on addressing this, clearly it won't be enough to simply reiterate that it does not, never did, and never will appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me for Jamie or anyone else to cut their hair short at any point in time under any circumstances for any reason. I'm stating extremely clearly that the reality is I am not, never have been, and never will be looking for validation and certainly not encouragement to at all pursue any kind of romantic and or sexual relations with anyone from my past, nor entertain any supposed desires for such things with me that any of them might ever at all display or imply somehow. Absolutely, unconditionally. I literally couldn't be saying this more clearly, and I absolutely mean it, and that's absolutely not reverse psychology or playing hard to get or anything like that. I do always have and always will consider anyone trying to facilitate anyone from my past entering back into my life as someone in reality behaving as such with fully, knowingly, and intentionally utmost malice towards me. Especially when I went to such great lengths to explain and prove on this podcast how they've all ultimately done nothing but harm me and always in reality had the worst intentions towards me and wanted to see me stuck and failing in life forever and literally tried to murder me and want me to be literally dead in real life by now already. Anyone ever at all helping anyone from my past, particularly with anything at all in relation to my existence, should understand they are in reality actively, intentionally harming me in doing so, absolutely unconditionally, entirely regardless of what they might be hearing from anyone else. Especially if you know of this podcast, which Jamie most certainly does and has since the very beginning of it. The fact that this is even still now coming up, even after everything I've already said on this podcast, really to me shows just how knowingly and intentionally, literally criminally and with utmost malice, Jamie has always been behaving towards my existence. There's absolutely no even remotely good reason for Jamie to at all even slightly question that I do not, never have, and never will consent to or actually benefit at all from her trying to misrepresent my efforts as if she's being understanding or something and implying or offering to do anything that somehow pressures me to bring even further attention to pieces of garbage from my past. It's definitely extremely clear to her in reality that this kind of behavior from her is in reality purely and extremely detrimental, harmful action towards my existence, and that it actively contributes to a conspiracy to murder me and people making further attempts to murder me in real life, especially after she's already irrefutably, demonstrably been very much substantially involved in multiple such attempts over such a prolonged period of time now. There's absolutely zero evidence that anyone trying to at all push me towards interacting somehow with, mentioning, or even thinking about anyone from my past as if they're doing me some kind of favor is actually doing anything except utmost harming my life and forcing me to extremely painfully, meticulously have to expose them for the fake piece of trash they're being in doing so, yet again. Anyone even remotely decent certainly shouldn't be trying to provoke me with trying to rip open old wounds of trauma and trying to exacerbate emotional dysregulation being inflicted on my life in already extremely brutal, life-threatening deprivation circumstances I've already been screaming and crying I'm completely unjustly being subjected to by extremely malicious psychopath frauds. Which is exceptionally incriminating in the case of Jamie under these circumstances. But since this piece of trash subhuman filth clearly really doesn't care about the extreme severity of this situation and how screwed she really is in her position to still be trying to make a complete mockery of my existence by finding it even remotely appropriate to at all entertain things like this, she's clearly trying to extremely abusively, deviously disrespect me precisely in a manner as if I'm deserving of how I'm being treated because I haven't publicly elaborated extremely painfully, meticulously enough how massive of a piece of complete garbage, subhuman filth from my past that she's been enabling and facilitating and herself utilizing to selfishly gain off of abusing and harming me really have been. I intentionally gave her many chances to behave like an actually decent person and at least seriously attempt to resolve this conflict in a much more mature and intelligent manner that doesn't extremely brutally publicly humiliate her and damage her reputation and life like it's now become absolutely necessary for me to do. But she's made it extremely clear to me that she'd rather learn in the hardest possible way why behaving how she's choosing to instead is probably one of the biggest mistakes she's ever made in her entire life. I could literally find Chloe to be, to this day, by far the most incomparably physically attractive, ideal physical perfection, with utmost possible sexual appeal to my tastes, to the point I touch myself extensively multiple times to her daily, and am so incomparably extremely aroused by her that due to her and her alone, even considering ever pursuing any kind of romantic and or sexual connection with anyone else is literally completely uninteresting and unappealing to me, to the point that I know with absolute unwavering certainty that I'd infinitely rather even just touch myself to old, fully clothed pictures of her body, pictures she posted publicly that I never asked for, where she isn't even wearing any outfits I've ever particularly liked, nor that anyone has ever had any even remotely good reason to believe I've ever particularly liked, by myself from a distance for the rest of my life, then engage romantically and or sexually with anyone else ever again. And the way she's treated me, it's only become increasingly, rather extremely painfully apparent to me that she seriously, genuinely couldn't care less, and in fact, if anything, would have only been getting extremely disgusting, sadistic satisfaction from it entirely at my expense, against my consent, that she would have essentially single-handedly, as thoroughly as ever possible, extremely brutally, unpleasantly, maliciously, utterly dominated my sex drive for life, and laughed as I suffered extremely badly for the rest of my life, knowing I'd never have anything even remotely resembling a healthy connection with her, never even have ever actually experienced anything even remotely resembling actually dating her, and wouldn't ever even care enough to pursue any kind of romantic and or sexual involvement with anyone else, as I suffer with an immensely, extremely unpleasantly, torturously, massively unfulfilled, massive sex drive that I'm extremely brutally forced to deal with, knowing will never really be at all consensually satisfied by the one and only person who went well out of their way to fully consciously and intentionally attempt to ensure they're the only one who's actually at all capable of ever really satisfying it, even remotely adequately. Things seriously almost ended up that way for me, as I suffered increasingly extremely badly for years in complete silence after high school ended for me, and I didn't even have a clue what Chloe was doing entirely behind my back in the meanwhile. I definitely did find Chloe to be by far the most physically attractive person I'd ever seen for several years during and after high school. I once seriously considered the possibility she's really the most arousing person I could ever fathom existing, who I'm meant to spend my life with, as even despite my general inclination to find Korean women utmost attractive, even among the celebrities, I'd never found one I was more aroused by than Chloe, despite Chloe not being Korean at all, which I would have been perfectly fine with if Chloe actually was a decent human being and actually wanted to make things between us work for healthy reasons, instead of being the most extremely, absolutely, unconditionally malicious, narcissist psychopath I could ever possibly fathom, being so extremely cursed to find so extremely physically attractive. But I live in reality, not in some already long, completely, thoroughly, unquestionably proven to be extremely unrealistic fantasy. When I met Kimmy, she looked even more physically attractive in person than what I'd seen just online, and her energy was different too. I wouldn't say it was love at first sight, but I just very quickly realized Kimmy's definitely actually the most attractive person I could ever fathom existing all around, especially considering that I already knew the reality of Chloe's personality as to how she was already behaving towards me proved itself to be the polar opposite of anything even resembling attractive to me. Kimmy just had to be somewhere close to as physically attractive to my tastes and simply not have a completely disgusting energy, and I already knew before the meetup even started that I'd leave it completely convinced Kimmy's the love of my life. And she far exceeded that bare minimum. I actually have always seen extremely serious potential for something really healthy and wonderful with Kimmy that has pleasantly surprised me multiple times after I admitted feelings to her, despite the fact that she's also disappointed and hurt me quite extremely badly many times as well. Whereas I've only ever been extremely brutally, unexpectedly, exceptionally disappointed and hurt increasingly severely ever since from the first moment I revealed to Chloe well over a decade ago that I find her body exceptionally attractive and asked her out, and she rejected me with blatant racism. There's really no actually good explanation for Chloe's behavior at all. Absolutely none whatsoever. And I'm seriously not and never will be interested in nor willing to at all entertain any of her garbage excuses, especially after how she's behaved since. As far as I'll ever be concerned, she's just blatantly lying if she ever tries to act like she's misunderstood or genuinely changed into a better person since then. Like, it wasn't even I'm normally only into Asians, but these days I wonder if I should try something different with how Asian guys I've liked have treated me kind of thing. It was full-on rejection that immediately left me feeling like I was extremely stupid for ever thinking I could possibly have a chance at her ever actually liking me or wanting to be with me for genuine loving reasons, if at all. From the very beginning, it gave off extremely shady, malicious vibes, like she fully, consciously, and intentionally was trying to tempt me and lead me on with her flirtatious behavior to set me up for massive humiliation in front of others, while also perhaps trying to leverage my feelings for her entirely to my detriment and against my consent to try to make herself seem more desirable or valuable to people she actually wanted to be with. The most positive and loving possibility that she could have ever had for being really flirty, then extremely brutally rejecting me by literally explicitly saying the exact words that she's only into Asians and extremely seriously committing to that position would be if she was trying to indicate to me that she definitely feels extremely intense, genuine attraction towards me and sees real potential for us to be together forever in a loving, healthy relationship, but only if I was okay with accepting that she's extremely uncomfortable with the idea of ever having children with me and believed it's best we mutually deny each other of ever having children, primarily because she saw how immensely aroused by her I clearly was, and she wanted us to extensively sexually satisfy each other with consensual, tender, in-person sexual intimacy forever. So much so, and with such unwavering consistency and unquestionably pure intent, that ever having children would just extremely negatively impact the relationship, which would actually be the hottest thing ever to me, and I would have been absolutely overjoyed to embrace agreement with, wholeheartedly, with immense warmth towards her, that absolutely would have been unquestionable both privately and publicly. However, I know with absolute certainty that's not the case. I have tried my absolute hardest to entertain that as a realistic possibility for as long as it could ever even remotely possibly make any real sense at all. But instead of ever doing anything even remotely actually indicative that she's so extremely wonderful and dreamy that she definitely would have been worthy of being seen as life partner material to me, she's always been so unapologetically extremely malicious with what she's only increasingly proven over time was fully intentional, extremely hurtful, extremely mixed signals, and overall extremely brutal coldness towards any physical touch between us since the beginning, to the point she wouldn't even give me a hug, and has persisted with such exceedingly unacceptably, exceptionally lacking direct communication of any kind whatsoever with me ever, that such an explanation definitely isn't what she really meant with what she said back then. It was definitely, actually extremely serious, massive racism and utmost malice towards me, and any claims she might ever make otherwise are simply blatant gaslighting. And it's absolutely ridiculous for her to at all now try to claim she's had some kind of revelation or therapeutic effect in her life, and suddenly sees she wants me either. It definitely doesn't take anything, even remotely like over a decade of completely unwaveringly, consistently, blatantly being an absolute bloody demon to someone you've treated from the very beginning with such extreme contempt and malice, as if you seriously couldn't be happier to extremely viciously, entirely non-consensually exploit them entirely to their detriment, and then see them literally die in real life, before you suddenly, practically out of nowhere, supposedly realize they're actually hot and you actually want to date them after they survived your conspiracy and attempts to murder them. That's absolutely unconditionally unacceptable to me. It's already quite a stretch to try to interpret what comes off as rather blatant racism as some kind of extremely heavily concealed extreme warmth that perhaps she was simply too immature or mentally ill to express in much healthier and more reasonable ways. She clearly was actually just getting extremely disgusting sadistic satisfaction thinking of how she was going to try to mess with me and exploit what she hoped would be endless, uncontrollable lust she could force a massive, lifelong obsession in me through traumatizing me massively with, as she was already planning on going well out of her way to do things she fully, consciously, and intentionally intended to massively turn me on with, and then completely neglecting and abandoning me as she actually pursued any kind of even remotely actually serious and genuine romantic and or sexual relations, mostly if not exclusively with Asians instead. Most certainly never actually with me, at least certainly not unless she saw massive potential to exploit me even much harder and ultimately abandon me even more unapologetically narcissistically as soon as she possibly could. Even when I've went against my better judgment in the past, due to the extreme severity of what I've now extremely thoroughly confirmed really has been clearly extremely maliciously intentionally inflicted confusion and emotional dysregulation that was being inflicted on me to keep me extremely brutally completely stuck and trapped in life and trying to get me spiraling downward into self-destruction. And I tried giving Chloe chances to prove to me that she isn't the absolute biggest narcissist psychopath demon I could ever possibly fathom her being, in what I tried my absolute very best to be the least destructive manner I could possibly attempt to do so. She only utmost disappointed me every time without exception, and only actually proved ever so increasingly, extremely painfully clearly to me that in reality she truly is the biggest possible narcissist, psychopath, scumbag, subhuman filth I could ever fathom her being, who genuinely, utmost viciously, absolutely unconditionally was always in reality trying to criminally, maliciously exploit any feelings she ever knew I had for her and project her extremely terrible personality onto me in some kind of destiny swap thing. I also had no idea before how deep this all really went in conspiracies against me, and that even blood relatives of mine were involved in collaborating with Chloe against me behind my back, so it didn't seem nearly as absolutely impossible that there was any even remote semblance of a possibility Chloe wasn't as horrible as I feared. I'm genuinely, absolutely, unconditionally, completely unwilling to even remotely consider ever again going against my better judgment, and even remotely at all, even so much as entertaining the possibility that there's any chance Chloe will ever change or improve at all in any meaningful or genuine manner towards me. Like, it's seriously at a point where it wouldn't matter even if she claims to have went to therapy or experienced some kind of profound therapeutic or life-changing effect or something like that, which she claims has made her see me differently or made her want me or something. I seriously won't ever believe her at all, and as far as I'll ever be concerned, it doesn't really matter. It still doesn't ever enable us to have anything even really plausibly resembling a truly healthy relationship. It'd be far too little, far too late. She's already done so much extreme damage that I'm absolutely certain it's absolutely impossible, no matter what she or anyone else ever says or does. She should be facing serious prison time or worse for what she's done, and me ever entertaining any kind of behavior going against my better judgment means she'd definitely try to throw her karma onto me and try to get me to suffer those kinds of consequences in her place for her wrongdoings, or at the very least basically effectively try to force me to live a life as if I somehow treated her so poorly I even plausibly might ever be deserving of such things as a result. Since it somehow might seem confusing why I'm even bringing this up again, and I seriously don't want anyone to be able to misrepresent or perhaps even genuinely misunderstand my intent, I want to make it extremely clear why I'm so extensively elaborating on the reality of this massive narcissist, psychopath, stalker, maniac's extremely malicious influence on my existence once again. I'm seriously not giving Chloe any kind of opportunity to re-enter my life or anything like that. I'm not fulfilling some kind of debt or obligation to her or anyone else, nor trying to achieve any kind of positive effect on her life whatsoever. I'm also not specifically trying to cause an especially extremely negative effect on her life, nor trying to start drama with her or gossip about her. Although I'm sure me speaking the truth of her and others' abuse and defamation towards me should and hopefully will have considerably negative effects on multiple people's lives who deserve it, including hers. That's not my fault or problem, nor an indication of me having approached her with malicious intent when I approached her and confessed feelings for her back in high school, or in how I've ever dealt with her or anyone else afterwards. It's karma and what people deserve for doing wrong to me and me never deserving it. I'm extremely clearly stating the reality and trying to ensure any remaining abusive energetic ties to Chloe and anyone else from my past whatsoever connected to this massive smear campaign she's been benefiting from attacking my life with for many years are completely eliminated from my life, as everyone understands that I truly was never at all at fault for the complete lack of me ever actually dating Chloe or even really coming anywhere even close, and how things ultimately ended extremely badly in me having to expose her as a massive fraud and a genuinely extremely horrible piece of trash that deserves extremely negative consequences that I'd say definitely at the very least should include prison time for what she's done. I have absolutely no friendship, romantic, business, or otherwise relationships, obligations, or dependencies to her. I'm not, never have, and never will be receiving any kind of benefit from her or any part of her and others from my past's massive smear campaign energy and efforts against me. Again, nobody has any real evidence otherwise, and nobody has even presented fake evidence as far as I'm aware. It's literally people just talking a bunch of trash about me and either intentionally massively misrepresenting my life or genuinely misunderstanding things I've said in the past, which either way is and always has been in reality happening entirely against my consent and having an entirely detrimental effect on my life in multiple regards to be happening. While I'm open to the possibility that some of the people involved might have been to at least some extent genuinely misunderstanding things and likely being fed misinformation that they weren't sure how to even really deal with, which seems a lot more plausible with people who have had very little to no in-person interaction with me, or much, if any, general personal experience communicating with me, even just over the internet. Chloe definitely knew what she was doing extremely clearly. If she's even remotely going to try to suggest she isn't absolutely completely at fault for utmost malice to the extent of literal, extensively premeditated murderous intent towards me, she needs to somehow irrefutably or beyond reasonable doubt prove that someone else in her life, someone that was also in my life before I even knew Kimmy or any of her associates exist, has somehow been directly feeding Chloe extremely wrong information about me and lying that I was being intentionally malicious or fake towards her. In which case, she must definitely know who such a person or people are and why they were lying like that about me. And in that case, since nobody else has any even remotely actually good reason to be lying like that about me either, that person or people need to be thrown in prison for what they've done. Even if such a person or people exist, I still believe Chloe deserves prison time for her involvement, and it definitely has been far from minimal or excusable by any even remotely reasonable stretch of the imagination. Regardless, Chloe has been far too complacent in cooperating with and believing such massive lies to ever convince me that she doesn't at least wish they were true, and ultimately has left me in a position where my integrity and life are far too harmed and compromised with her in my life at all for me to ever even consider being with her anyways. She clearly had no issue benefiting off leaving me in such an extremely miserable, detrimental, deprived state of existence for so long, and even still to this day, in no small part because of her extreme and complete lack of any actually genuine love or respect for me ever. So I am seriously, absolutely, unconditionally unwilling to ever behave towards her, or in general, in a manner that discredits my extremely firm, unwavering assertion as such, ever allowing Chloe or anyone else I knew in high school or any of my blood relatives back into my life whatsoever, after the kinds of things I've been learning people have been doing behind my back for so many years, therefore truly becomes completely, absolutely, unconditionally not even an option I'd ever even consider entertaining at all, ever again, literally no matter what. I've literally been in extremely life-threatening deprivation, eating out of the garbage and shivering at night in winter with no money and nobody in my life for what is already a substantial portion of this winter, and I'd clearly infinitely rather endure even that than even consider reaching out to any of those scumbags or letting any of them back in my life at all ever again. So that alone should really already be quite clear evidence I'm being sincere, and they haven't been in whatever lies they've been slandering me behind my back for years, saying to others entirely to my detriment and against my consent. I am not, never was, and never will be trying to force someone to be with me who wants to make it extremely painfully clear to me that they don't actually want to be with me at all, or at least certainly not with any even remotely adequate level of sincerity or for any actually healthy reasons. Chloe has already absolutely unconditionally, unquestionably proven extremely painfully clearly to me, truly beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt, that she does not, never did, and never will actually want to be with me, or at least certainly not for any actually healthy reasons, due purely to her own behavior proving such to me so unquestionably beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever. It's abundantly apparent to me that any pursuit of her ever again, or even simply receptiveness to the possibility of being with her or becoming involved with her romantically and or sexually somehow, or even just as friends or business associates or at all in any manner somehow in the future, only validates extremely false narratives she's clearly been trying to establish that she hasn't actually been as extremely cold and distant and blatantly, intentionally, utmost selfishly, narcissistically, psychopathically malicious as I've been saying she's always been towards me, and or as if I've been abusively trying to force her to be with me while knowing she doesn't actually want it or for any actually healthy reasons. Which, especially since that's all completely false, gives me abundantly good and adequate reason to completely refuse to ever tolerate being with her or even at all having her in my life for any reason in general. Again, I genuinely couldn't care less, even if Chloe would literally commit suicide in real life over this being exposed for what it really is. She did that to herself as far as I'll ever be concerned. And I'm most certainly not, never have been, and never will be trying to or willing to suffer the weight of the consequences of her own extremely poor choices for her. I'm making it exceedingly abundantly, unquestionably, extremely clear that I want absolutely zero doubt whatsoever from anyone in regards to my unwavering certainty in my convictions in this regard. I'm an extremely sensitive, meticulous, considerate person that has to take exceptional care to pay extreme attention to detail and various possibilities that might seem rather extremely unlikely or unreasonable to me, but technically could still be very possible in considerably complicated conflicts like this. That's why I've extremely heavily reserved judgment in regards to what truly qualifies as Kimmy completely, firmly establishing to me that she's actually just had absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent towards me all along. It really means a lot to me that she ever even has seriously seemed to me to possibly really care about our connection and genuinely like me and want to be with me for healthy reasons, since that's both something I've exceptionally always wanted and also something I've never really felt from anyone else. It doesn't mean I'd ultimately treat Kimmy any better than how I've already been treating Chloe if Kimmy also proves the same kind of thing to me that Chloe most certainly already has. But the way Kimmy would do that would be different. Me being completely closed off to dating Chloe or even having her in my life at all isn't me betraying her or anyone else or going against anything I've said or being a bad romantic partner to anyone or at all irrational or immoral of me. I have irrefutably, exceedingly, unignorably, overwhelmingly, abundantly adequate reason to unwaveringly, extremely firmly believe with utmost conviction that even if she'd ever actually show me any serious interest, desire, or willingness to date me, or be at all physically, sexually involved with me in person, she'd only, in reality, secretly, extremely reluctantly be barely tolerating being intimate with me, just enough to try to save face, to try to validate her massive lies, and then turn on me and betray me worse than ever before later, the moment she feels she can do so to me, in a manner I'd never be able to truly recover from. She'd probably end up trapping me in a situation where she's forcing me to go official with her and then make problems too serious for me to ignore and make me too miserable with her to want to keep the relationship and then make it look like it's my fault it failed as she tries to steamroll over my soul and aggressively validate all her massive lies that I was the problem all along. And then she would have extremely thoroughly ruined my life beyond repair forever that way. Right now, since she's never actually been anything even remotely resembling a girlfriend or even really a decent friend at all to me, there's no real evidence of anything that could even really resemble us ever having dated or even really being on particularly good terms with each other in general. So she'd probably be trying to do just enough to get some pictures and videos of us together to try to discredit everything I've been saying and then abandon me and try to spin everything on me the first chance she got. Regardless, one way or another, she'd be trying to do much more harm than good in my life. There's nothing anyone can ever say or do that's ever going to be able to convince me that kind of thing isn't exactly the only real reason she'd ever even seriously consider any kind of approach for actually dating me, whether she's pushing for it to be official ever or not. I most certainly don't want to end up empowering her to have robbed me of my soul and ruined my life with her massive lies and criminal behavior towards me all these years. So it should be abundantly apparent that's why I'm absolutely unconditionally, completely closed off to even considering it ever again. Also, I personally believe she has absolutely zero genuine desire or intent to ever even actually pursue dating me anyways. She just wants me so unbelievably, extremely miserable, heartbroken, confused, sad, and angry over her extremely narcissistic, psychopathic, predatory behavior towards me and her massive smear campaigning against me that I'd extremely stupidly, endlessly go against my better judgment and chase her and enable her to damage my life further and drive me to suicide or get me murdered with even bigger lies as if I was always the problem and somehow deserved her extreme toxicity that I already felt extremely clearly could only ever really be increasingly extremely harmful for me to ever entertain engaging with when I chose to isolate myself from her and all the other people I knew in high school shortly after high school ended for me and instead focus extremely hard on working on improving myself for years. Time has only proven to me that I made the correct decision and I have no regrets whatsoever about it. I seriously, genuinely never expected Chloe to be such an extremely unacceptably selfish, jealous, hateful, toxic, narcissist, psychopath, piece of subhuman filth that she'd go behind my back and preemptively try to completely sabotage and destroy my reputation among the entire group of people she must have known I'd be most likely to gravitate towards after high school ended, and I looked on the internet to find people around the world that I could connect with and try to grow with and have actually healthy, mutually beneficial connections with, after realizing everyone around me was an extremely depressing, toxic loser I'm better off without having in my life. I really didn't even suspect she had anything to do with the extreme difficulty I felt I was constantly facing to grow closer in my connection with Kimmy, until literally well over 2 entire years of trying so hard to communicate with Kimmy and continuing to see the strangest mixed signals that made me feel it seemed increasingly unlikely there wasn't some kind of deeper conspiracy against me showing itself that very well might have been intentionally getting exacerbated by Kimmy for selfish gain. It's really so extremely horrid, absolute nightmare material that for quite some time I really questioned if someone so demonic, evil, and cruel could even exist in what would be such an extremely pathetic loser. But I'm really absolutely certain now that it's really the case that Chloe's been stalking me with utmost malice and trying to boldly essentially pretend to be me in private and do a combination of mirroring and projection regarding my public behavior to massively contribute to the extreme deprivation I've been experiencing and how I've felt extremely brutally, completely stuck and practically doomed to absolutely unconditionally remain forever trapped in a completely irrationally, constantly deteriorating state of existence I'm absolutely certain could only have been intended to lead to my literal physical death in real life one way or another for the last 8 years. As unbelievable as it may seem, it's the truth, and I will only ever continue to prove that, whether anyone likes it or not. The way Kimmy and Jamie are behaving publicly and continuing to increasingly desperately try to shift blame despite seeing me repeat and elaborate on this is only increasingly extremely incriminating as proof they must have intentionally been trying to achieve similar effects on my life themselves for their own extremely selfish gain as well by intentionally maliciously hiding things from me and layering on further massive lies about me over time that they also in reality must have known are completely false. But they clearly want to make sure it's absolutely unquestionable to me that Chloe was always laying the foundation for how they so extremely disgustingly inappropriately felt justified in inflicting massive, extremely life-threatening defamation on me based on Chloe's massive defamation of me. Chloe certainly hurt me extremely badly with her clearly extremely calculated and intentional utmost malice she exerted on my life from the very beginning of ever learning of my attraction towards her well over a decade ago back in high school. But I genuinely never tried nor intended to take out my anger over that on others or spread that to others and enable or facilitate her misrepresenting me or anyone else and causing chaos and confusion and any potential harm she might have caused others as well through her clearly extremely calculated and intentional criminal defamation of me she's been engaging in entirely to my detriment and against my consent for what's pretty much certainly in total been over a decade now. I've always done my very best to avoid ever having such effects, but I've always been left in an extremely difficult position because of her crimes and how literally bloody everyone goddamn intentionally hid it all from me as long as they possibly could. I understand some of the things I've had to say over the years can certainly come off questionable in intent as much as I would have liked to avoid that. But my absolutely unconditional, complete refusal to ever let Chloe or anyone else I knew back in high school or any of my blood relatives back into my life, now that I'm really certain of their intentional involvement in extremely seriously conspiring against me to destroy my life, should serve as considerably convincing evidence of the truth. I won't ever change my decision as such, regardless of whether anyone believes me or not, especially since I'm definitely going to sue and press criminal charges against multiple people involved with the way things are going. I really wish I'd just start seeing actually meaningful results that I actually want and that actually benefit me, instead of this perpetual, exceedingly inappropriate, extreme disrespect of everything I ever say. I really wonder if Kimmy's even capable of really recognizing and appreciating how much I've really always cared about her, because it really seems she just isn't. Well, I'll still make sure it's extremely evident I seriously never wanted her to feel like she should actually seriously question my feelings for her, and perhaps even believe I intentionally want her to believe they aren't real or aren't as intense and deep as I've been saying they are. Even if she's actually a massive narcissist, irredeemable piece of trash that's incapable of actually genuinely loving and respecting me, no matter how much I want and deserve it, and prove that, and she's effectively no better, if not even worse than Chloe, I'll never let Kimmy or anyone else try to act like my pursuit of Kimmy or any of my behavior therein is anything I should ever be at all ashamed of, or that offers anyone any real leverage over me somehow. The reality is that from the day I met Kimmy about 8 years ago, I've seriously just been at a point in my life where I've genuinely fully accepted that the only person I will ever really pursue or embrace dating, and can ever see any even plausible possibility for an actually healthy, fulfilling, lasting relationship with, that's actually worth having at all for me, is Kimmy. Which is something I came to believe with only even more extreme conviction the more I've thought about it and reflected about everything I've seen and experienced in my life since. I've also always known from the very beginning that I'm really all or nothing in it, in that either it's going to be a clearly, considerably healthy and genuine relationship between us that's extremely solidly built to last, or none at all. More specifically, especially with how Kimmy's treated me, more like, or we'd extremely seriously be the biggest of enemies and Kimmy would end up with her life destroyed as a result of the relationship not being what it should be. And I'd obviously be miserable beyond words, since she seriously chose that over being with me in an actually genuine and a healthy relationship. But nothing and nobody would ever be able to make it better at that point anyway. Absolutely nobody has any even remotely reasonable excuse whatsoever to even attempt to behave like I'm not extremely seriously, clearly, obviously trying to be as clear as I could ever possibly be when I say that either I get direct communication from Kimmy and get to start dating her in the very near future, and that healthy relationship I've been trying so extremely hard to have can actually start, or it's seriously, completely, absolutely, unconditionally doomed as well, with her choosing to leave me out in the cold so extremely brutally, abandoned and neglected, as to not even have any direct communication from her throughout an entire winter of the most extreme, brutal disrespect, neglect, and overall deprivation I could ever possibly experience in my life, which I went to unbelievably extremely great lengths to prove extremely clearly she irrefutably was extremely well aware of being as such in no small part directly due to her, proving she never had anything but utmost malice towards me from the beginning as well, just like Chloe always did. In which case, I'm actually just going down an extremely dark and destructive path in life, absolutely unconditionally being the absolute worst of enemies against Kimmy and all her associates, and going to whatever lengths necessary to ensure I ultimately succeed in completely destroying Kimmy's life, and I'll end up being extremely miserable and destructive forever, no matter what anyone ever says or does, and no matter how any other aspects of my life ever turn out. Even if I seriously have to go as far as keeping all of humanity at a massive distance, as I'm regularly committing mass murder and acts of terrorism in real life, until I know for absolutely certain that I have undoubtedly, unquestionably succeeded, and Kimmy absolutely unconditionally can never recover, no matter what. The reality of the gaslighting and manipulation and intentional withholding and hiding of information that was being weaponized against me for so long has been so extreme that despite me suspecting the kind of extreme malice I've come to learn Chloe has really had towards me all along, for a long time, I seriously questioned if I was just imagining it and overthinking things, or just extremely traumatized and somehow myself being obsessive and assigning significance to Chloe when she wasn't actually harming me herself behind the scenes nearly as much as it seemed reasonable to me to suspect. It's extremely upsetting to me that Chloe's massive lies and the amount I've had to struggle just to even learn she actually was being so nightmarishly malicious towards me and being enabled and facilitated in it by Kimmy and her associates might make it seem like the feelings I express towards Kimmy and the relationship I've been pursuing having with Kimmy might be some kind of disingenuous revenge on Chloe or something. One false narrative among the many that might be attempted to be further utmost maliciously weaponized against me, as long as at all possible to try to keep me in this extremely life-threatening deprivation and people thinking I deserve such insane disrespect that will ultimately result in many people being harmed extremely badly down the line if it continues any longer how it has been for any reason. I'm not bloody joking. Instead of behaving like it's even remotely goddamn reasonable to assume or believe any further silence on this podcast means I'm lying about anything, or my position has changed or will ever change, people should be assuming by default that my silence is me actually completely ceasing to care to communicate with anyone at all anymore, since the only reason I ever had in the first place has utmost unbelievably, extremely brutally been proven, effectively, absolutely, unconditionally, utterly futile, and that any attempts to communicate otherwise to me by anyone ever are simply extremely blatant gaslighting to further utmost maliciously waste my time and energy and leave me in increased, relentless, extremely brutal, intolerable emotional dysregulation and extremely life-threatening deprivation intended to completely destroy me, to cover up the massive crimes and injustices committed against me so I can't even become a bloody terrorist serial killer with a speck of dignity after the unbelievably extreme, perpetual, sheer, hellish nightmare of nightmares of an absolute tragedy in my life has been ever since I was young. I won't let myself be screwed around with like that. While being with someone who genuinely makes me happy to be with is certainly a kind of revenge on Chloe in and of itself, I'd say it's extremely disingenuous for anyone to claim I'm pursuing it only or even primarily for that reason. I really do find Kimmy incomparably extremely physically attractive and extremely precious in the good qualities of her personality, and there's absolutely zero real evidence to prove otherwise. If Kimmy would actually treat me decently in a relationship, which I'd certainly like to believe she isn't just such a piece of trash it's simply beyond her capabilities to ever do so, then there's truly nobody better I could ever even fathom being with. If Kimmy refuses to simply believe I'm being completely sincere about that and accept that I deserve a real chance to prove it to her extremely thoroughly in a situation where she's actually being adequately open and receptive to my affection, then she's only going to be bringing extreme harm to herself, anyone else she'd ever be with, and others around them. I wanted to be extremely clear that I have truly never wanted things to end up that way, but they truly will if she makes such an extremely poor decision to refuse to properly embrace my feelings and the feelings towards me she's supposedly had all this time, how she should, after how she's so obviously intentionally left me stuck in life with the last 8 years she's been publicly subtly claiming and communicating having genuine feelings for me that she clearly wanted me to believe were worth pursuing, and left me increasingly extremely brutally disrespected, deprived, ostracized, and overall terrorized by continuing to claim she had, and I was somehow the reason she didn't feel comfortable or able to start properly embracing them. I'm absolutely unconditionally unwilling to ever let Kimmy offload responsibility for her own choices in how she dealt with me onto Chloe or anyone else that might have also been benefiting from intentionally, maliciously trying to keep me stuck and deprived in life against my consent to my detriment for their own selfish gain. If I'm going to end up driven to extremely serious acts of terrorism and violence in real life, I at least need to make absolutely certain that the massive terrorists and criminals that fully knowingly and intentionally sabotaged and destroyed my life so extremely brutally beyond repair are extremely thoroughly exposed for being who and what they really are. All of them. Literally, absolutely, unconditionally, no matter what anyone ever says or does or whatever ever happens, the heartbreak, trauma, pain, and suffering of being so extremely brutally, completely denied of ever at all, even remotely having anything, even actually seriously resembling actually dating either of these women, especially the extremely deep, incomparable, insurmountable yearning and craving for dating Kimmy, and especially having extensive in-person physical sexual intimacy for hours every day with Kimmy forever, that Kimmy has undoubtedly, in reality, very much knowingly and intentionally left me feeling towards her, is actually that extremely serious and deep that it absolutely, unconditionally, unquestionably, thoroughly, extremely clearly makes ever dating or even so much as considering showing or embracing even the slightest bit of desire or willingness to pursue or tolerate receiving romantic and or sexual desire towards or from anyone else ever again feel so not only extremely unsafe, but also literally thoroughly uninteresting and unappealing to me that I genuinely don't even slightly have to try to resist any kind of feelings for anyone else. Such feelings and desires simply don't ever exist, and that's despite my entire lifetime of being single, with many years where I've been outside all day, every day, due to homelessness, and regularly coming across women that otherwise would be considerably physically attractive to me, and I definitely would have been interested in to some significant extent, and very likely, at least in some cases, pursued if these two women didn't exist or hadn't treated me how they have chosen to. It's so extremely infrequent that I ever feel much, if any, arousal for anyone else, to the point that pretty much the only time I ever touch myself to anything other than these two women is if I'm touching myself to random, often AI-generated women wearing the kind of latex outfits I've fantasized so much for so long of seeing these two women wearing. To the point that even just touching myself alone, by myself, in private, from a distance to fully clothed pictures of these two women that they posted publicly to the internet in outfits that have never even been anything special to me, even while feeling extremely upset beyond words that they've extremely brutally completely denied me of ever having anything even really resembling dating either of them, while they've made me out to look like a massive creep to others, despite them clearly intentionally having provoked extreme sexual arousal in me towards them, that they lie massively to others about the reality of their seemingly boundlessly, unbelievably, exclusively malicious intentions in regards to, holds infinitely more appeal to me than any sexual intimacy with anyone else ever does. And that's despite the fact that I'd never even remotely prefer that to actual sexual intimacy in person with either of them if I were ever actually given a real opportunity for it in a manner that doesn't basically completely ruin my life, which I haven't ever been given. It seriously couldn't be further from pleasant or desirable or beneficial to me, and it certainly isn't arousing or cute or sexy or anything I'd consider positive or that has any actually positive effect or influence on my life. For me to have to publicly, extremely painfully, extremely clearly communicate this reality repeatedly countless times as I have over the years. These women have seriously actually both treated me so exceedingly, extremely abusively and overall poorly that it only potentially opens me up to exponentially more pain and suffering and drama and chaos that does absolutely nothing to my life but bring further extreme harm and solely negative impact on it if I'm not extremely meticulously careful in how I express it. And it seems at best only reveals the extremely tragic reality of how extremely brutally they've criminally exploited with absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent what they've clearly in reality always known I've been constantly suffering extremely immensely beyond words being subjected to. But it's such an extremely, thoroughly, completely real, deep truth for me that it doesn't even remotely make sense for me to try to express the reality of the severity of this conflict if I'm going to try denying it or somehow minimizing its significance. And I'm certainly not going to cower away from expressing it at all out of fear from seeing the extreme harm these extremely unhinged criminal maniacs have inflicted on me up to this point because of it. I really don't know what they thought was going to happen, but I'm well beyond a point where I should even really have to care at all. I'm not going to force myself to live an extremely miserable life I consider not even worth living, having to live in such unbelievably, intolerably, unacceptably extreme injustice, being extremely brutally, completely wrongly, completely stripped of my dignity and left suffering in extremely life-threatening deprivation that's completely undeserved, having both my silence or anything I ever say extremely brutally disrespected endlessly and treated as if to be some kind of indication that somehow I'm not suffering as much as I am or that I somehow deserve it, while having done absolutely nothing whatsoever actually demonstrably intentionally harmful to anyone, and on top of that denying myself of any real chance at meaningful happiness in life. Basically, just because many people might see me as a creep or possibly try to give me a hard time for being myself authentically and unapologetically, even despite there objectively being absolutely nothing wrong with that. So basically, because society is a reeking dumpster fire, hellhole, nightmare, piece of complete garbage. And I want it to be extremely clear that I'm very much not a masochist and never have been, and anyone that's ever tried to communicate otherwise to people has been doing so entirely against my consent and to my detriment, and knowingly so. I absolutely despise being seen as a creep or generally treated poorly at all for the reality of my feelings, and that goes in general for any feelings I have, but especially in this regard. There's literally absolutely no part of being tortured, terrorized, and humiliated like this that I've ever enjoyed, and communicating it has never at all been intended to serve as any kind of evidence or indication otherwise. I'm just not the massive coward and fraud that subhuman filth have been going to extremely great lengths to lie that I am, and that send hitmen after me and seem to want to literally murder me in real life for not at all being. And people extremely viciously, relentlessly try to twist what that actually looks like me proving into something extremely different than what it actually in reality is. I already know that leaving any room to at all seriously question the reality of why I've been left in this state by allowing anyone to make the reality of this unclear has repeatedly, completely against my consent and to my detriment, somehow left me vulnerable to subhuman filth trying to act like it's somehow reasonable to treat me like it's some kind of indication of extremely false things that in reality have absolutely zero real evidence validating, like me being secretly romantically and or sexually attracted to men, or having always wanted to be alone. In reality, I just don't, never have, and never will appreciate or have any willingness to tolerate being treated like complete garbage and extremely brutally disrespected and denied while having my feelings extremely viciously, relentlessly misrepresented and exploited by anyone I've ever had serious desire for an intimate sexual relationship with. Kimmy and Chloe are the only such people, and both of them have done exactly that to an exceedingly extreme, absolutely unconditionally intolerable, unacceptable, criminal extent, which is not only extremely hurtful, but also a massive turnoff. But it also doesn't change the attraction I'd feel to their physical appearances and the fantasies of the relationships I initially showed them affection, hoping they weren't such massive narcissist, psychopath, subhuman filth they'd exploit my desire for so unbelievably extremely badly. Which leaves me in an increasingly difficult, distressing situation they somehow seemingly endlessly extremely predatorily manage to exploit, no matter how extremely clearly I scream to the world the reality of their behavior that has escalated in demonstrable targeted malice towards me. To the point, it's literally not even an exaggeration to assert they are operating with premeditated, murderous intent towards me to try to cover up the reality of how absolutely unbelievably, extremely horridly they've actually both been abusing and exploiting me all along, and to this day continue to be facilitated in doing so entirely to my detriment and against my consent by this reeking absolute dumpster fire called society, no matter how much I try to protect myself against it. Despite what I'd consider extensive reason to suspect that even my blood relatives might be much more deeply involved in trying to sabotage and destroy my life and keep me stuck perpetually for a very long time than I ever thought they would be. I've always been, and to this day remain, still left so extremely, practically completely in the dark about practically everything of what's really been happening and who's exactly involved and to what extent and why, and what they've really been doing and how they really feel about me or might feel about me if they knew the full truth of things. I've been left in completely unjust, undeserved, extremely life-threatening deprivation that I'm absolutely certain several people genuinely wanted, hoped, and expected to already have resulted in my death in real life. Only really able to guess the details of who's involved, to what extent, and why. Blood relative or not, everyone I've ever been at all close to in my entire life really only seems extremely malicious towards me, but also like they're going to extremely great lengths to hide that extremely well, which in and of itself only brings more harm to my life and keeps me stuck and struggling and sabotaged and in extremely difficult, detrimental situations that are extremely stressful to navigate and seem to have no end or solution I actually benefit from, or that it makes any real sense for anyone being even remotely decent to seriously believe I'd ever actually want or be willing to accept, even despite the fact that I'm being extremely honest and fair and never had fundamentally malicious intent towards anyone. Because everyone ever close to me or really significant somehow in my life has always treated me overall extremely horribly since I was a child, rather blatantly, massively looked down on me, never really believed in me even when there was plenty adequate evidence to, communicated extremely poorly with me even despite my very good communication with them, extremely viciously, constantly tried to extremely selfishly gain off my existence despite seeing I clearly wasn't the type to treat them that way, and wasn't ever really actually benefiting me to have them in my life much, if at all, to begin with, and never to any extent whatsoever, which they didn't in reality fully consent to. Completely distancing myself from everyone I was once close to is not only the only even remotely logical thing for me to do, but it was also extremely easy for me emotionally. I've never felt even remotely loved or respected by any of them, even when I know for absolutely certain I've in reality long ago already proven in abundance that I am deserving. But I've also realized long ago that it'd be extremely stupid and pathetic to want or care for validation from such extremely toxic fake scumbags. So I'd infinitely rather air out all their garbage in public and publicly humiliate and shame them and ensure they know how trash they really are, unapologetically even getting them thrown in prison, or worse if necessary, if they're really going to try to make my life so extremely, intolerably, absolutely miserable behind the scenes and go talking trash about me to anyone I ever try to have anything even resembling a decent connection with, than ever go pathetically begging them for help or acceptance as if I'm some massive loser fraud. They literally can all kill themselves for all I care. They're all dead to me. The only person I've ever been close to at all in my entire life that I have any desire to even consider allowing back into my life at all anymore is Kimmy. And even she couldn't convince me to let Chloe, any of the other people I knew at all in high school, or any of my blood relatives back into my life at all ever again. Absolutely unconditionally. I'd genuinely be extremely angry at her if she ever even tried at all, which is part of the reason why I'm so upset, because she's basically already trying with this extremely shady, weird garbage through Jamie And these constant attempts to endlessly shift blame and avoid taking any real or even remotely adequate responsibility and accountability for her own decisions and mistakes. Especially after how extremely horribly Kimmy's treated me. In all honesty, I really don't know if the arousal I feel towards Chloe's body will ever be reduced at all, even if I get to experience actually having in-person sexual intimacy with Kimmy. But I'm obviously hoping it would, since there's definitely no way the arousal I feel towards Kimmy would ever be reduced, even if I somehow actually got to experience in-person sexual intimacy with Chloe. The attraction I feel towards Kimmy is definitely more than just physical. That's why for a very long time I've been very open to the possibility that since Chloe's clearly actually a massive piece of trash, in reality extremely seriously so disgusted by me for very much undeserved reasons, but Kimmy might actually have loving, genuine feelings towards me she wants to explore and embrace for healthy reasons. If Kimmy chose to do so in a timely manner, and that connection turned out wonderful for both of us, like I imagine it should and would, then perhaps Kimmy could actually just sexually satisfy me so thoroughly that any possible remaining desire I'd ever be left with for Chloe would really so drastically pale in comparison that it'd definitely no longer really be an issue in my life at all, despite Chloe's utmost malicious, extreme efforts to try to prevent that from ever possibly happening, so I'd stay trapped forever in extreme misery. But I know for absolutely certain, absolutely unconditionally, that I'll never even remotely get over either of them if both of them insist on continuing to try so extremely hard to endlessly disrespect, exploit, and neglect me, leave me in increasingly life-threatening, extremely brutal deprivation across multiple aspects of my life, and completely break down every part of my life they ever possibly could until it literally causes my physical death in real life, like they have been all these years, basically ever since they learned I had any feelings for them at all, in both cases, and instead of ever actually communicating properly with me or taking any real or even remotely adequate accountability for their toxic behavior, they just try to shift blame onto me for everything and literally help other people conspiring to murder me to cover up how toxic and how serious of a part of the problem they've really been all along in my life circumstances, ending up being what they've become. Constantly, extremely poor communication, immaturity, dishonesty, inconsistency, and they just barely do enough to make it a huge, increasingly serious problem for me that they supposedly have had feelings towards me from the beginning, as if I'm the problem, as they project all their extremely shady and bad behavior and negative qualities onto me and try to leave me with all my time and energy drained, my dignity and soul extremely brutally, completely robbed from me by their relentless, massive lies and careless, complete neglect towards me, fully, knowingly, entirely against my consent and purely to my increasingly, extremely severe, literally life-threatening detriment, while they never actually treat me at all, even remotely fairly or with any real or evident or even remotely adequate love or respect. Yet society facilitates them to make my life such a perpetual, sheer, hellish nightmare of nightmares, while they only continue to benefit off my suffering, and I only continue to be subjected to increasingly vicious, brutal, literally life-threatening, extreme stress, disrespect, neglect, and overall deprivation that's a perpetual, extremely serious and deep existential assault that harms me extremely badly, seriously, physically, mentally, and spiritually to no end. Speaking up about it only results in other extremely selfish psychopaths like Jamie also trying to extremely viciously benefit at my expense, against my consent, off my perpetual immense suffering, instead of actually alleviating the problem at all whatsoever. It should not even be bloody possible for people to behave this way? And yet society is such complete garbage that for so many increasingly extremely painful years, I've had to endure this, and it still literally hasn't gotten even the slightest speck of a bit better than when it started, and in fact has only gotten even substantially worse over time, and even more aggressively the more I've tried to protect myself from it. I genuinely couldn't care less what anyone says. I'm going to actually date Kimmy, and it's going to go somewhere wonderful and be an extremely serious, committed, long-term relationship of the kind I've been saying I've always wanted with her. And it's going to start happening in the very near future, or I'm seriously, absolutely, unconditionally never dating anyone or being at all romantically and or sexually involved with anyone ever again, and I'm going to be extremely, seriously, absolutely, unconditionally, thoroughly devastating and destroying both Kimmy's and Chloe's lives. Literally, no matter what. It's very much, extremely seriously, meticulously, precisely, and thoroughly, with the depths of my mind, heart, and soul, truly that incomparably, insurmountably deep for me. Anyone at all attempting to communicate otherwise is blatantly lying and should be treated as being knowingly and intentionally utmost malicious towards me, entirely to my detriment and against my consent, and entirely unjustly. I utterly despise, literally by far more than anything else I could ever fathom in life, how both of them are even bloody able to at all try to act like they can just move on, and effectively, trivially dismiss or flat out ignore how unbelievably, extremely badly they continue to hurt me to this day with their exceedingly, unacceptably, extremely toxic attitude and behavior towards me, as if they didn't harm me as much as they have with how they've been to me, or as if I somehow deserve it, when I know extremely damn bloody well that they in reality absolutely 1,000,000% should know I don't. I should have already been having direct communication with Kimmy and the relationship with her I've wanted so extremely badly for so long, literally more than anything else in life ever since I met her. Or her and Chloe should be completely, irrecoverably cancelled and in prison right now for so extremely seriously conspiring and attempting to murder me, among other things. I shouldn't be left bloody homeless, eating out of the garbage in the middle of winter, bloody raging on the internet, and making extremely serious threats on a bloody podcast to commit acts of terrorism and mass murder in real life in the future, just to maybe, possibly, be taken even the slightest bit goddamn seriously and have any semblance of a real, meaningful possibility at not actually having to follow through on such threats, just to find any semblance of real, meaningful dignity in my life. I don't have even the slightest bit of desire or willingness to ever, at all, move on from this conflict with these unbelievably, absolutely unhinged lunatics, both behaving how they have been, and society not only completely letting them get away with so extremely seriously threatening my existence how they have been, but even bloody rewarding such extreme malice towards me that's so obviously completely unjustified, undeserved, and unwanted by me, and is so extremely clearly entirely against my consent and to my detriment. Not even the slightest bit of desire or willingness to ever move on from it. Ever. Literally ever. I'll literally make it my life's purpose to completely expose them and actually devastate and destroy their lives and pour every bit of my time and energy and every bit of every resource I can that I ever acquire into making their lives the perpetual sheer misery, unbelievably extremely brutal, most hellish, unwanted nightmare of nightmares they've brought upon my life completely undeservedly. Because they actually deserve it, absolutely unconditionally, as far as I'll ever be concerned, if they're going to continue to terrorize my life so exceedingly, unacceptably, intolerably, insurmountably, brutally, unapologetically, with such massive defamation and disrespect and abuse and neglect as I'm absolutely certain they're involved in, for my life to ever have reached the point of such extreme, literally life-threatening deprivation as it has. But there's a very big difference between extremely stupidly, pathetically, endlessly simping for subhuman filth that obviously just wants to endlessly, extremely viciously exploit you completely unapologetically, compared to never moving on. And I'm most certainly not, never have been, and never will be trying to ever do the former for anyone. I recognize it's not inherently malicious to reject someone. I'm very well aware that nobody owes it to you inherently to date you, no matter how attracted to them you might be, or how much you might like them, or how undeserving of being rejected by them you might feel you are. But what Kimmy and Chloe have put me through, even individually, and especially even more so combined, is far from simply rejecting me. They fully, consciously, and intentionally, extremely viciously, massively exploited me for their selfish gain and extremely seriously tried extremely hard to completely control and destroy my life as they trapped me in literally endless cycles of increasingly extremely brutal, life-threatening deprivation and being harmed entirely to my detriment and against my consent. They've spread egregious lies that form demonstrably false narratives about me that have demonstrably caused extreme harm to my life that is irrefutably, completely undeserved by me. While simply rejecting you isn't something you can ever rightfully criticize someone for or seek any kind of justice or retribution on them for, fully, consciously, and intentionally, utmost maliciously exploiting you for their selfish gain, fully knowingly, entirely to your detriment and against your consent, with what is effectively, demonstrably complete disregard for if it even literally causes the end of your life, and especially even going to the extent of demonstrably, intentionally attempting to cause your actual physical death in real life with demonstrable, premeditated, murderous intent towards you to cover up such extreme levels of malice towards you, most certainly is something you can and should criticize and seek justice and retribution against someone for, whether they inflicted such on you through sexuality or otherwise. Especially if you didn't ever do the same kind of thing they did to you back to them or anyone else. I find it exceptionally suspicious and strange. Why the bloody hell does Kimmy, even now, still somehow feel so unbelievably, extremely goddamn bloody entitled to so extremely, brutally disrespecting me, even still to the point I felt compelled to make a release like this, as if she's under the impression she can seriously just continue to bloody endlessly exploit my feelings for her as some kind of leverage, likely involving extremely false narratives from people from my past. Why is the trifecta of Jamie, Lily, and Arya, clearly heavily influenced by extremely false narratives that defamation Chloe has been inflicting on me since high school, still having such a visible, heavy-handed influence on Kimmy's public behavior? Is there actually some absolutely insane explanation for all this where Chloe's obviously a massive scumbag, but Kimmy's seriously been an even much bigger scumbag all along and is seriously unwilling or incapable of actually adequately, meaningfully improving and growing as a person in an actually positive and healthy direction before it's seriously too late? Then I guess Kimmy really deserves serious prison time too. Nobody ever communicates anything with me properly. So I have no really meaningful or even remotely clear way of ever really finding out with things being the way they've been the whole time. At least as far as I can tell. Because weird, extremely shady, random, petty, or grossly inadequate, indirect dialogue from Kinney, Jamie, or anyone else on their content certainly isn't ever going to actually provide a decent level of clarity for me here, and they obviously know that extremely damn well. Is Chloe or someone else from my past now trying to act like someone has leverage on me or others because I'm not dating Chloe? But Chloe's the one that's always been, and to this day, acting extremely resistant and reluctant to dating me, or even showing any serious or meaningful or even genuine seeming feelings towards me in any actual direct or even remotely clear communication towards me whatsoever. Does that psychopath, narcissist, stalker seriously feel so extremely, grossly, ridiculously entitled to harming me that she considers it even remotely reasonable to expect me to somehow accept fault and go extremely pathetically begging her to get to date her after everything she's done? Absolutely nobody from my past has any real leverage over me whatsoever for anything. And if Chloe thinks she can try to endlessly negatively influence my life and try to rob me of my soul and exert some kind of fabricated leverage over me because we're not dating, she's really delusional in the worst possible way. She's extremely abusively trying to control my life with massive lies she's demonstrably only going to be increasingly exposed for. She should be the one chasing me, directly contacting me, and desperately begging to date me and apologizing profusely for in reality being entirely the reason we've never had anything even remotely resembling good or healthy communication, and there's never seemed to be any actually real or meaningful potential for a healthy relationship between us, no matter how badly I've wanted things to be different. And she bloody sure as hell shouldn't be goddamn waiting for winter to pass first as if I deserve how I'm being treated right now. The arrogance and narcissism on this psychopath is seriously unbelievable. But I really can't say I'm surprised she hasn't contacted me. She obviously knows extremely damn well how terrible she's actually been to me in reality, and that I'd reject her and only take the opportunity to extremely brutally humiliate her publicly for having the audacity to even try after how she's treated me and how many times she's extremely brutally humiliated me, and the many more times she's tried despite me not at all deserving any of it, and her in reality extremely damn bloody well knowing that. Chloe has never dated me. Never. Actually, never. At all. Like I've said, there's absolutely no real evidence otherwise, and anyone at all trying to communicate otherwise is and always has been doing so knowingly, entirely against my consent and entirely to my detriment. Chloe's never even once behaved towards me like anything even remotely resembling being a girlfriend to me. She's never even remotely clearly actually expressed any kind of even really plausibly genuine romantic and or sexual desire towards me. It's always been absolutely nothing but exceedingly, extremely shady and malicious behavior that's been extremely disingenuous seeming at best and has ultimately only harmed me and seemingly only benefited her more at my expense against my consent as time has went on. Based on the ultimate observable consequence of her actions to this day, her behavior that's ever seemed like any kind of romantic and or sexual interest in me has never been anything more than purely a tool for her to extremely selfishly gain, fully knowingly, consciously and intentionally, entirely against my consent to my detriment. More specifically, she started a business where she's constantly trying to get attention and inspiration and overall prosper by extremely abusively feeding off my energy and sabotaging my life, causing constant, endless drama and chaos in my life through highly influential celebrities heavily involved in professional fields, heavily relevant to my own professional endeavors that have never had anything to do with Chloe, and that I never wanted Chloe to be at all involved in or relevant to in my life after seeing how extremely cruel and shady her response was to me asking her out and revealing I had feelings for her back in high school. The entire time, she's completely refused to ever directly communicate with me or behave in any manner that could ever even remotely plausibly convince me or give me any even remotely adequate reason to even slightly be inclined to believe it's even at all reasonably possible she has any genuine loving feelings towards me whatsoever, much less behave in any manner at all even remotely resembling actually dating me or showing anything even remotely resembling genuine desire to date me for any even remotely healthy reason, if at all. And all this is most certainly not out of any shortage of me making it extremely clear to Chloe that it's extremely grossly inappropriate for her to believe I'd ever want or tolerate her treating me so extremely abusively as if I'm a massive pushover, nor any shortage of me making it apparent to her that I really wanted to date her extremely badly since high school until she was so extremely cruel and distant and shady towards me for several years that followed that it reached the point I knew I had to try moving on, being left completely unable to see any even remotely adequate reason to believe ever trying to communicate with Chloe or retain any hope of ever dating her or having any kind of healthy relationship with her would do anything but bring further unwanted, undeserved harm and negative energy into my life. That's when I first met Kimmy, and I just knew that if Kimmy wasn't the person I meant to spend my life with, then I'm actually just completely, thoroughly, absolutely, unconditionally unwilling to ever date anyone or even embrace heading in any direction possibly entertaining ending up dating anyone. There's only so much I could ever reasonably do to try to approach an actually healthy relationship with Chloe, but she never left room for that. Not only did she literally never actively pursue opening opportunities for it for me, she also actively completely sabotaged any opportunities I ever tried to open for it for her, over and over, for years, without exception or hesitation. To this day, it's only ever really seemed to me like she was trying to extremely brutally humiliate me in front of others and sabotage my reputation and relationships and potential to actually be happy due to what I can only really interpret, even in a best case scenario, as extreme jealousy that I'm not extremely pathetic, subhuman filth like her. I never wanted or needed that purely, extremely toxic, negative energy and influence in my life, so I tried to distance myself from her in favor of hoping I'd find less narcissistic psychopath people who are actually worth my time and energy to have in my life. I've never tried to misrepresent my connection with Chloe, but her and others clearly have tried to massively misrepresent my connection with her. She's never at all actually tried to clarify things to me or fix things between us, and in fact was only ever trying to utmost unapologetically viciously benefit at my expense against my consent from all the extreme chaos and harm being brought into my life as a result of the genuine feelings that it's also a kind of extreme harm to me for me to try to completely deny and avoid forever. So her behavior became all the clarification I could ever really need. The complete lack of any even remotely decent behavior from her towards me ever has extremely thoroughly proven to me that the reason why she never felt any real want or need to clarify things is because she always in reality knew extremely clearly the extent of blatant, unapologetic malice she always absolutely unconditionally has been trying to inflict on my life. Based on how Kimmy has behaved towards me so far, and especially if the same kind of behavior towards me continues at all from her, Kimmy clearly saw since long ago the reality of what's been happening with Chloe being such a massive narcissist, psychopath piece of complete garbage, but instead of wanting to actually have an at-all therapeutic effect on my life, Kimmy only unapologetically added to the extreme trauma and suffering Chloe's been inflicting on me, and massively facilitated Chloe to do even much worse through her associates like Jamie. That's why I've been forced to lump in Kimmy as a massive narcissist psychopath along with Chloe, who most certainly is a massive narcissist psychopath in my eyes, no matter what anyone ever says or does anymore. Like I've said, it seriously doesn't bring me any pleasure or any benefit for either of these women to be so extremely screwed up in how they behave towards me or in general. But it only harms me even further to see and experience them being such massive absolute demons to me and stay silent or pretend they aren't as terrible as they are. And at the same time, it's not like them being toxic, even if it's so extreme, suddenly changes what kind of appearance of a woman I find physically attractive. That's just not how attraction works. At least certainly not for me. And I obviously learned of Kimmy's intentional malice and involvement in conspiracies to murder me long after she'd already done massive harm and I'd already gotten extremely invested in achieving the kind of relationship with her I've been saying I want without knowing what she was really doing. While she wasn't actually invested at all and therefore feels she loses nothing of any real value if I give up on the connection. Which is why she's been so willing to sabotage it constantly as well, very similarly to Chloe, and also similarly try to act like I'm the one sabotaging it or somehow the problem. So I'm absolutely unconditionally only left even more extremely harmed and deprived in multiple regards and extremely brutally completely robbed of any even semblance of real or meaningful dignity on top if I just suddenly turn my back on Kimmy as well instead of seeing my efforts there through to the end for better or worse. It's gotten so bad to the point where both these psychopaths are treating me unbelievably horribly at the same time, increasingly blatantly, unapologetically, publicly, to a premeditated murderous intent extent, and extremely viciously trying to trap me into a situation where no matter what I do, at least one of them is able to try to extremely abusively, completely non-consensually control me through the massive, extremely vicious, demonstrably false narratives of the other about me. I've approached both of them with extremely sincere and loving intentions from the moment I first expressed feelings for them respectively. I've constantly proven that, and I've never lied about them to anyone, but they've both done nothing but lie about me and harm me and gang up on me with others to try to completely destroy my life. It seems whether I want to date one or the other or both or neither, somehow they expect to get to exert extremely abusive, fabricated leverage over me with massive lies that neither of them nor anyone else has any real proof whatsoever that any meaningful part of is actually based on reality, and then subject me to extreme deprivation and being ostracized and overall facing extremely negative energy and negative consequences for being a person I'm in reality very much not and never have been, while they're reaping rewards of massively lying that they're people that in reality they're very much not and never have been. If Chloe was an even remotely actually decent person with even remotely actually honest, mature, fair, or reasonable intent and approach in how she behaves towards me, which certainly would have been the case if she actually has ever had genuine, warm, loving feelings for me, and actually wanted to make a relationship between us work, well, if I really stop trying to see the best in her where it extremely painfully clearly never existed, first of all, she definitely would have actually tried directly communicating with me and clearly expressing desire to date me long ago before I ever would have even started pursuing Kimmy. instead of just dye her hair pinks and purples over and over and post about it on social media randomly while I wasn't paying attention and nobody tried to bring my attention to it or indicated I should care about it at all for years after high school ended, all while she had absolutely zero direct communication with me and absolutely zero behavior that meaningfully can even plausibly lead to me even suspecting she had any even remotely serious or genuine desire or willingness to ever even properly directly communicate with me in general for any reason, much less date me. I definitely wouldn't be left feeling like she wanted to make it abundantly apparent to me that she's in reality extremely disgusted and creeped out by me ever having feelings for her and wanting intimacy with her at all, and ultimately practically regretting ever showing her I had feelings for her, seeing how she utmost maliciously abused and exploited them to try to completely control and destroy my life with massive lies for her own extremely selfish gain, fully knowingly and intentionally, entirely to my detriment and against my consent. Even if she has any actual desire at all to be sexually intimate with me, she's already made it unquestionably, extremely painfully clear to me that she's absolutely, unconditionally, uncompromisingly trying to force me to have to endure absolutely unacceptable and obviously unhealthy extents of extreme humiliation and denial, that she must know exceedingly, extremely clearly that I never at all wanted, needed, deserved, enjoyed, benefited from, or would be willing to tolerate as a foundation for a relationship in order to have any chance at it. And she's trying to benefit off massively misrepresenting things as if she or anyone else ever had any even remotely adequate reason to believe I want or deserve or would enjoy or tolerate the extremely abusive and ultimately what I've made exceedingly, extremely abundantly clear I'd find to be exceedingly intolerably miserable kind of intimacy she's clearly trying to force me to have to tolerate if I ever actually dated her. And somehow, despite that, people treat me like I'm some piece of trash that was always the problem. It's equally as bad if she's in reality absolutely unconditionally unwilling to have any actual sexual intimacy with me in person at all, and seriously just wants to benefit off trying to get away with lying forever that I was somehow always the problem and lying about ever wanting intimacy with her, and I'm somehow the one denying her of it, when in reality she's the one that's always been denying me and refusing to ever communicate even remotely properly with me about any of this or anything in general for that matter. She's been benefiting off my extreme suffering she intentionally inflicted while I've only been suffering and negatively impacted in completely unwanted, undeserved, intolerable ways that have cascaded into my other relationships. I have to deal with the extreme complexity and difficulty of how Kimmy's gotten me involved in being with her instead, while she somehow feels unbelievably, extremely, intolerably, unacceptably entitled to massively disrespecting me as well in what seems to almost certainly involve trying to abuse Chloe's massive lies and abuse towards me as some kind of foundation to inflict similar and what ultimately becomes even more predatory, extremely unpleasant, unwanted, undeserved abuse on me. That's also, once again, entirely detrimental and unpleasant to me and only harms me even further, entirely against my consent, which Kimmy's clearly also extremely well aware of in reality. Not only is Kimmy not at all in any position to be behaving like I owe her, Chloe, or anyone else anything, but people that should recognize I in reality have leverage over them for all the massive lies I've had to suffer Chloe purporting about me and being facilitated to be exacerbated by them, are treating me like they have leverage over me somehow for Chloe's extreme toxicity and abuse, resulting in us never having anything even resembling an actual relationship or any kind of a healthy connection in general even, and any real potential for that ever-changing, truly destroyed far beyond repair. Literally, no matter what Chloe might be saying or want to do regarding this conflict, I also still, in reality, have massive leverage over Kimmy because Kimmy's extreme lack of any proper communication, clarifying all this insanity happening behind my back a lot earlier, is literally the only reason it ever got even remotely so extremely complicated and difficult to begin with. If things more or less continue like this, with how she's effectively been ganging up against me with Jamie, Lily, and Arya, among others, it can easily be argued that what Kimmy's doing is even worse than anything Chloe's done. Even if you want to argue it somehow isn't worse, it's unquestionably independently extremely scummy and terrible on some kind of similar level, at the very least. I've always extremely clearly been trying extremely hard to extremely meticulously clarify things and eliminate chaos in my connections with everyone, while others have extremely viciously, relentlessly, fully intentionally been trying to exacerbate it and harm me with it, yet I'm always framed as the problem. Kimmy's extreme lack of any proper communication or reasonable, genuine boundaries is a massive contributor to exacerbating that issue that Chloe already was causing. It is not anything even resembling a real solution or improvement that Kimmy claims to have some kind of better grasp of boundaries after going to therapy. It never has been, and it never will be. After doing a huge amount of damage to my life and trying to crush my reputation and life prospects with massive lies that she hasn't ceased to perpetuate, nor ever given me any kind of compensation for whatsoever, extremely deviously hiding what is in reality Kimmy continuing constantly violating any real notion of boundaries while trying to cover it up with the excuse of being healed or whatever, while fully continuing extremely vicious complete lack of any actually proper communication adequately addressing this issue, in reality only proves Kimmy has utmost maliciously weaponized going to therapy to attempt to avoid any real accountability or anything even really resembling her facing adequate consequences for her clear, extreme involvement in the immense harm that has been brought to my life by all this defamation and neglect and criminal activities I've been having inflicted on me for a very long time. Whether it's Kimmy, Chloe, or anyone else, I am not, never have been, and never will be turned on by someone extremely sadistically enjoying, genuinely, massively harming me, and denying me of sexual satisfaction they're intentionally trying to leave me massively craving. People are lying extremely badly and benefiting massively in an extremely malicious, clearly extensively calculated and intentional manner long term of acting like I'm a bad person for not wanting or tolerating something they know extremely clearly in reality I don't want or deserve or have willingness to tolerate ever, and only in reality harms me massively for people to treat me like I want or should be willing to tolerate. It would be blatantly extremely unhealthy if I lived the kind of life I live and enjoyed the kinds of things people are lying claiming I enjoy, or was the person people are lying claiming I am. I'm proving extremely clearly that I recognize that and clearly can't actually be such a person people are lying I am, and yet I'm being framed as being extremely mentally ill for repeatedly screaming and crying out that I don't enjoy this at all, and people are lying and I'm suffering extremely badly while clearly doing everything anyone could ever at all reasonably expect to prove it. There's absolutely zero real reason I'd have to endlessly force myself to endure this perpetual sheer hellish nightmare of nightmares, regardless of how blatantly screwed up this all is. And again, anyone at all attempting to communicate otherwise is lying and has absolutely zero real evidence to prove otherwise. I'm seriously not going to keep bloody repeating this, despite seeing absolutely zero real or meaningful respect from anyone for trying this calmer, non-violent approach in how I deal with this unbelievably, absolutely insane conflict. Chloe clearly has tried extremely hard to keep me obsessed with her and sexually stuck on her forever in the most damaging possible way that has done literally nothing but cause far more harm than any conceivable good for me. It's exceedingly, extremely deeply disturbing and infuriating beyond words to me that someone with such serious, blatantly evident public influence like Jamie, who knows about this podcast and who I've been repeatedly exposing as a massive fraud, exerting extreme malice towards me, and clearly trying to humiliate and humble me for extremely selfish and inappropriate reasons where there's nothing for me to be ashamed of and no more humble I could possibly even realistically reasonably be about all this, thinks it's even possibly remotely appropriate to blatantly, fully, consciously, and intentionally try provoking me with the extreme trauma they know I've had to deal with because of Chloe, even after how much I've already elaborated on this in past releases. Chloe's clearly always extremely viciously refused to actually sexually satisfy me or engage in any consensual sexual intimacy in person at all whatsoever with me, even after being asked out in a manner she must have known I wanted to do even just milder sexual things with her extremely badly if she was actually desiring of it at all. She literally rejected me with blatant racism and then went on to start a massive smear campaign against me to literally make a business out of trying to endlessly sabotage and completely destroy my life. From the moment she rejected me so extremely brutally by straight up explicitly saying she's only into Asians, and then only solidified it by unquestionably proving to me that she's seriously way too put off by consenting to sexual intimacy to any extent with me for her to have been at all even plausibly saying it flirtingly or with some kind of non-racist feelings or intentions. I've just been trying to accept I'm clearly simply not really attractive to her since I'm not Asian and move on. For many years, I never talked to anyone about that encounter where I asked her out, and I certainly never planned to make it some huge conflict involving celebrities where I'm publicly shaming and exposing and humiliating her and bringing harm to her life over it, even though it hurt me immensely in and of itself for her to not only reject me, but so extremely brutally for a reason completely beyond my control. But she won't actually leave me alone and let me completely detach from the extremely negative energy she's always only ever really brought into my life, leaving me completely unable to even at least have a real chance to actually have a relationship with someone else that might actually be compatible with me and actually a decent person to me who actually wants to date me instead of terrorizing my life with extremely brutal, entirely unpleasant, unwanted, undeserved, purely detrimental, complete denial, and defamation. The world is most definitely better off without her and subhuman filth like her. Someone that's such a piece of trash like this, who has personally attacked and intentionally harmed me so extremely immensely and literally tried to cause my death in real life for their own selfish gain to cover it all up and probably also get even more extremely disgusting, sadistic pleasure harming me and manipulating others into believing I deserve it. It's really screwed up beyond words how society lets someone inflict that on me and leaves them effectively completely unpunished and able to continue endlessly, but I'm suddenly a bad person if I boldly publicly assert that I'm seriously not okay with them even remaining alive, and certainly not at liberty to continue this kind of extremely harmful behavior towards me, and pretty much certainly to varying extents also others. Lying for over a bloody decade that she's my girlfriend or seriously trying to make things work with me, while in reality doing literally the furthest thing possible from that, fully knowingly and intentionally, utmost extremely maliciously, viciously, brutally humiliating me and denying me of any actual sexual intimacy with her whatsoever, while knowing extremely clearly that I want it extremely badly and it's considerably likely I'll seriously forever crave it extremely badly and be extremely deeply traumatized due to never having gotten to have even a bit of it, while people have been manipulated so extremely badly they believe I'm lying about never having had it with her, or as if I never actually wanted it as badly as I've been saying. And to get any at all, if that's even possible, I'd have to completely ruin my life and sabotage a much better and more promising and fulfilling relationship with someone that's objectively and subjectively far more appealing overall to me, who would obviously infinitely be better for me long term and probably even also short term. Words really can't describe how incomparably livid beyond words I am that I'd have to sabotage and throw away my prospects of an amazing relationship with Kimmy to even have a chance at anything even resembling consensual sexual intimacy of any kind with Chloe. Or deal with people believing I've already had it with her despite in reality never even coming close. Or deal with her lying extremely badly and people believing I just never actually wanted it with her that badly, and or somehow she has leverage over me despite it being the completely other way around. I've literally never had any in-person sexual intimacy with Chloe whatsoever at any point in time, and I do want to extremely badly to this day, but I don't trust her at all or like what she's shown her personality to be at all, and I don't want to screw up my connection with Kimmy or ruin my life in general somehow to do it. It seems exceptionally unfair to me as well, because Kimmy has definitely dated and banged many people she's wanted to behind the scenes all these years. She's been massively harming, disrespecting, neglecting, and exploiting me as she utmost greatly facilitated the exacerbation of harm onto my life that Chloe's massive lies that have done nothing but massively harm me the entire time has caused. Meanwhile, I've been extremely brutally deprived of any sexual intimacy with anyone the entire time because the only two people I've ever really wanted it with both have been terrorizing me with extremely brutal, completely unwanted and undeserved denial and defamation with utmost extreme malice towards me and enabling all the other massive subhuman filth ever somehow close to me to further abuse me and leave me in literally extremely life-threatening overall deprivation. To be completely honest, even more infuriating beyond words than being completely denied of ever having sexual intimacy with Chloe without completely ruining my life, if at all, is that I can't just have Kimmy and Chloe at the same time forever. To this day, a part of me seriously feels like with how extremely painfully clearly they've both taken me for granted, neither of them really deserves to ever have me all to themselves. And obviously, I'll never feel like anyone else would ever really deserve to have me at all, or be even remotely appealing enough for me to even consider ever dating regardless anyways, like I've already said. I obviously didn't initially approach either of them thinking I'd ever even remotely be so extremely severely mistreated by them that I'd even consider being with them both at the same time, possibly an ideal or perhaps even the only possible actually viable option for any kind of realistic outcome that isn't just me absolutely destroying both their lives absolutely unconditionally. But it's certainly seemed like the only possibly appropriate arrangement at times because of how unbelievably extremely awful they've both been to me for so long. But by far most infuriating of all is that I'm being completely denied of having the many hours of consensual in-person sexual intimacy daily, even just with Kimmy, that I've been saying I want so badly, since I've really always known how incomparably, utmost, extremely badly I'm going to perpetually crave that in life forever, regardless of anything else, including but not limited to whether I ever get any of it or not. It's extremely manipulative and abusive for anyone to act like it's some kind of therapy or positive benefit to force me to have to extremely painfully suffer, extremely meticulously exposing these subhuman filth for the extremely malicious, premeditated, murderous intent they've been exerting on my life, even more like this, after I've already went to such unbelievably extremely great lengths to reveal it that I already should have been seeing extremely clear, publicly visible, and irrefutably meaningful results that are unquestionably beneficial to me and substantially conducive of me escaping this extremely life-threatening deprivation I've been left in by so many extremely malicious psychopaths that seek to harm me completely unjustly and yet continue to see nothing of the sort whatsoever, and instead continue to be left feeling like I never even plausibly will unless I take any semblance of justice entirely in my own hands and end up committing acts of extreme violence and mass murder terrorism in real life to even be seen as someone even remotely serious or capable in any at all truly dignified regard. It's not a goddamn benefit to restore my reputation back to, it seems at best, only an extremely pathetic fraction of what it already would have been to begin with, if these extremely malicious, criminal, narcissist, psychopath, subhuman filth hadn't so extremely viciously slandered me extremely badly for so many years and tried to completely ruin my reputation and life as a whole beyond repair with massive lies that never would have even existed in the first place if they weren't such absolute demons. Even if I was much more effective and successful at simply restoring my reputation than I've seen any actually meaningful results thus far indicating in any even remotely significant or adequate capacity, it literally just puts me back where I would have been in the first place in terms of dignity, but after over a decade of extreme suffering, deprivation, isolation, and irreversible physical and mental damage and spiritual exhaustion, that's all amplified by an extremely brutal, thorough lack of any actual benefit from suffering at all, being left in much worse off living circumstances than I would have otherwise been, having my potential for upwards momentum in life extremely severely threatened and possibly irreparably destroyed. So I was completely robbed of about a decade of my life to absolutely no benefit whatsoever to me in literally any regard or aspect of life at all, while suffering extreme deterioration of multiple aspects of my existence that I had to basically massively neglect just to be able to have the time and energy necessary to adequately defend myself against this massive smear campaign and other crimes being committed against me, just so I could survive. And this podcast just barely is enabling me to just go back to even just basically being seen as not unquestionably unworthy of living in an extremely broken society that isn't even really worth living in. Not even where I was over a decade ago, before all this massive smear campaign criminal activity against me terrorized me relentlessly and tried to get me murdered with massive lies I literally never even once benefited from or consented to being inflicted on me whatsoever. I really shouldn't have to bloody explicitly be screaming and crying for years at wanting an actually pleasant, healthy, loving, positive relationship with someone I'm genuinely extremely attracted to, and trying extremely hard to maturely, extremely clearly communicate that with extremely clear, decisive intent is not, never has been, and never will be validation or consent to being extremely viciously, relentlessly, threateningly robbed of my time and energy and massively misrepresented knowingly entirely to my detriment by anyone for any reason. If some absolute miracle happened and Kimmy suddenly actually started taking this extremely serious conflict seriously enough and behaving like something at least remotely resembling an actually decent human being, I can perhaps see a world where it's possible for her to be able to reasonably convince me that it was Chloe's extremely malicious, abusive, massive lies and controlling narcissistic psychopathic harm she intentionally was inflicting on me, fully knowingly and intentionally, entirely against my consent and to my detriment, combined with perhaps various other subhuman filth, also extremely selfishly trying to block and sabotage me, also knowingly entirely against my consent. That was a very large part of the reason Kimmy was so extremely hesitant to be warmer and closer to me and believe my intentions have always been sincere earlier and treat me properly accordingly. Even if it seems extremely unlikely to me, given the extent of intellect, decency, and maturity it'd require Kimmy to possess, which she thus far definitely doesn't seem to be capable of or willing to demonstrate in an even remotely actually adequate capacity, Kimmy could theoretically very quickly start adequately acknowledging what she must definitely undoubtedly understand is the irrefutable truth that she's not being at all understanding or kind or beneficial to me or herself whatsoever by continuing to be so distant and cold towards me. Especially with a release like this one, it really shouldn't be even remotely a mystery to anyone being even remotely honest that Kimmy's seriously, literally just enabling an extremely abusive, controlling, massive narcissist, psychopath, liar, fraud, I'll absolutely unconditionally never date or allow back in my energy or life at all, regardless, to continue to harm my life with increasingly extremely harmful deprivation and isolation and emotional dysregulation and existential assaults on all fronts in my life every moment Kimmy continues to refuse to directly communicate with me properly and ultimately giving me even more leverage over Kimmy and her associates, along with reason and ability to harm Kimmy and her associates through what becomes increasingly irrefutable, intentional, extreme, premeditated, murderous intent, malice towards me being demonstrated by them as well. Chloe seriously, absolutely, unconditionally can never do anything to convince me to change my position. I'm seriously not playing hard to get or trying any kind of reverse psychology or looking for anyone to try to convince me to change my mind. I will never feel at all actually loved or respected by her, literally no matter what anyone ever says or does or what happens in my life. It literally had to reach the point where she's blatantly, actively trying to suppress and sabotage and deny me of a much better, more fulfilling life with someone that's much better than her in literally every way, who very well might have much more sincere, warm, loving intentions towards me than she ever did or will, before she might possibly ever even seriously consider behaving in any manner even remotely like someone actually interested in me and actually desiring of dating me? Oh, hell no. That's obviously not love or respect. That's a blatantly, extremely abusive desire to extremely, narcissistically, psychopathically, completely control my life and definitely, ultimately do much more harm than good for me if I ever at all allow her or her energy back in my life. I have way too much self-respect to ever even consider it, no matter how arousing Chloe's body might ever be to me. There's no amount of sex appeal that would ever make intimacy with someone or dating someone in any capacity worth literally completely irreparably ruining my life just to have. I never have and never will at all even slightly believe or act as if otherwise is the case. There's absolutely no real evidence to prove otherwise, and anyone at all attempting to communicate otherwise is incorrect and should be treated as fully knowingly and intentionally lying with utmost malice towards me, entirely to my detriment and against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I've already extremely thoroughly proven beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt that I've been completely honest in having approached Chloe from the beginning with nothing but the best intentions and provided an extremely thorough, dignified explanation for all my behavior at all relating to her ever since, while she's already extremely thoroughly proven beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt that she really is as horrible as I've been saying she is. And that's nothing for me to be ashamed of at all. Just because Kimmy isn't the only person in the entire world I feel significant arousal towards the body of, that doesn't mean I've ever been lying about my feelings for Kimmy. Kimmy treats me like she thinks I'm an extremely disgusting, pathetic loser she'd never date unless I'm extremely rich or famous, if at all, who isn't even seriously worth even the time to ever communicate with, even remotely, properly, otherwise, and is just an exceptionally good tool she thinks she can endlessly, blatantly, extremely viciously exploit for attention and other benefits, goddammit. So I'm definitely not the only person she feels significant attraction towards if she even actually feels any attraction towards me at all. I've definitely proved that I am and always have been much more ready and willing to embrace my feelings for her ever since the very beginning of our connection than she's ever been to embrace feelings for me. Even if you want to argue she's secretly been in immense pain and suffering for a long time already because of feeling like she has to hide extremely intense feelings for me that are of a similar intensity to that of mine towards her. There's definitely got to be some reason that's entirely a fault of her own that she's been appearing all too happy, continuing increasingly blatantly toxic cycles of dating and being intimate with others for the last nearly decade and sacrificed basically nothing for me, while constantly sabotaging our connection while I've constantly been trying to fix it and have demonstrably, irrefutably sacrificed so much and endured such extreme, increasingly life-threatening hardship in the process. People should be much more inclined to believe I'm the victim here than believe I'm some massive stalker creep or somehow a predatory, lying piece of trash that's been trying to hurt or manipulate either of these women ever. But what's been happening is the complete goddamn bloody opposite. My entire existence has been relentlessly, unapologetically terrorized and tormented to near death over and over, increasingly brutally, for years at the bloody whims of what people find convenient to believe, despite even insurmountable evidence to the contrary. And you expect me not to make threats or end up taking extremely violent terroristic actions? I deserve to be thrown in jail for extended periods and live in fear forever in a manner extremely brutally violating the rights the Constitution should be giving me for standing up for myself, while Chloe blatantly lies to the police and Kimmy cries to the FBI with egregious lies and extremely biased exaggerations, and I'm the one that deserves to be relentlessly getting hammered with extremely life-threatening deprivation and being under insane scrutiny by legal authorities and the general public alike non-stop? Yeah, right. Goddamn reeking dumpster fire. This is the very last time I'm ever going to elaborate like this about that subhuman filth piece of complete garbage, Chloe. And it should always be assumed moving forward that nothing has really changed there, and my silence in regards to it should be extremely clearly understood as me not wanting to exhaust any more of my time or energy having to repeat myself on what I've already made exceedingly, extremely abundantly clear beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt to anyone being even remotely decent. It is far beyond simply an insult for Jamie or anyone else at all aware of this conflict to do incriminating things trying to provoke me somehow in relation to this. I really didn't want to have to yet again bring even more attention to that absolute nightmare. But why am I only seeing increasingly extremely weird and exponentially increasingly criminally serious relevance and involvement with Jamie, Lily, and Arya, and all of this increasingly extreme, literally criminal insanity being inflicted on me, in reality entirely non-consensually, even despite me literally not at all, ever, even remotely doing anything messing with any kind of romantic androsexual pursuit or involvement with any of them, nor even privately opening up to them or confiding in them or choosing or wanting to give them any kind of preferential treatment or benefit or relevance to this. It just gets more shady, weird, and infuriating the more time passes. Not only did both Kimmy and Chloe clearly, demonstrably, massively lie about the reality of their feelings and intentions towards me, and so extremely viciously abuse and exploit my feelings for them by massively lying to others about it, but they got a bunch of other people extremely seriously involved as well, off of literally nothing I ever did, and somehow no amount of me communicating about and proving that seems to really matter to change anything in any actually positive direction for me. How much more clear can I possibly make it that I don't owe any of these scumbags anything, and absolutely none of them have any real leverage over me, or are my friends at all, or behaving in any manner actually at all beneficial to me whatsoever. It's like even extremely seriously threatening to kill them in public wouldn't get the point across. What the bloody hell is this? I'm extremely clearly being massively terrorized in public and having my life reduced to seeming worthless, despite that being demonstrably, irrefutably so extremely far from the truth. But I'm a fraud or a bad person or mentally ill or something else that somehow discredits or devalues me if I express anger or make threats towards extremely malicious psychopaths demonstrably, irrefutably conspiring to murder me completely unjustly for their extremely disgusting, selfish gain to cover up their massive crimes against me? While not doing that only empowers these extremely unhinged criminals to bloody act like I deserve how they try to endlessly abuse and exploit me, and as if they're having some kind of therapeutic effect on my life, while they're in reality doing the complete opposite in every possible conceivable way? Ugh. I don't know where Jamie gets the idea she sounds like Timmy Turner, but I've never personally made that connection. Neither that character nor the show he's from has any particular significance or meaning to me, in case for some reason anyone was questioning that. Never has. Also, it doesn't matter to me if Jamie wants a sexier voice or not. I'm not trying to pettily hate on her, but rather make it extremely clear that I'm not rejecting Jamie out of wanting her voice to be sexier. Further, any attempt by Jamie to try to identify individual reasons why I might be rejecting her and trying to appease me or convince me to change my mind about it somehow, effectively continuing to try to get in my way and block me from any actually meaningful result and benefit I actually want from all my efforts all these years, are things I wanted to be extremely clear she's doing entirely against my consent, to my detriment, and knowingly and intentionally with utmost malice towards me, knowing the literally extremely life-threatening and detrimental life circumstances I'm in, and that I'm very much not messing around with, and don't want or deserve to have to deal with her increasingly extremely obnoxious and harmful, entirely unwanted and unpleasant attempts to disingenuously flirt with me or whatever the bloody hell she claims she's doing, with behavior like this that I know in reality she's doing with extremely malicious intentions of trying to trap and force me into being controlled by her and ultimately having my soul robbed by her and Kimmy's massive lies and abusive, predatory behavior towards my existence. Since this might be an extremely strange reference to Jamie trying to somehow steal credit for and or entirely non-consensually massively misrepresent my efforts around the time many years ago when I once sent a message in Kimmy's Discord server under a throwaway account I randomly named Timmy, with no particular meaning behind the arbitrarily completely random choice of username that I picked simply so my account wouldn't look like a blatant spammer or something worth instantly kicking upon entry. I feel compelled to make it extremely clear that I've never sent any messages in Kimmy's Discord server, or in general anywhere, under the guidance of, or with the help of, or out of indebtedness at all to Jamie. I do not, never have, and never will at all consent to her or anyone else at all misrepresenting things as otherwise. Also, since Jamie's been doing increasingly extremely deviously shady things in relation to Discord in this strange way, and I find this whole exclusive Discord server thing Jamie's been talking about having to be extremely strangely timed and coordinated around a time of exponentially increasingly apparent conflict being exposed by my podcast. I'd like to take the opportunity to reiterate that I'm seriously not joining nor interested in joining Jamie's Discord server, neither a more public one nor a more exclusive one. I also find it worth mentioning that I haven't ever even considered applying for the exclusive one either, in case that was being questioned at all, nor will I. I'm seriously not doing some kind of flirting or reverse psychology or trying to achieve some kind of ulterior motive or trying to pressure Jamie to try to incentivize me to or something. I'm just actually completely uninterested and see no even remotely adequate reason for me to care for it. If anything, it seems like it might even specifically be a huge, weird trap intended to try to extremely deviously validate extremely false narratives about me, as if Jamie's actually ever done anything good for me. I wouldn't go as far as to assert that and only that is what it must be with complete confidence, since I really haven't followed Jamie all these years and I don't really know her very well at all. But even the mere possibility is plenty more than adequate enough reason for me to make it a point to ensure I've made it extremely clear I'm intentionally, completely avoiding it and do not have any want or need to be a part of it whatsoever. I suppose this is also a good opportunity to address what I consider to be the exceptionally strange, sudden, extremely random relevance that the content creator It's Timmy and his girlfriend Aileen ended up starting to have in this conflict at some point. I am not, never have been, and never will be romantically and or sexually interested in or pursuing either of them. Anyone at all communicating otherwise at any point in time has been doing so knowingly entirely against my consent and to my detriment. I don't really follow either of them or know much at all about them. I never have. Jamie's viewers really seem to love gassing her up about her looks that I personally have never found as anything particularly special, which is only all the more reason for me to reiterate that I never would have been giving her any attention or watching her streams at all if Kimmy hadn't made it exceedingly obvious to me that Jamie's been involved in extremely serious criminal activity conspiring against me. Jamie's been doing extremely strange things, talking about dating her viewers or giving them therapy sessions over video calls, likely trying to make strange implications like they're correlated. It's like she's somehow trying to forcefully make some perception of dating someone or desire to date someone equivalent to wanting and or needing therapy, which is especially concerning and incriminating to expose herself for if she's trying to act like I've ever wanted or needed some kind of therapy from her, or as if my desire to be with Kimmy has ever been some kind of pathetic weird thing of wanting and or needing some kind of therapy from Kimmy and or someone else. I've never had a video call with Jamie in my entire life, nor do I have any want or see any need for me to, not as a date, nor as something else, and certainly not as therapy. the effect that Kimmy, Jamie, and their associates have had on my life couldn't be further from therapeutic. And especially given how I've irrefutably, demonstrably proven my mental clarity and general awareness to be considerably exceeding that of any of them, they're in absolutely no position whatsoever to be trying to therapize me, whether through private video calls or through public behavior in their live streams or other content. Yet now they've escalated from extremely deviously, extremely pretentiously trying to patronize me with pathetic, half-hearted, disingenuous attempts to therapize me into what appears to be likely blatantly lying outright in public that we've privately directly communicated and or they gave me some kind of therapy they're probably massively lying I wanted and or needed for some extremely strange reason. I've been repeatedly seeing Jamie saying this thing that she doesn't try to put her beliefs onto people, which is probably some kind of passive-aggressive jab at me saying things like I should be getting prompt compliance. What an actual massive piece of complete garbage. Someone that literally knowingly lies extremely damaging things about someone to others, like claiming they're a pedophile, and massively abuses their public reputation to try to completely destroy that person and literally get them murdered in real life with absolutely zero real evidence to truly substantiate the validity of such assertions or convictions that supposedly follow as a result, is very much trying to put her beliefs onto people. And in an actually much more damaging way than mere verbal aggression. Manipulating people into believing they're rightfully, relentlessly, extremely, brutally ostracizing and existentially assaulting someone who in reality is completely undeserving and obviously unwanting of it is much worse than me essentially just a little aggressively demanding I'm shown real and adequate respect and decency, especially when the only reason I'm even being more forceful with my word choice or generally perhaps more aggressive in my overall demeanor is because I'm forced to combat this literally criminal activity of this actual criminal subhuman filth seriously trying to get me murdered in real life off of massive lies that she's always been purporting entirely against my consent and to my extreme detriment. It's extremely abusive to be trying to act essentially like any significant expression of anger whatsoever from me is some kind of indication that I'm a bad person or being fake or somehow at fault of something and deserving of how I'm being treated, just as it's extremely abusive to be intentionally inflicting that anger and then telling me or others that I need therapy or trying to act like your behavior is intended to be or should be treated as being therapeutic. There's absolutely nothing Jamie can ever say or do, publicly or privately, in a video call or voice call or text or any other means of communication that will ever appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me. She's blatantly, knowingly, and intentionally lying with extreme, utmost malice towards me if she ever at all attempts to communicate otherwise. She's been doing nothing but harming me and lying about me all along. She isn't my friend, therapist, girlfriend, or anything like any of those things, nor do I ever want or have any willingness to tolerate her being. And for the record, I'm absolutely certain that Jamie's therapy wouldn't be very good. At all, at least not for me. I'm not interested in it at all. I never have been. I never will be. and nobody ever had any even remotely good reason to believe otherwise. I see a recurring, extensive theme of Jamie seeming to be waiting for me to say some kind of news in public on her stream chat, as well as some notion of me wanting or needing her advice on something, with implications that I'm afraid to say whatever news or ask for whatever advice she's hallucinating about me needing because she appears scary or not calm or something like that. She should know how extremely shady it is to be doing things like that, basically as her response to this conflict, only escalating how it has been, and me having extremely thoroughly refuted such things multiple times already. I seriously couldn't care less whether Jamie's calm or not. I don't need her advice on anything, and neither her nor anyone else should ever be expecting me to say any news or anything in general in her or anyone else's Twitch chat or socials, or even randomly on the side to my mailing list or anything like that. Like I said, we are extremely serious enemies. I have no friends or anyone I share any of my random thoughts or day-to-day or plans with, and Jamie and all her associates, as well as all of Kimmy's other associates, will remain and only increasingly become the worst of enemies against me because I'm being denied of the connection I've always wanted with Kimmy in a timely manner. There should not currently be, there never should have been, and there never in the future should be any expectation otherwise ever. I literally couldn't be making this more clear. There's absolutely zero, even remotely good reason to believe otherwise, and there never has been, and there never will be. I've said things extremely goddamn clearly. If Kimmy's seriously, for whatever reason, unable or unwilling to have a proper relationship with me, like I've been saying I've always wanted to have with her, in a timely manner without leaving me bloody homeless and eating out of the garbage, even throughout winter, with literally absolutely zero actually proper direct communication from her, then we're absolutely unconditionally the absolute worst of enemies forever, literally no matter what, and I will make absolutely certain that what Kimmy's put me through will absolutely devastate and destroy her personal and professional life and puts her physical, mental, and spiritual existence in extreme perpetual danger endlessly in real life, for real, like how she so extremely painfully clearly wishes and is trying to inflict upon me with the attitude and behavior she's had towards me since the beginning of our connection. Except I don't and never did deserve it at all, and she couldn't be more deserving of it. But Kimmy's clearly not the only one deserving of such extreme suffering and eternal torment. Jamie's clearly so extremely deeply involved in harming my existence in every regard possible that she's clearly operating on extremely false narratives about me, where it seems even remotely reasonable at all for her to behave the way she is. There's absolutely no even remotely good reason for anyone to believe I'd ever be going in Jamie's chat and asking her for advice or giving some kind of news, and that should be abundantly apparent, since that's not how anyone would ever behave towards someone who's so extremely clearly established themselves as such an extremely serious enemy as Jamie has established herself towards me. And it's certainly not something that should be looked kindly or positively on if she's trying to constantly be extremely deviously, extremely abusive and triggering to try to trigger me into lashing out at her publicly in her Twitch chat so she can try to feel justified in telling me off in public and trying to get her audience to suck up to her and back her up to amplify the ostracizing effect the massive smear campaign against me she's clearly been a massive part of has been trying to achieve and solidify as she escalates her attempts to drive me insane and literally get me murdered in real life off of massive complete lies she in reality knows extremely damn bloody well are exactly just that. I've been noticing that Jamie has this extremely strange tendency to randomly rage out at random people in her chat sometimes that for whatever reason trigger her so extremely hard randomly with petty comments. She always somehow seems to justify this and try to get validation from her audience for her crazy moodiness as well, and tries to frame the people she lashes out at always as some petty loser. I don't know exactly what other extremely shady garbage Jamie might be involved with that might make someone inclined to behave that way with intent if it's happening with some kind of larger intent behind it or something. But I want it to be extremely clear that absolutely none of those people are or ever have been me or anyone behaving with my consent to represent me somehow or acting on behalf of my interests. I have absolutely nothing to do with those people and do not claim that energy. I never have and I never will. I've never even once talked in Jamie's Twitch chat on any account in many years, and I've never in my entire life asked for or somehow utilized anyone else to send messages in anyone's Twitch chat ever on my behalf or for my benefit at all. I also most certainly do not, have never, and will never consent to or validate Jamie or anyone else trying to make me look bad by trying to frame me as some petty hater like that, in case that's ever happening. That remains just as true and firm, absolutely unconditionally, entirely regardless of whether or not Jamie or anyone else somehow positively benefits from inflicting such devious defamation on me. I, myself, most certainly do not, have never, and will never actually benefit in any manner I actually consent to or am willing to ever tolerate accepting from being framed as some loser that would ever behave that way. Even in the past when I've sent some messages in Kimmy's Twitch chat years ago on alt accounts, they were never the kinds of comments that I'm talking about being left in Jamie's Twitch chat, nor were they ever intended to elicit anything like the kind of reactions Jamie tends to have. It seems like Jamie maybe believes she needs to feel or act older somehow, whether it's because she's trying to appeal to me somehow or appease someone or something. I don't know, but I really couldn't care less in general if she tries to refine her tastes or adopt ones she feels are more mature or acts in any manner she or anyone else perceives as older somehow. I've only ever cared about Jamie's maturity or rationality at all because of her seeing her rather extreme lack thereof seemingly massively interfering with the connection I've always been trying to have with Kimmy, not for any other reasons. Jamie insists on saying she has a secure attachment style, but it doesn't really change anything here which attachment style she has or claims to have. My position still doesn't change regardless, absolutely unconditionally. I'd even agree Jamie has a secure attachment style in the sense that she's extremely seriously securing a spot as being among the worst of my enemies, what with this insane smear campaign against me that she's clearly been a massive part of. Not that she should see that as a good thing, since it's literally going to destroy her life. So call that secure or insecure attachment, it's going to seriously negatively impact her existence for underestimating me and disrespecting me how she is. Even more incriminating, her dialogue about her attachment style is immediately followed by blatantly saying she herself feels she's narcissistic, but she says only a little, right? Only a little. Saying you want people to stay themselves and give you what they wanna give is an extremely deviously abusive statement when you're inflicting massive defamation on them and lying extremely badly about who they are if they're being themselves and giving you what you claim or act like they wanna give you. When that's in reality extremely false and extremely harmful to their life to be misrepresented. Jamie mentioned crying multiple times. I noticed she was posting some Instagram stories with her literally having tears coming out of her eyes. Talking about it on stream, she's saying it's not sad crying, it's existential crying. What the hell is existential crying? So instead of being just sad, she's terrified existentially, and that state of sheer panic or something is making her cry, or what? At the time she said that, I still hadn't made my last release on this podcast, so perhaps it just serves as further evidence that Jamie was criminally trying to negate everything I've been saying on this podcast by acting like I felt sorry for her or something, or as if I should be scared that she's existentially crying, whatever the hell that means. Well, like I said, I don't feel sorry for her at all, and I'm certainly not scared of her crying, whether it's existential or otherwise. Like I said, she could literally commit suicide, and honestly, I couldn't care less at this point. She's been exceedingly malicious towards me up to this point and continues to be to this day. I have no warm or positive feelings towards her whatsoever, and at this point, I'm only increasingly inclined to believe the world would truly be a better place without her in it. At least that's my personal experience of her, with her being as increasingly blatantly, unapologetically, publicly, officially, fully, knowingly, and intentionally, literally life-threateningly, extremely malicious and harmful to my life as she has been. Whether or not anyone supports her and might even hate me for speaking the truth as such, I really couldn't care less, and my perspectives certainly never changing with how her and Kimmy have been behaving towards me. My overall position on this conflict most certainly isn't ever changing regardless, no matter how much Jamie cries or complains or throws herself pity parties and questions if she should kill herself or whatever. All her friends could decide to start behaving similarly as well, and I literally couldn't care less either. It changes absolutely nothing for me. I'm not messing around. I'm really not. I also see a recurring, extensive theme of Jamie inquiring about her viewers' love life, and if there are new people in their lives, which I tie in correlation to Jamie trying to negatively impact me to adopt some trashy partying lifestyle, screwing around with random women and compromising my integrity and throwing away my power. There are no new people in my life, and even if there ever were, I'd never tell Jamie, Kimmy, any of their associates, or anyone from my past, nor tell any new person about the details of the nightmare I've been put through by these massive psychopath fraud scumbag pieces of trash. If someone's my enemy, they're a serious bloody enemy I want to actually extremely brutally decimate the existence of and make them regret ever being born to come up against me, not goddamn bicker with about people in my life like some half-hearted garbage waving around some stupid ego. I don't know about a newer generation, but just because I'm not in the middle of World War II, that doesn't mean I'm okay, even compared to what my parents endured. I'm pretty sure neither of my parents actively had to deal with homelessness and multiple gang stalkers and hitmen sent after them and having to eat out of the garbage and insane smear campaigns from celebrities trying to frame them as a pedophile and trying to get them murdered and ruin their lives and drive them insane and trying to make them commit suicide. So maybe it's partially because I'm not part of some newer generation or whatever, but I most certainly do not see what I'm saying as trivial complaints compared to what my parents endured in whatever they endured. If anything, I'd say I've endured much worse. Pretty much the entire first over 30 years of my life have been constantly working extremely hard, seeing extremely little to no actually meaningful and beneficial results in anything I ever do, as everything I try to ever do gets extremely viciously, fully, knowingly, and intentionally, utmost maliciously sabotaged with absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent by every goddamn person I've ever known, betraying me and preying on my downfall, no matter how decent of a person I am to them. On top of extensive programming and video game development thoughts and efforts, I've never been able to have enough peace or stability in my life to actually be able to see to fruition because of the extent of intentional extreme malice subhuman filth has been inflicting on every possible aspect of my life constantly. I've been practically drowning constantly in extremely deep existential thoughts and matters literally daily, because Earth only proves to be more and more of a perpetual sheer hellish nightmare reeking dumpster fire the more I ever try to have any faith in humanity whatsoever. I've spent much of my life homeless, completely alone, and struggling extremely badly, no matter how hard I work on myself, and no matter how kind and careful I've been, while still being a decent person to everyone I've ever encountered, online or offline. I'm not okay with how my life's been, and I don't act like I am either. So I guess I'm neither like my parents nor whatever newer generation people are on. I also extremely strongly disagree with the notion that I'm just cold and want to find someone to cuddle with as some kind of seasonal vibe. My feelings for Kimmy are not a goddamn seasonal vibe. I've extremely consistently felt and demonstrated my feelings for her for the past 8 years, regardless of the weather or the season. Even as just an extremely obvious example, most of this podcast up to this point was actually done while it was warmer outside, and my position has always persisted with the same intensity the entire time regardless. It's not like I was goddamn taking my time waiting for it to become winter before my podcast reached this point. Nobody was actually intentionally cooperating with me or coordinating anything with good intentions towards me or behaving with my best interests in mind. And if people have at all tried to intentionally leave it until winter before starting to take what I'm saying even remotely seriously, then I argue even that is being done with intentional utmost malice towards me to try to discredit what I'm saying as if it's out of desperation or some kind of seasonal transient feeling, to effectively ultimately try to further justify their extreme disrespect and abusive, exploitative attitudes and behaviors towards me that in reality persist throughout every season. I'd never insist on this just because it's cold outside. Like I said, I've already survived the coldest of winter homeless before last year, and I've already basically done it again this year. I've already been surviving up to this point when it's already been snowing substantially on many days, with some days that have even literally had severe weather warnings, and I'm actually better equipped to handle it all than last winter even. I've never expressed feelings for Kimmy in some kind of codependent way, like out of some kind of extreme desperation or loneliness or something like that. And that hasn't changed even now. She's already proven to me long ago, exceedingly, extremely painfully clearly, that I literally can't ever rely on her for anything. So I'd just be beyond stupid to ever even consider it with how she's been treating me all these years. And it only increasingly infuriates me that I feel the need to reiterate that it should be extremely clear that is not, never has been, and never will be some kind of excuse for me to compromise my integrity, nor as any kind of indication I want or intend to ever pursue any kind of romantic and or sexual relations with anyone else for any reason at any point in time, whether or not it's a colder season. Truly, no amount of feeling rejected by Kimmy is ever going to make me change my position. It's just going to make me go even harder in deciding to decisively, publicly, officially attack and ultimately sue and press criminal charges on Kimmy and Jamie and anyone else abusing me and lying about me and trying to exploit what they perceive to be weakness or whatever in me that they think they can control me with, in leaving me in the extremely detrimental, life-threatening circumstances I've been forced into completely unjustly because of the excessive, relentlessly persistent, long-term, extremely severe disrespect and neglect I've been treated with for many years by many people that has been utmost primarily facilitated by Kimmy's attitude and behavior towards me the entire time. Kimmy rejecting me, and especially generally somehow trying to make me seem fake or indecisive or unintentional in my efforts, or as if I'm a bad person somehow, and unapologetically showing her the genuine extreme warmth and love and desire I have all these years that she's regularly, subtly shown quite notable receptiveness to over time, while she's the one extremely brutally refusing to even make an actually decisive decision on the future of our connection as extremely serious worst of enemies in an extremely serious and clear manner immediately if she's not going to promptly comply with my extremely obvious desires and embrace proper direct communication with me and genuinely lovingly start dating me. Is not at all a simple rejection or an appropriate or understandable or acceptable indecisiveness. It's an extremely serious, willful, knowingly extremely harmful existential assault and insult towards me at this point, and in reality has been only increasingly so for several years now, which her and her associates and many others to this day attempt increasingly, extremely viciously, abusively to ignore, deny, and cover up the reality of, fully, knowingly, and intentionally, entirely against my consent and to my detriment. And while one might attempt to argue the extent of malice and its being very much intentional is something that's just from my perspective and can be interpreted differently, the reality is that absolutely nobody has ever really been, and to this day is still not really at all, actually presenting any real or meaningful or adequate evidence to refute my claims, while in fact I'm only gathering an increasingly abundantly adequate collection of irrefutable, extremely damning, incriminating evidence against Kimmy and her associates that only further proves my assertions to be demonstrably completely correct. Like, what do you expect from me? A goddamn 24/7 live stream of me showing myself being homeless and literally digging through garbage cans for food while I sleep out in the cold and struggle extremely badly just to survive? Not only do I not have the resources to do that, but it also puts my safety in obvious extreme danger, especially with literal hitmen after me. Literally nobody can present any real or meaningful or adequate evidence whatsoever that I'm lying at all about my extremely brutal living circumstances and how thoroughly unwanting and undeserving of them I am. And to my knowledge, nobody is even really trying. So that should already be saying a lot, that despite everything I've said on this podcast and how extremely seriously I've publicly, officially called people out with irrefutable evidence documented and literally am planning and preparing to sue and press criminal charges on them instead of anyone actually meaningfully directly addressing anything I've said and actually trying to expose me as a fraud. Or, actually goddamn behave like decent human beings toward me for once in their goddamn bloody, massive fraud lives. People look down on me so extremely severely that they just carelessly, relentlessly, publicly slander me with blatant, complete lies to try to cover up how horrible they really have always been and to this day continue to be to me. I don't know which female friend Jamie's talking about breaking down bawling in therapy because of the state of her connection with. I still, to this day, see no solid evidence whatsoever to suggest Kimmy, Jamie, or any of their associates at all actually respect my gender identity, and I'd say that given the amount of demonstrable general disrespect they've been showing me, they probably don't really respect my gender identity either. But now Jamie's saying she thought female friendships don't mean a lot to her, but she realized they actually do, and she just avoids it because she's so scared. I don't consider myself a friend of Jamie or any of her associates at all, and I never have. None of them have ever actually treated me like anything I'd call a friend, but I don't know how she actually sees me exactly, or at least how she might be claiming to. And now that I'm exposing her and Kimmy for trying to frame me as a pedophile with massive lies, among other things, I'm pretty sure she'd try talking like she thought we were friends later and act like she respects my gender identity. Because I'm pretty damn sure she's in reality quite scared of me, and she's literally saying blatantly that she's scared. I'm pretty sure people like Kimmy, Lily, and Arya aren't having Jamie so scared she breaks down bawling in therapy over her connection with them. Ugh, why the bloody hell do I have to goddamn guess like this? This is such a massive goddamn insult. I have absolutely no pity or sympathy for her. She can go cry to her therapist or anyone else all she wants. It's not my problem she's afraid of dealing with this because she's such a goddamn scumbag demon. I don't goddamn owe her to make it less frightening for her to face reality. I don't owe her or her friends anything. I'm in bloody, extremely life-threatening deprivation, having multiple mental breakdowns daily with my blood boiling constantly and feeling like I want to go on a mass murder rampage in real life any moment for how unbelievably, extremely brutally I've been wronged by so many people that even the authorities are actively turning a blind eye to or even helping harm me, and I have to use unbelievably immense self-control that's extremely exhausting in and of itself to try to deal with, just to restrain myself from literally murdering people in real life out of extreme rage from the extent of injustice I'm blatantly actively being terrorized and tormented in such a criminal manner with. And this bloody criminal just gets to keep screwing around with lying extremely badly about me, even after everything I've done, instead of face any real consequences whatsoever for her crimes, as she extremely blatantly full-on cries and complains that she's scared to face this because she's such a goddamn psychopath. It's obviously not going to be pleasant for her to be exposed for trying to literally drive me insane and have me murdered to cover up her and others' crimes against me that are helping her try to drive me insane and have me murdered? I still don't know exactly what Jamie's involvement is in all of this, but that's not even the biggest problem. I definitely say that Kimmy's demonstrated much more than just narcissistic traits in how she's dealt with me. That's for sure. Kimmy has been the one that's been massively leading me on and utmost exploiting the genuine feelings she must know I've had all along for her. Because, like I've been saying, I've never had any romantic interest in or willing or intentional involvement romantically with any of Kimmy's associates, and that most certainly includes Jamie. Clearly, liars are gossiping and trying to force strange, non-consensual romantic ties between me and people. But I've already stated the reality of that extremely clearly, and it should have been rather obvious to Kimmy all along in reality. There's absolutely zero real evidence to prove otherwise. Kimmy is the one that I saw immediately aggressively tried to spin everything on me after I started exposing everything with this podcast. She tried to gaslight and manipulate me, and to this day is trying to publicly act like she isn't a massive psychopath narcissist for leaving my life how she's treated me. And even now she's trying to leave things in this extremely difficult spot where she can always try to shift the blame and play victim and try to leave me in the most miserable, deprived, detrimental spot that only punishes and hurts me entirely against my consent for any kindness, love, or respect I've ever given her. Even after I've been overcoming all of these gang stalkers and hitmen and being out in the cold and being extremely deprived of any real support or love or respect from anyone for so long, she later is trying to act like it makes sense for her to only then try reaching out to me or showing more clear feelings for me, or try to act like it's reasonable to expect to put all this in the past and force me to be simply friends with her, only after she knows it's really doomed, or after any chance at an actually healthy relationship between us is actually completely ruined. Kimmy's behavior is irrefutably extremely narcissistic and egregious abuse of her social status, of perceived credibility as an influencer or public figure, being a Twitch streamer and ASMR artist and general content creator, or whatever you want to call her. I refer to others like Jamie as narcissists because it seems rather reasonable to me to conclude that if Kimmy's like this, and these people are such good friends with Kimmy, who also especially seem involved in this massive smear campaign against me, the other people are also most likely massive narcissists like Kimmy too, except they never really get exposed by their targets like I'm exposing Kimmy right now. They probably usually fully consciously and intentionally actively conspire to get their targets murdered or spending life in a mental hospital or in and out of jail, and they end up successfully crippling them and leaving them unable to ever really expose the truth about how they were extremely brutally, relentlessly disrespected, abused, exploited, neglected, and abandoned and left for dead after being extremely brutally deprived of resources to even simply survive. And the more time passes, the more evidence I'm finding to support this assertion. It's really crazy that Jamie's out here saying she always takes accountability while doing the kinds of things she's doing. More like she always avoids accountability, even if that means doing slander, libel, criminal impersonation, and conspiracy and attempts to murder. There's no world where a podcast like this one I'm running exists, and yet Jamie still hasn't properly publicly addressed it, and yet somehow Jamie is the type that always takes accountability. Even if she addresses it directly at this point, that's not her having general inclinations towards living authentically. That's her being so extremely pressured to the point she was forced to face reality and stop trying to shift blame and avoid accountability through extreme lying and intentional attempts to cover up the extreme harm she knowingly inflicted on my life completely unjustly. She should be publicly apologizing profusely to me explicitly while specifically mentioning this podcast's existence and contents. And Kimmy's career should be irrecoverably destroyed already, but Jamie's continuing to extremely deviously gaslight and manipulate her associates, other people aware of this conflict, and the public at large into believing her or any of her associates have ever done anything to me except disrespect me, exploit me, harm me extremely badly, facilitate and conspire with others from my past to harm me extremely badly, and completely neglect and abandon me after seeing the extreme total harm that's been done as they extremely, viciously, unapologetically, relentlessly spread massive lies trying to cover up everything and continue to attempt to harm me as much as possible in the process to the point my life is irreparably destroyed and I end up dead in real life and unable to ever get anything even remotely resembling justice for the absolutely horrible, hellish nightmare of nightmares things subhuman filth have put me through when I never deserved it at all. Jamie either actually doesn't even understand what being a narcissist or being a psychopath even are, or she's intentionally playing extremely stupid and doing that thing she self-admitted just the other stream, where she plays dumb and lets people lecture her as if she doesn't know, while she's laughing in her head, thinking the person's stupid for not realizing she's being a manipulative piece of trash. Given the situation, it's pretty much certainly quite clearly the latter, where she's once again, extremely abusively forcing me to extensively elaborate on my perspective so she can't effectively try to make me look like some massive fraud to try to cover up her and others' massive crimes against me. Ugh. Sure, everyone might face temptation to be a manipulative, lying piece of trash and try to lie to people to get things at any cost. But that's not what I talk about when I say I'll succeed at any cost. If you lie to obtain something, your getting it is a lie itself. You're pretending to be a person deserving of it. So you don't actually have the life of someone who truly deserves it. You only appear to. That's not real success. That's just reaping short-term benefits of being a fraud. When I talk about success at any cost, I mean no amount of time, energy, pain, or past failures will ever deter me. If being willing to lie extremely badly and manipulate people into committing suicide through extreme abuse, disrespect, exploitation, neglect, and even ultimately literally criminal activity to get something isn't literally right up there with basically what being a psychopath and narcissist even means, then what the hell does Jamie think it means if she's going to say she only has narcissistic traits or whatever? The difference is a decent person doesn't see it as necessary to manipulate others with massive lies and abuse and how they deal with people in order to acquire things they want or feel like a winner in life. A decent person puts in the hard work to actually win in reality instead of being a huge fraud that's more concerned with appearing to be a winner in life than actually being one. Someone with only narcissistic traits might perhaps be willing to do much less harmful manipulation on a small scale to achieve selfish goals, but never go as far as seriously conspire to murder someone and display a level of blatantly demonstrable gross negligence like Jamie has in regards to a clear, massive contribution towards clearly, extremely seriously life-threatening distress and deprivation being expressed in a situation like my podcast has already extremely well established I've been expressing since early on. This is getting kind of lectury, but I want to make sure it's extremely clear I understand how life works, so there's no room for these massive frauds to once again try to make me look like the massive fraud here. There's a huge difference between being a decent person and simply being naive or unambitious. Even naive or unambitious people might not actually be decent, and someone that's decent can still be ambitious and not naive. Being naive means you're prone to being easily manipulated, but it doesn't mean you don't manipulate others yourself despite possibly being easy to manipulate. Being unambitious means you'll most likely end up going along with the crowd, but it's what many people in the crowd do regularly to lie to others about who they really are to impress people or try to get things they want. And most of the rest are willing to compromise their integrity or dignity simply if they were to be offered a large enough amount of money for them to consider it worthwhile to do so in pretty much any situation. I myself have understood these things long ago, even when I was young, but I never used them to try to justify subhuman filth behavior from myself, and I kept my standards high. But Jamie's saying she accepted something early to justify somehow trying to avoid accountability in this conflict? Is she basically admitting I'm correct that her and Kimmy have been trying to frame me with some kind of pedophile activity that in reality Kimmy engaged in with Jamie? And then there's that really weird way Jamie mentioned Kimmy and Lily apparently joking that Jamie's a narcissist. I really don't feel the need to do some really meticulous, elaborate explanation trying to differentiate interpretations of things like narcissism and psychopathy. But there's further evidence that there's some extremely strange thing going on where Kimmy, Jamie, and Lily are clearly closely involved in knowledge that would lead Kimmy and Lily to joke like that, leaving even less room for anyone to look even remotely decent, honest, or sane if they try to act like I'm delusional for making the kinds of assertions that I do and planning and preparing to sue and press criminal charges on these pieces of garbage. And then we have the stream Kimmy did a couple days later.
I just got the Discord notification 11. I held it off for so long. Honestly, I don't even know why I updated it. Anyway, fine. I will get with the I'll get with the, newer generation. Get with the program. Upgrade my Windows 10. I love Windows 10. Let me introduce my earrings. Do these earrings look familiar? Yeah, they look like bikini bottom earrings from SpongeBob. When I got them, it wasn't even advertised as SpongeBob earrings. I just saw them and I'm like, there's no way those are not SpongeBob earrings. So I got them. Also, let me introduce my sweater today. It's like really baggy and then really tight around the wrist, and it has very deep grooves. I don't know what this is called, but it is very, very cozy. It's giving Star Wars Senator. I'll take it. I love Star Wars. Wait, is the Star Wars Senator good or bad? I forgot. Let me check. I do see a bunch of other pictures. Wow, I did not realize Star Wars had such fancy outfits. Anyway, would you guys be my... Wait, okay, so are Jedis, like, young? Like, would you guys be, like, my Jedis? Padawan. What is a Padawan? An apprentice Jedi, a youthful or... There are a lot of ambulances today. Alright, my Padawans. You've been working hard and it's time to relax. We did not know we were going to be... Bro, we are literally living in Star Wars right now. There are just sirens everywhere. Relax to the sirens. Relax. Anyway, continuing on. Sorry, I'm getting water. Continuing on today's Star Wars roleplay stream. No, we're not gonna do that. Welcome back, everybody. Today we have a very special stream. For the first 30 minutes, we're just gonna chat, relax, collect into the stream for tonight. I hope you guys are all enjoying the holiday season and not overworking yourself too much. I will say, everybody that I know and have been talking to are dying right now because everyone is overworking themselves. But it's okay because the holidays are soon and you'll all get to relax, shut off your brain for a couple weeks and relax. It'll all be worth it. think you started with rage-inducing content. Dude, and now I relax people. I started as a League of Legends solo queue streamer. Me, I'm the same person that started streaming as a League of Legends solo queuer. Do you guys remember those times? I was literally a keyboard warrior. I was literally like... that was literally me. But little did I know that all of us just needed therapy and everything would be okay. Oh boy. Pull up her whole league log, she's gonna get cancelled. I never said anything that would get me cancelled. If anything, I would just say things like, "You're so stupid! You freaking idiot!" I never said anything like really bad. I would just make them re-question why they make their life choices, and they should make better ones. But anyway. How many of you guys in chat have one of my candles right now? Maybe at least like 3, right? Anyone here? No one? Okay, that is a lie, because I remember sending a lot of you guys my candles. I literally have your name and address and all your information. I know. It's okay, you can trust me. I am a good person. I would never use and abuse your information. I am so angel. I am so angel. Yay. Okay, everyone who has one of my candles, I need you guys to light it right now so we can all be experiencing candles and ASMR. Wait, oh my god, that's such a cute idea. I can like come out with an ASMR Monday candle. So like anybody who would want to can like, we can all light the same scent at the same time. That is so... Whoa. We'd all be smelling the same. Oh my god, I'm like born to be a businesswoman. I think I found my calling in life, guys. Oh my god. I think 2025 is gonna be my CEO arc. Yeah. Ruthless businesswoman, Angels ASMR. She can be a ruthless businesswoman and she can relax people to go to sleep. That's me. Oh my god, wait, that emote is so good. It's like Santa, but it looks like it'd be Santa if he was a
I don't know why Kimmy felt like specifically mentioning getting a Discord notification for going live randomly. That notification has existed for quite a long time as far as I'm aware, so it's nothing new or particularly worth mentioning. She didn't provide any elaboration as to why she randomly said it either, and I don't believe for even a second that it was completely random and harmless with zero ulterior motives behind it, knowing how Kimmy operates. Seems exceptionally strange to me with all this strange, shady Discord-related stuff I've seen happening, like Jamie deciding to make some weird exclusive Discord server that seems to have some serious relation to her involvement in the criminal perpetuation of extremely serious, extremely false narratives about me, entirely against my consent to my detriment. It doesn't appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or give anyone any leverage over me that Kimmy updated her computer to Windows 11. She literally said she doesn't know why she updated it. I have no idea why she did either. If she likes Windows 10, then she should have just stayed on it. I myself don't even use Windows at all, or Mac. I use Linux, and I don't benefit anything from anyone particularly using any operating system. She got earrings she felt compelled to relate to SpongeBob, which I suppose I should reiterate, just like anything else she wears in her content, does not appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me. I guess that whole thing probably ties back to something shady back from Kimmy's childhood with her family. She probably has people in her family and or people in direct contact with her family causing drama and whatnot behind the scenes. If I had to take a wild guess, it might have to do with a woman she brought on her stream once years ago. One of her cousins. I forgot her name. Anyway, regardless, it doesn't really matter all that much to me. There's nothing anyone in Kimmy's family or anyone else from her life can ever say or do to appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me. I find it quite strange Kimmy said she loves Star Wars because I've never heard her express any kind of liking for it in the entire 8 years I've followed her. I'm not, nor have I ever been at all a fan of Star Wars myself. I do not and have never particularly enjoyed it or had any particular interest in it at all. No mention or relation to it appeases me or forces me to shut up or change my position or offers anyone any leverage over me. I certainly don't care for or benefit from Star Wars roleplay, although I recall that extremely scummy uncle I cut off long ago named John had some strange fixation with Star Wars. Maybe the strange sudden relevance is further evidence of Kimmy's energetic involvement in conspiring and attempting to murder me in collaboration with my biological relatives. That's how I'll see it. Quite damning. I've been hearing more extremely strange, creepy things in readings. I suspect that my biological Uncle John fraudulently got married to my cousin Vivian under my name, and that's why my biological relatives never want me to get married, because then their criminal fraudulent marriage under my name will be exposed and people will be going to prison for things they've done to me. I literally haven't spoken to or met Vivian in many years, and I know there's absolutely zero real evidence to prove otherwise. I certainly do not, never have, and never will consent to marrying her. Let the record show I've explicitly, extremely clearly stated that any marriage that might currently exist under my name is completely fraudulent. I've never married anyone, and do not, never have, and never will consent to anyone else marrying anyone under my name or through impersonating me somehow, and there's absolutely zero real evidence to at all prove otherwise. I've noticed Kimmy uses a small selection of words to describe her viewers entering her stream. Usually it's like trickling, but there it was collecting, which I've never heard her use before to describe that, and seems quite strange to me. I have a strange feeling there's some specific purpose or reason behind the scenes for her word choice there at different times, but I really don't know much of the details about that if I'm correct. Regardless, I feel compelled to say that no reference to Kimmy waiting for people at the beginning of her streams appeases me or forces me to shut up or change my position or offers anyone any leverage over me. I'm not trying to turn any part of this podcast into me complaining about mundane things, but I didn't enjoy the holiday season at all. Although that shouldn't even be in question if you have even a speck of anything even really resembling real respect for me, taking into consideration the extremely unpleasant, brutal living circumstances and overall life circumstances I've extremely clearly stated and been proving I'm extremely unjustly being forced to endure right now because of massive pieces of garbage having exceeding indecency to force me to have to endlessly bloody repeat myself on the extremely clear facts that should have been producing extremely different results right now instead of the bloody perpetual sheer hellish nightmare of nightmares I'm currently experiencing. I would complain about overworking, but I've been doing little for well over the past decade other than working on goddamn improving my bloody hellish nightmare deprived miserable life that every goddamn piece of trash I've ever had the misfortune of knowing in my life so extremely disrespected and neglected me to the point I've been homeless and eating out of the garbage for many years despite working extremely hard every day to improve my life. That's not a holiday thing. It's just an every day of my damn miserable bloody life thing. There was no couple weeks I shut off my brain. There wasn't even a couple days I shut off my brain. Putting aside preparing to sue and press criminal charges on people that have clearly, actively, intentionally conspired against me to ultimately leave me in such extreme life-threatening deprivation, and also putting aside preparing to eventually commit extremely serious massive acts of terrorism and mass murder to make a point to this bloody reeking dumpster fire hellhole of a broken, corrupt, trashy society, I still have video game development programming to do for my business that I'll pursue even if I'm abandoned and homeless and everything like I currently am. If I'm going to end up becoming a massive terrorist serial killer, I can't do it like a chump. I'm not trying to end up being easily susceptible to being framed to most as some weird, creepy, pathetic stalker loser that wrote some garbage manifesto and did some weird, pathetic podcast for a while and then ended up killing some people and crashing out ultra hard and getting killed or ending up in prison for life like a massive failure. No. First, I have to make sure I establish myself as someone with serious skills that can build a company and become successful even in a highly competitive industry, and even despite insane, unbelievable, extremely life-threatening obstacles, all these subhuman filth, clearly, publicly, and privately, most maliciously, absolutely unconditionally preying on my downfall, have tried to destroy me by relentlessly, endlessly trying to leave me drowning in. Someone who irrefutably, extremely clearly is extremely hardworking and dignified in reality, and must have had an extremely bright and positive future ahead of them, and was clearly, extremely, completely deserving of a wonderful, happy life I've clearly always wanted with Kimmy, before she irreparably, absolutely, unacceptably, unbelievably, extremely brutally crushed my heart and absolutely devastated me so irreparably, insurmountably, extremely deeply beyond words with her behavior that she drove me to becoming a terrorist serial killer no matter what anyone ever says or does, and even if I clearly am visibly successful professionally and perhaps even adored by at least some people. I'll be so extremely irrefutably proving how much of an unbelievably massive, absolutely unconditionally, thoroughly irredeemable scumbag, subhuman filth, demon, absolute psychopath, narcissist Kimmy really is for massively leading me on and terrorizing, tormenting, humiliating, abusing, neglecting, and exploiting me for 8 goddamn bloody hellish nightmare of nightmares years, and then ultimately, effectively, absolutely, unconditionally, unacceptably, extremely brutally, deviously rejecting and abandoning me after so long that she's been absolutely awful beyond words to me, like it really seems she's so extremely painfully, clearly dead set on doing, with how she's continuing to refuse any proper direct communication with me at all whatsoever, even to the end of this winter. To the point where any even remote notion of any hope of anything even resembling a truly healthy and genuine relationship between us is truly, absolutely, unconditionally eliminated forever, even despite the fact that I'll extremely clearly, absolutely, unconditionally, unwaveringly make sure I'm making it absolutely, unquestionably, extremely clear that I'll never move on or entertain any kind or extent of romantic and or sexual relations with anyone else or ever at all validate Kimmy's effective rejection of me or her general mistreatment towards me for any reason regardless. And this time, I'm seriously, absolutely, unconditionally done with ever giving Kimmy extensions on some kind of deadline or even more goddamn chances to behave like anything even remotely resembling an even remotely decent human being towards me. It seriously becomes absolutely unconditionally doomed if for no other reason than sheer, blatant, egregious, absolutely unconditionally unacceptable, exceedingly extreme, inconsiderate, gross negligence and unapologetic disrespect from her towards me that extremely seriously becomes extremely clearly intentionally expected to be literally boundlessly tolerated by me if I continue to entertain it at all ever again for any reason. It's seriously, truly, absolutely, unconditionally unacceptable to me for anyone to have such an expectation from me in any context where we have anything even remotely resembling a good connection between us, and neither Kimmy nor anyone else has ever had any even remotely actually adequate reason to believe otherwise, especially with how I've extensively, repeatedly, clearly tried extremely hard to establish proper boundaries. Like I said, I've shown Kimmy in the past what even just a few days of me working hard on my video game development endeavors without tolerating distractions can really do. With me no longer having to constantly fight against extreme defamation as I expose Kimmy and her associates, and me no longer having anything even remotely resembling any even remotely adequate reason to ever even possibly consider showing Kimmy or anyone else any kind of mercy or kindness about all this ever again, that I know Kimmy's just going to continue to make the extremely grave mistake of taking as weakness or fakeness or some kind of opportunity or permission to abuse and attempt to exploit me even further entirely against my consent and to my detriment with. She can actually just go kill herself if she's going to just bloody have yet another goddamn existential crisis mental breakdown in public that she extremely painfully clearly in reality has absolutely no real intention whatsoever of ever treating me even remotely decently, entirely regardless of how I behave towards her despite her having. There will be absolutely no more of me ever sharing any sneak peek details of what I'm doing or generally holding back at all to try to help her or improve her life because of the completely genuine, extremely deep love I've had for her all along that she extremely painfully clearly would be absolutely unconditionally, unquestionably proving she's absolutely unconditionally, utterly incapable of or unwilling to ever actually show me anything even remotely resembling actually adequate appreciation towards or reciprocation of. One way or another, I'm about to start really going places soon, even despite everything I've had to fight through, no matter whether Kimmy or any of her associates or anyone else likes it or not. Besides, I have to show how savage a permanent chief of the Shadow Confederation with a core value of refined, pure, bidirectional apprehension can really be if subhuman filth really insists on pushing me. I'm out here literally calling myself a god. I can't call myself a world leader and all this and just shoot up a building or bomb one place and release a manifesto or some recordings on a podcast and be done with it. No. That's far too easy to slander and discredit until I just look like an unhinged, pathetic loser. Not just by Kimmy and her associates, but by the mainstream media and various other content creators and distribution channels of information. I need to be ready and prepared to strategically bomb building after building over a prolonged period of time and have a series of many days, weeks, months, and maybe even years of murdering many people and injuring many others over a sustained, prolonged period of time, all pointing it back to extreme, criminal, blatantly terroristic, extremely life-threatening levels of disrespect, exploitation, neglect, defamation, and other abuse and crimes that were committed and facilitated by Kimmy and her associates along with every other subhuman filth I've had the extreme misfortune of ever being at all significantly close to in my unbelievably extremely tragic life, who were all ultimately enabled by the government that might as well in and of itself be considered a terrorist organization as far as I'm concerned at this point. I need to cause damage and strike fear in people's hearts in a manner that's sustained long enough that it becomes a large and serious enough issue that it's thoroughly impossible to try to just paint me as a pathetic, unhinged loser and just move past it while it ultimately has little to no meaningful impact in the bigger picture of things. If I'm going to end up having to take a bunch of people's lives and destroy a bunch of buildings and scare millions of people and stuff, I should at least make sure I'm forcing society to seriously change for the better because of it. Otherwise, any semblance of ever being dignified disappears forever from me, and I'd just end up validating the narratives of the subhuman filth treating me like the world would be a better place if I just committed suicide or got murdered in real life. I'd also focus on maximizing my terrorism for causing that change as quickly as possible so people can't act like I'm having too much fun killing people or as if I'm confused on what I'm really doing. Not to mention that I'd basically consider it all a huge pathetic waste of my time and energy anyway if meaningful change didn't occur in my lifetime while I was at liberty to actually enjoy and benefit from it. No, I'm not joking. I'm not trying to become some Jesus dying on the cross for others' sins. It seems to me the first step of my dark path to being a terrorist serial killer is the same step I'd take if Kimmy was actually anything even remotely resembling a decent human being and had chosen to directly contact me in the very near future instead of decisively, irrefutably, irrecoverably, irredeemably, absolutely unconditionally solidifying my utter despise of humanity and especially her and all her associates. Gathering my strength and putting enough time and energy into sufficiently securing both meaningful positive impact I would have demonstrably provided to the world with utilization of demonstrable exceptional skill and dedication in a field such as video game development, combined with an accompanying prosperity in my financial circumstances. That way, my terrorism and mass murder definitely wouldn't be able to be seen as an act of pathetic desperation or blind impulsive rage. It would be so extremely clearly meticulously calculated and executed with conviction and dedication that, combined with things like this podcast and whatever other writings or works I might release on how extremely tragic my unbelievably extremely brutal, miserable life has been to lead to that point, people would be absolutely forced to acknowledge that someone driven that intensely to such extreme destruction must have some kind of truly considerably noteworthy reason and be a generally exceptional individual that definitely shouldn't have ever ended up so miserable they'd want to and actually end up executing doing such things, meaning immediately it would lead to an understanding of being extremely deeply wronged by an unbelievably, extremely horrible, demonic, subhuman filth piece of garbage, and ultimately an extremely broken, corrupt society at large. But I've already been disappointed by humanity as a whole so many times that I've even extremely seriously considered that thinking anyone would ever have the decency or sanity to actually empathize with my life in any actually meaningful capacity is extremely stupid, to the point where I know it shouldn't be the primary focus for me. Even if people don't ever see me for how I really am or treat me in a manner I consider even remotely worthwhile to actually be close to anyone at all ever again, at least society wouldn't be able to ignore the killing and destruction they caused me to do. If they insist on endlessly continuing the same terrorism to me, despite knowing the consequences, I'd just insist on following through with what I'm seeing here and ultimately endlessly continuing terrorizing society back. At least it might just barely make my life feel worth living. While I can't imagine it making any real sense to mention my video game development progress on this podcast in detail, or provide anything resembling advertising of it, especially such that the subhuman filth obviously aware of this podcast might use that information to try to sabotage my efforts in that regard in the early stages while it's a lot more vulnerable to malicious efforts of others, I'm sure I'll be able to come up with some way to prevent Kimmy or any of her associates from trying to accidentally help me or somehow behave in a manner they can try to manipulate to make it seem like I'm a fraud or should look favorably on any of them after they all absolutely, unconditionally, unacceptably, extremely severely disrespected and neglected me when I needed them to give a damn the most. I will make sure it's absolutely unconditionally certain that they cannot sabotage my efforts to persist in making it extremely evident that since they were never anything even remotely resembling friends or even decent human beings towards me, in this time, they most certainly absolutely unconditionally cannot effectively even really attempt to redeem themselves later when such things are truly absolutely unconditionally impossible for them to ever in reality achieve. I don't feel the need to go into extensive detail on exactly my strategy to achieve ensuring these things, since I'm not trying to enable anyone to attempt to sabotage those either. But you'd best believe me when I say I already have some ideas I'll be putting into action soon enough if things are really going to continue how they have been. Since Kimmy extremely viciously, relentlessly, utterly refuses to treat me actually properly, no matter how patient and loving and forgiving I'm trying to be to her, within any even remotely actually reasonable or viable or tolerable boundaries, my rise will be her fall, her doom of a downward spiral into probably suicide or getting murdered, instead of the mutually beneficial, wonderful power couple kind of dynamic I wanted us to have. To say it's disappointing is a massive understatement. Words truly can't ever describe the sadness, anger, disappointment, and trauma it will forever cause me. There's really nothing that would ever even remotely possibly be able to make it better at all. But Kimmy's choosing to make that decision the way she's been behaving, and I've done my very best to give her an abundance of chances to decide differently and behave decently towards me before it's seriously too late, and that's no longer realistically an option. If she's actually such a piece of trash that she's so disgusted and turned off by me and wants to see me miserable so badly that she's treated me how she has, and yet she has no genuine or meaningful or significant, adequately strong, reciprocated feelings towards me this whole time, and she'd seriously rather have her life brutally, completely destroyed than properly embrace a genuine, healthy, loving relationship with me, then she truly deserves the extremely dark doom and destruction and completely unwanted hellish nightmare of nightmares she has coming in her life for what she's done to me. I'm not going to force her to be with me if she really doesn't want to. I'll just completely destroy her life like she deserves, no matter the cost. Like I said, I never wanted to be with someone that doesn't love me anyways, and I don't want to be with anyone but Kimmy. So if Kimmy doesn't really, truly, meaningfully love me and have genuine, extremely serious desire, willingness, and capability to prove it and behave accordingly, then I'll seriously never be with anyone, absolutely unconditionally, and I'll seriously make it my life's purpose to make Kimmy truly, extremely, deeply regret ever being born and absolutely destroy her life and the lives of anyone she ever loves or keeps close. Yes, I'm being serious. Dead serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my entire life, and I really couldn't care less what you think or have to say about it, no matter who you are. I don't know why Kimmy keeps talking about feeling like she grew up together with her viewers. If she thinks she can act like I should look at all her extreme abuse with fondness and forgive her or something like that just because we have a lengthy past with each other, she's extremely severely mistaken. Extremely severely mistaken, I'm telling you. I don't let people force trauma bonds on me, and there's certainly no shortage of people that have tried. I don't believe Kimmy was naive in how she dealt with me back when I met her, nor in how she behaved towards me throughout the years, nor do I believe she's being naive now. Also, I myself do not agree with myself being seen as naive back in the beginning of my connection with Kimmy, nor throughout, nor now. In fact, I consider myself quite extremely far from naive in how I've handled dealing with various people in my life who have all been extremely selfish in how they dealt with me. I could see they viciously insisted on treating me like the warmth I show is weakness, fakeness, or generally loosely decided on by me, even when I wouldn't even try to hide that I want them to believe it really isn't. That certainly includes Kimmy, but I'm not even just talking about Kimmy and her associates. Like I've been saying, everyone at all significantly close to me, in closer physical proximity to me, also received the same kind of treatment from me, yet also viewed me similarly and disrespected me in a similar manner within their own capabilities and lifestyles. Kimmy talks about being toxic and raging in League of Legends, but I never thought she was all that toxic when she played it. I don't know if people are talking about how she played around the very beginning of her streaming career, because I didn't know about her back then, so maybe she was more toxic, but she wasn't really much of a rager when I started watching, at least from my perspective. She'd talk in the in-game chat sometimes, but it was so, whatever to me. If she's trying to act like I'm trying to blackmail her with her raging in League of Legends or trying to enable anyone else to, that's completely false. I've never tried that. I've never even considered it. And I really don't see that ever changing. I don't know of any raging she's ever done in League of Legends that would even be close to cancellation worthy, and I've never been looking for such a thing either, nor do I particularly care. The only really meaningful clip I even have of her playing League of Legends at all is that really shady one I've already shared before on this podcast, showing how I used to be in her Twitch chat and she reacted clearly with romantic intent or context or whatever you want to call it in response to my existence as such, where I further proved she was never actually loyal to me or even really taking our connection seriously. But from the beginning, she'd publicly, deviously act like she actually cared whenever it'd selfishly benefit her somehow and discredit me entirely against my consent and to my detriment, even though I made it extremely apparent very early on, privately and publicly, that I myself have always had extremely serious, genuine feelings for her. My feelings have never had anything to do with League of Legends. She happened to stream it a lot when I first came across her stream, but that wasn't the reason I stuck around. I've already explained that I saw her as an extremely serious romantic prospect of life partner, commitment level potential from what I saw and experienced of her, and that was enough for me to want to get to know her on a deeper level, which was why I stuck around and gave her so much time and energy and attention instead of pouring all that into my own business, working by myself on my video game development endeavors. I didn't want to lose out on what I saw as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to embrace committing to spending my life with the love of my life in an actually genuine, healthy relationship. It wouldn't have mattered what video game she was playing on stream, if any, just like it still doesn't matter now. She goes on to say, little did I know we all just needed therapy, which certainly makes it seem as if I was always someone with anger issues and other mental health issues like her or something, and as if I want or need or have received therapy or something, basically trying to further dismiss any real or meaningful accountability from her, and basically acting like somehow this conflict is practically already resolved even. What the bloody hell? This is the kind of blood-boiling, mass murder, rage-inducing behavior I'm talking about. My anger is not and has never been anger issues. I'm angry because I'm being lied about and abused and exploited and neglected extremely viciously by many people, and I'm not a pathetic pushover. There's no goddamn therapy that resolves perpetually being treated like this. People go to therapy because they don't have the intellectual and or emotional facilities to maturely deal with abuse like this from others by themselves. But that's what me defending myself over the years and ultimately resulting in me making a goddamn podcast with several hour-long releases, one after the next, exposing the psychopaths doing literal crimes against me is for. retaining my dignity and solidifying my integrity so I'm not left in a position where my life's in such shambles that I'd actually need or benefit from therapy if I managed to somehow retain the willpower to even continue caring to remain living at all without it, which I find rather unlikely to begin with if I was the type to live so carelessly with the kind of life I've had to endure. Like I've said many times before, I have no ulterior motives here, and this sure as bloody hell isn't fun for me. Watching the content I address on this podcast isn't therapeutic. Making this podcast isn't therapeutic. Dealing with the extremely detrimental living circumstances I'm being forced to deal with isn't therapeutic. All the chaos and drama I've had to fight through over the last several years hasn't been therapeutic. Everything being inflicted on me is quite extremely the complete opposite of anything meaningfully, conceivably therapeutic. It's utmost damaging to my physical, mental, and spiritual health. It's wholly the most negative and damaging situation I could ever have to endure in every regard. It's only through the sheer strength of my mental framework and my core value its foundation is laid upon that I'm able to turn any of this trash into something at all actually conceivably or meaningfully positive for myself, not through any desires or efforts of anyone else. I feel compelled to make sure I've made it extremely clear that I'm not attending therapy. I've never felt the need to attend therapy in the past, and I have no desire or intent, nor do I feel any need to attend therapy anytime in the future, neither from someone formally licensed nor informally, nor do I even have anyone I've ever had in my life at all that I'd ever consider trusting or being vulnerable with in a capacity to even really approach anything meaningfully even resembling therapy. And I'm not, never was, and never will be looking for such a person either, especially with how my life's been turning out. If I ever have a problem that others might feel the need to go to a therapist for, I'd be a therapist for myself and consider that adequate, regardless of what anyone else thinks. Living my life that way has worked far better for me than any alternative anyone's ever suggested or that I can think of. I'm not even going to be nice about it, and clearly I really shouldn't be. So anyone that wants to act confused or indecisive can get the point extremely clearly. If you think I want or need therapy, kill yourself. Actually, just kill yourself if you're going to maintain that kind of attitude with me. I've already explained in great detail being professionally evaluated on court order and handling the licensed mental health professionals with them saying they were literally honored to meet me. I've extensively proven my perspective is exceptionally outstandingly aware and mature, especially compared to the regularly quite immature and often even also disingenuous takes that massive frauds like Kimmy and Jamie present. I've irrefutably proven that even after everything I've been put through, there's irrefutably, objectively, extremely sound reasoning why my same exact perspective of being pushed down an extremely dark and destructive path has only been further reinforced with how I've been treated all these years, effectively only pushing me down a path of becoming a terrorist serial killer more than anything else at this point. The evidence only continues to prove this is an issue with society and the pieces of trash I've had the misfortune of ever having had somehow close to me in my life, and how anyone actually significant at all in my life always takes their side for selfish gain or cowers away from me entirely like a massive loser upon seeing I actually have a strong mind and extremely malicious enemies, instead of actually behaving at all meaningfully supportive towards me, if even generally decently at all. There's no goddamn therapy that's going to help me. The only thing that would ever have a meaningfully soothing effect would be receiving direct communication with loving warmth directly from Kimmy in the very near future. The only thing. If that doesn't happen, then I'd seriously sooner turn into a terrorist mass murderer in real life than ever even consider therapy even remotely useful in my entire life. And if you doubt that at all for even a second, then you really, really don't know me. And it's not like I've been trying to hide who I am either. So that just means you're exceedingly, extremely, deeply delusional and mentally ill. Like I've been saying, neither Kimmy nor Jamie nor any of their associates have communicated directly or clearly with me. None of them, nor anyone from my past, have ever actually provided me with anything, even remotely resembling therapy. Any of these people or anyone else receiving therapy of any kind, to any extent, ever, at any point in time, for any reason, does not appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me, ever. Anyone at all claiming or so much as attempting somehow to communicate otherwise is completely incorrect and should be treated as fully consciously and intentionally lying with utmost, absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent towards me, which, once again, absolutely unconditionally does not ever change my position either, regardless. I find it quite curious that just as I start really publicly exposing the truth of how much of an unhinged narcissist psychopath Kimmy really is, Kimmy suddenly decides it's a good idea to start a business where she just so happens to start collecting addresses and other personal information of her viewers, and proceeds to then shortly thereafter go on stream and passive-aggressively threaten or blackmail her audience to speak up in her Twitch chat about buying her candles. I mean, I certainly haven't bought any of her candles and don't ever plan to, so I'm not concerned about her having any address to try to bring harm to me at with it. But it really makes you wonder if there's really some devious, malicious intent to try to seriously blackmail certain people in her audience as the truth of her personality eventually becomes known to the larger public sooner or later. I've seen her talk about it many times now, so I want to make sure it's extremely clear that I've never been debating Kimmy's zodiac sign, and although she seems to consider it significant, I've never really cared for astrology or considered it anything particularly significant to this conflict. The month Kimmy was born certainly doesn't justify her being a criminal or generally extremely selfish and narcissistic and abusive and neglectful and harmful towards me and exploiting me extremely viciously for many years entirely against my consent and then conspiring and attempting to murder me to cover it up. It also isn't going to save her from the extremely harmful consequences to her own life and anyone else involved in all the harm brought to me through her behavior that insisting on this kind of attitude will absolutely unconditionally ultimately result in. It also seems perhaps worth mentioning that I really don't care so much about whether or not Kimmy's camera is flipped. I'm not even paying attention to her content to enjoy it at all, so it's perhaps just worth mentioning that I have no want or need to debate with Kimmy about whether or not her audio or video is or should be flipped at all. Any specific details that might have some kind of different meaning to people or something due to her at times flipping the view of her camera also aren't anything I've ever cared to debate about. This is perhaps a more minor detail, but at this point, I've been left feeling like I need to be extremely meticulous, addressing even small possible lies like this that might be abused to fabricate some kind of elaborate, deeper meanings that are in reality all completely false. I certainly wouldn't put such a thing past the kinds of criminals and generally morally bankrupt scumbags I'm clearly dealing with. I don't know why Kimmy decided to adopt a heavily blue aesthetic, but blue has never been a color I've particularly liked, and nobody ever adopting a blue aesthetic to any extent at any time for any reason has ever appeased me or forced me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me. It seems rather excessive to be insignificant. Posters on her wall, coordinating it with what's playing on her TV, and getting similar colors for her keyboard and mouse, and the timing of it that she decides to completely change her color scheme as she's clearly trying to once again repeat the same bloody miserable cycles over and over, and how she deals with this conflict to the point she's clearly expecting and hoping to somehow successfully, extremely deviously, publicly coerce and abuse me into validating her unbelievably extremely predatory, fakeness-filled attitude and behavior in how she deals with me. I really don't care about the skin tone color theory thing, whatever it's called, that people go to Korea to get themselves tested for. It doesn't bother me or change anything that Kimmy's apparently cool toned, and I never particularly cared whether she uses warm or cool tones in her content or in general in her life when decorating or styling things. I'd even go so far as to say I disagree that warm tones are necessarily more cozy, because, at least for me personally, it really depends, and I wouldn't say there's a default. I don't know or really care if Kimmy actually sees using warm tones in her surroundings as a compromise, because I know that that's never been something that at all should be a barrier to our connection. If she's compromising her preferences in her usage of colors anywhere in her life, whether in content or not, it's certainly not and never has been for my benefit at all. And it never has and does not and never will appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me, no matter what tone colors Kimmy uses for anything in her content. And that applies to anyone else messing around with tones of colors as well. That never even should have been a relevant topic for me to feel the need to address, but the extent of extremely malicious, blatant lies about me really has clearly been so massive that it's become necessary for reasons I'm not even really aware of the details of. Things like this make me extremely livid, and rightfully so, and then pieces of trash like Kimmy and Jamie try to massively, extremely seriously slander me and act like it means I have anger issues or I'm mentally unstable or fake or somehow a bad person, when really it's just intentional, extremely malicious abuse being relentlessly inflicted on me that doesn't benefit me at all to be subjected to, and I do not, never have, and never will consent to at all, that completely existentially terrorizes me and puts my physical, mental, and spiritual health in extreme jeopardy and forces me to have to try to stay calm and address among what's already extremely brutal circumstances, while I actually feel like extremely brutally bloody murdering someone for having to still bloody deal with this toxic garbage even now. Kimmy's acting like she's some grounding force in my life, but really she's completely upheaved the immense stability I worked so extremely hard for so extremely long to achieve in my life before I met her, very much, extremely, and very much perceptibly, demonstrably, as I've been proving time after time on this podcast. And she extremely, viciously, brutally, unapologetically left me to die, as I had to work unbelievably, extremely hard to try to get any semblance of it back entirely on my own, against the most nightmarish odds that most people probably wouldn't have even come out alive from, much less in a state capable of releasing something like this ever. I've also never really struggled with consistency myself, and any attempts to make me appear otherwise have in reality been the result of extreme and often rather devious abuse and indecisiveness and instability in others that essentially forced onto me the burden of having to deal with their insanity. There's no schedule I've ever had to adhere to for any of the messages I've sent in the past, nor for my podcast releases, because I don't owe them to anyone and don't have ulterior motives, and I've been extremely authentic all the time, all along. I intentionally have to calculate what's happening and what direction I can irrefutably prove people are trying to screw me over by them going, when they're trying to steamroll over my integrity and soul. I need to see them clearly committing to trying to pass off blatant lies as truth sometimes in order to firmly establish my position and apply utmost pressure to hinder them from continuing the endless bloody barrage of abuse and criminal behavior being inflicted on me. Sometimes, part of the reason it's taken as long as it has to make certain releases is because I just need time to process things adequately under extremely stressful circumstances I'm in, personally, so I take the time I feel I need. It's not laziness, incompetence, or indecisiveness. I don't owe anyone or have any actual clear notion of a meaningful deadline for any release I make, especially since the one goal I actually have just seems like Kimmy wants to make it completely out of reach, effectively literally no matter what I do or when I release things or what's in them. So it's a prioritization and purpose thing with the timing of releases on this podcast, not a struggle with consistency or schedules or beliefs or any other kind of incompetency or degeneracy on my end. I've never struggled with those things in other aspects of my life either. My position might seem inconsistent with giving deadlines or firm positions on timing to Kimmy and then showing flexibility, but that's consistency with my integrity over some kind of pride and consistency of a statement about timing where I later see people viciously abusing my life to try to rob me of my soul and compromise my integrity with perception. They can bully or abuse or manipulate or deprive me into being robbed of my dignity and integrity and soul as they fully knowingly and intentionally, completely non-consensually misrepresent the real reasoning for me ever insisting on some kind of deadline in the first place. If Kimmy hadn't done various certain things at times that gave some kind of meaningful reason for me to consider giving her more chances to behave decently, I never would have given her those chances. And if it reaches a point where there's truly nothing actually meaningful or adequate that she could ever do to justify even further continued abuse and neglect, if she chooses to continue her abuse and neglect regardless, then I truly will absolutely unconditionally, firmly, decisively cease to give her any such chances and instead extremely seriously plan and ultimately pursue suing her and pressing criminal charges on her, and regardless ultimately becoming a terrorist mass murderer in real life and making her life in real life the worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares that makes her regret ever being born, and anyone she dates or keeps close regret having her in their lives. And there's truly nothing anyone can ever say or do to change my mind if she really pushes me there. It's really insane, and not in a good way, that Kimmy can call some random ASMR trigger literally life-changing while so deep into actively having to deal with a conflict like this. And whether she was joking or being sarcastic or exaggerating or being dramatic or whatever she might want to call it or not, I'm going to make sure I've addressed this extremely clearly. It should have already been implied and obvious with everything I've already said, but I want to make sure there's absolutely no even remotely adequate room for any kind of perceivably reasonable doubt. There's no ASMR trigger that would be life-changing for me. Absolutely none. And nobody has ever had any even remotely adequate reason to believe otherwise. If anyone ever attempts to communicate otherwise, it should be assumed they are fully knowingly and intentionally lying with utmost malice towards me that I do not, never have, and never will consent to, and that does not, never has, and never will in reality benefit me at all in any manner I will ever appreciate or embrace or validate at all. I also don't know why Kimmy's suddenly recently developed some strange fixation with her and her viewers doing the same thing at the same time, as if that means anything special or particularly meaningful to me. I feel compelled to make it extremely clear that there's absolutely nothing Kimmy or anyone else could ever do in content or in general with any desire or intent to engage in some kind of shared experience with viewers of their content while they're watching it that appeases me or forces me to shut up or changes my position or offers anyone any leverage over me. Absolutely nobody has ever had any even remotely adequate reason to believe otherwise either. I find it extremely strange that Kimmy correlates an attitude and behavior towards me that appears to be her trying to head towards an effectively absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent proving decisive rejection of me that should ultimately be absolutely devastating and destroying her life, with somehow her popping off and becoming an especially successful, ruthless businesswoman CEO in 2025. The year of 2025 should be the year Kimmy gets extremely brutally permanently cancelled and has her life completely destroyed personally and professionally for extremely brutally terrorizing and tormenting me for nearly a decade, and then extremely brutally rejecting me after engaging in and facilitating others to engage in all kinds of extreme, prolonged, relentless defamation and criminal activities towards me that ultimately resulted in Kimmy conspiring and attempting to murder me after all I've done genuinely with the only desire or intent or willingness to embrace the kind of connection I've been saying extremely clearly I've wanted with her all along. Even if she somehow manages to lie even more, to try to delay or avoid facing consequences even further, it should at least be the year she's absolutely certain it's going to end up happening, and there's absolutely nothing I'll ever allow her or anyone else to ever do to have any even real chance at stopping it, meaning she should be struggling just to try to prevent it in the sheer futility she'd be doing so. Not some pop-off, glow-up year for her. I guess she just has to constantly demonstrate the extreme extent of her delusions to really try to feed that unbelievably massive ego of an incomprehensibly delusional narcissist that she is. I suppose maybe society's so goddamn bloody screwed up that Kimmy will only continue to prosper off the harm to my life and likely also many others that she's caused, and through her continued extensive, extremely vicious, unapologetic narcissism towards me and many others, 2025 will be a year she only continues to appear to be thriving in the end. I don't think it's too realistic for me to expect to be ready to start my terrorism and mass murder already in 2025, when I'm still going to have to struggle a lot more just to build my life back up enough to get past bare essential survival after cutting out all the subhuman filth from my life, draining every bit of my time and energy, and leaving me in extremely life-threatening deprivation I'm currently in. But that really just becomes a laugh now, cry later type of scenario, where Kimmy's laughing because she thinks she's crushed me in 2025, as I stop bothering with what extremely painfully clearly becomes obviously a complete waste of my time and energy releasing things on this podcast that just becomes extremely brutally disrespected and only leads to my existence being made a further mockery of, that she'd try to extremely abusively twist into somehow being an indication I even deserve what she's done to me if I continued. But she'll be crying later when my reign of terrorism and mass murder begins and ultimately completely devastates and destroys her life, because she's actually such absolutely unconditionally, utterly irredeemable subhuman filth. She's only capable of showing anything even resembling real acknowledgement that I've been honest all along, after it's far too late for it to matter to ever change things in any really meaningful way. Kimmy talked about her preferences for scent. Scents certainly aren't some kind of fixation I personally have or find particularly relevant to this conflict, but I feel like maybe I should mention that I don't really like musky smells either. It's not Kimmy's preference or selection of scents that I've ever seen as posing any problem to me or as any real cause of this conflict. Any notion otherwise certainly would contribute to the problem, though, since that's further false narratives being purported about me in defamation that I don't, never have, and never will consent to, and that's operating entirely to my detriment. I also see further extremely strange behavior that's clearly intentionally behaving very creepy, as Kimmy's talking about opening up her viewers with a literal knife. Again, I'm not under the impression that the world revolves around me and Kimmy only ever does strange things as passive-aggressive jabs towards me in this conflict, so I'm not really sure exactly why she felt like doing that. But if it was actually intended to communicate some kind of message in relation to me, it becomes further devious indication that me continuing to say anything, or perhaps even specifically expressing affection towards Kimmy, is something she's trying to paint extremely falsely as something I'm doing out of fear of her, whether rational or not, as if either I have some specific good reason to be afraid of her, or as if I enjoy her behaving in a manner that is clearly intended to frighten or discomfort me. Completely false. Perhaps she's even trying to act like I want or enjoy her actually trying or wanting to seriously harm me, which also is, always has been, and always will be completely false, regardless of whether we're talking about physically or emotionally or spiritually or financially or professionally or any other way. I found it exceptionally strange that Kimmy switched to her starting soon screen while cracking her knuckles, and I think also neck, and even further how she puts on lipstick or lip gloss. I'm not sure because it's kind of glossy, but might just be some kind of regular lipstick and the container doesn't make it clear either. But I suppose it doesn't even really matter so much, because the point is she puts it on practically right after. It's as if she's trying to act like I brought up her doing that cracking her body stuff actually out of being intimidated, and she's trying to act like she's being considerate or something, hiding it. Or she's just blatantly demonstrating extreme insecurity and admitting that I've been correct about how she has serious mental illness she's still not properly dealing with in a healthy manner, and also probably that once again that's linked to her wanting and or needing to behave in a manner she intentionally tries to be sexually arousing with for reasons that remain unclear, but she'd pretty much certainly claim was genuine warmth towards me and some kind of expression of genuine feelings all along if she was pressured later, even though her behavior right now most certainly doesn't seem or come off at all that way to me. I wanted to be extremely clear that I'm seriously not bringing things up to be petty and inspire mere insecurity in Kimmy. I also don't say that out of mere kindness either. It's an extremely gross misrepresentation of my efforts to see them either way, whether as mere petty ego battle jabs to make people insecure, or as some kind of weird kindness merely intended to be friendly or somehow therapeutic or something like that. My life is being extremely viciously, relentlessly attacked and harmed by these unhinged lunatics, and I'm seriously existentially attacking them back, not playing shallow games or being naive and just trying to be nice or have fun. It's really insane that I should even have to say that when it should be extremely obvious already. These scum try extremely hard to discredit everything I do and twist it so they never have to take any real or meaningful or adequate accountability, and that most certainly is not, never has been, and never will be okay with me. I want to make sure that's extremely abundantly clear. Kimmy did this extremely strange thing as well, where for the first time ever, she randomly decided to suddenly supposedly feel especially bad about ending her stream while talking for some reason, to the point where she decided to type her outro on screen instead of whispering it. Since it really doesn't destroy the ASMR experience or wake people up if she just whispered instead, I'm extremely heavily inclined to believe there's some specific ulterior motive behind why she made that decision there. Extremely strange. It's like she randomly suddenly felt some exceptionally serious need to be considerate towards people sleeping by the end of her ASMR streams. As if she's being considerate, as if I was complaining or expressing anger because she isn't considerate enough to accidentally waking people up with random noise, as if I was lying when I said I never fall asleep to Kimmy's ASMR, and nothing she can do in her content appeases me or forces me to shut up or change my position or offers anyone any leverage over me. Accordingly, I want to make sure it's extremely clear that I meant what I said, and I couldn't care less whether or not Kimmy's trying to be considerate towards people sleeping in her ASMR. I seriously don't pay attention to Kimmy's content to sleep. Like I said, her content isn't relaxing to me at all, and actually stresses me out a lot because it tends to only reveal further extreme defamation being inflicted on me, often directly by Kimmy herself, obviously entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, and any other possible reason she might have chosen to type her outro there. It doesn't appease me or force me to shut up or change my position or offer anyone any leverage over me either for her to have done it or ever do or not do it again. The extent and severity of Kimmy being inconsiderate towards me extends far beyond something like making little noises during ASMR that might wake people up. It should be rather obvious I don't have extreme difficulty communicating anything if I'm able to communicate so extensively and clearly about my life on something like this podcast. So it should be rather obvious that if I had an issue with smaller things Kimmy was doing, like making certain noises during ASMR, I would have explicitly, clearly communicated it being a problem as such and clearly stated that I want her to fix or improve it somehow, likely even giving specific suggestions on how she might go about doing so. But I don't do anything like that because such things aren't at all the real problem, and her trying to fix or improve them at all isn't at all a real solution. It's just some strange, extremely fake, useless overcompensation in something that's in reality completely irrelevant to me, in her desperate attempts to avoid ever facing any real accountability or consequences for the reality of what's actually the problem here. And that avoidance, no matter how it's done or why exactly, is, always has been, and always will be very much extremely not okay with me, happening entirely against my consent and to my detriment. Like I've been saying over and bloody over, I do not appreciate it or benefit from it. I never have, and I never will. It seriously makes me extremely livid beyond words to see her only continue to behave like this. And then there's Jamie's following stream, only one part of which I find particularly relevant to address.
You know what it feels like? It feels like my stream and I have been dating for a while. And I don't even talk about it anymore. That's what it feels like. Same time next Sunday. Honestly, you guys are pretty similar to like my dating experiences. Take that as you will. Like I feel like guys just like wait to see like what I want to do. I don't know.
There are multiple things about this that I find rather concerning for my life and efforts on this podcast, particularly with Jamie, seeing it amongst this conflict only escalating further every time I see any kind of reaction from Kimmy and Jamie after I make releases on this podcast, and especially after my last release on this podcast. I most certainly do not feel like I've been dating Jamie at all, nor do I want to feel like I'm dating or ever have dated or ever will date Jamie, nor am I at all trying or willing to tolerate Jamie attempting to paint extremely false narratives like otherwise is the case. I do not at all benefit from or appreciate this kind of behavior from Jamie, and I know for absolutely certain that she knows that extremely clearly as well, no matter what she says or does. I most certainly am not, never have been, and never will be waiting to see what Jamie wants to do, and anyone ever at all communicating otherwise is completely incorrect and should be treated as fully knowingly and intentionally behaving with extreme malice towards me and knowingly, blatantly lying about me and the reality of this conflict. I honestly couldn't care less what Jamie wants to do. My position remains absolutely unconditionally regardless. She's blatantly lying if she ever, at all, even so much as remotely attempts to somehow communicate otherwise, no matter how exactly she might do so. Like I said, I'm absolutely unconditionally unwilling to allow this to turn into some petty drama. If this hasn't already caused Kimmy and Jamie unavoidable confrontation to address it publicly before I decide ultimately turning into a terrorist serial killer because society is truly irredeemable trash is my only really meaningful option in life, I'm going to try assuming I'm probably missing some major lie that subhuman filth are trying to manipulate a bunch of influential people with entirely against my consent and to my detriment that would otherwise cause too much pressure on them to be able to do stupid, petty, disingenuous garbage like they've been doing. So I need to focus on exposing that instead of doing whatever stupid garbage Jamie's lying about my lack of doing as some kind of particular consideration towards her romantically and or otherwise. Because the alternative to me exposing things on this podcast isn't me doing some petty, stupid garbage hating on Jamie in her Twitch chat. It's ultimately going to be something like extremely brutally bombing many buildings and killing and injuring many people. Extreme violence in real life to send a message that nobody really cared to listen to or actually do anything even remotely meaningful or adequate about the exceedingly, extremely unacceptable, blatantly obvious, literally extremely life-threatening level of injustice being inflicted on me without me having to resort to extreme violence in real life, indicating an extremely deep issue with society as a whole that deserves vastly more care in how it's handled than anyone really seems to care to give it, while it would actually lead to any meaningful or positive outcome for me in my life to prevent me from becoming a terrorist serial killer out of irreparable, unbelievably extreme damage being inflicted on my life by it. I'm absolutely, completely confident that my anger is far too great and serious and warranted, and I'm being far too genuine to screw around with petty, stupid garbage like talking in these scumbags' Twitch chat and validating their lies that I'm some extremely pathetic loser fraud that somehow deserves what's being inflicted on me, or I'm too weak or cowardly to actually do anything much more serious and damaging about it in real life, that my existence is being made a complete mockery of, and even authorities just watch and basically laugh at me like it's goddamn entertainment, or even help people trying to sabotage and suppress and kill me try to achieve their extremely selfish and malicious goals. I don't consider my connection with anyone in my entire life to be dating. I've literally never even once in my entire life been able to even remotely confidently call anyone my girlfriend, and that's not at all out of a lack of genuine desire for a girlfriend. I just have very much serious and real standards, both in someone I'd date and also what I even consider dating to be to begin with. What kind of extremely pathetic love life do you have if you seriously consider some public back and forth conflict like this to be any semblance of dating anyone? Especially considering the reality of the history of this only increasingly antagonistic connection between me and these lying, abusive pieces of garbage and their associates. It's certainly not my idea of dating, not even anywhere remotely close. It's literally just being extremely serious enemies, viciously, existentially attacking each other. If getting publicly humiliated and put in her place as she's exposed for being a massive psychopath and fraud who I am not, never have been, and never will be at all interested in or willing to tolerate being at all romantically and or sexually involved with is what Jamie considers similar to her dating experiences, she clearly must be a quite extremely nightmarishly, exceedingly, absolutely terrible girlfriend to anyone she actually dates, and rather extremely narcissistic. Only more reason for me to be at peace with the fact that I genuinely do not, never have, and never will want or be willing to tolerate dating Jamie at all. Not that it really matters whether she's lying to whatever extent or telling the truth, because it literally, absolutely, unconditionally doesn't matter regardless. Now that I've extremely meticulously, thoroughly exposed Jamie as a massive fraud criminal who I've shown irrefutable evidence blatantly, repeatedly has explicitly stated she takes accountability and yet has clearly, fully, consciously, and intentionally completely refused to actually at all adequately publicly address this podcast and at all meaningfully actually take accountability for her extreme crimes against me, Even after I explicitly called her out and challenged her in my last release in response to the extremely serious allegations I've made that her and Kimmy have been engaging in extreme, intentionally life-threatening defamation of me entirely against my consent and to my detriment to a premeditated murderous extent, with them lying things such as that I've ever been sexually involved with Jamie and pursuing romantic and or sexual involvement with Jamie, and even that I groomed her and or someone else and was somehow involved with her and or someone else in some pedophilic way that clearly relates to that Toronto meetup I attended nearly 8 years ago, I've irrefutably established that Jamie's clearly intentionally maliciously avoiding actually taking any accountability in this conflict while clearly being a massive contributing factor to it. Since I unsurprisingly can't rely on her to bring broader public attention to Kimmy's extreme involvement in conspiracy and attempts to murder me in real life and end Kimmy's career and overall destroy Kimmy's life, as Jamie obviously would be destroying her own life in the process as well due to her own obvious extreme involvement, and she obviously is trying to avoid that for her own selfish reasons, I no longer have any reason I'd consider adequate to give her any more attention, especially since she's clearly trying to massively misrepresent me doing so as some kind of disingenuous romantic pursuit of her and or some kind of indication of some kind of other ulterior motive compromising my integrity, which she's doing fully, knowingly, and intentionally, entirely to my detriment and entirely against my consent. In reality, there's absolutely no even remotely good or adequate reason for Jamie to be at all confused about this or believe her behavior and how she's responding to it is at all appropriate, so entertaining further back and forth with her while she's so blatantly acting in such extremely bad faith as she's irrefutably proven with her repeated attempts to present extremely false narratives as if otherwise is the case, now only adds validity to her abuse and criminal activity towards me and discredits my own integrity and efforts literally no matter how exactly I'd go about it, which I obviously will never tolerate allowing. I've made it abundantly clear that I'm not afraid of Jamie, and that rather she's the massive coward, afraid to actually address this conflict directly or in any actually adequate capacity, because she's clearly massively at fault for spreading massive lies about me, and then literally conspiring to murder me and attempting to deviously trap me in endless, extremely life-threatening deprivation and constant struggle to defend against her active, egregious public and private defamation of me in order for her to try to cover up her crimes. I'm most certainly not feeling sympathy or mercy or pity for her, and I never will. I seriously couldn't care less if she's so depressed she actually commits suicide in real life, and I'm literally saying the world would be a better place without her and people like her. The way she's acting, I really mean that, and I know I have very much grounded and rational reason to feel that way, which I feel anyone in my kind of position would be plenty adequately justified in forever maintaining and acting upon with utmost conviction. Like I've said, I'm most certainly not, never have been, and never will be pursuing or tolerating any romantic and or sexual involvement with Jamie. I'm seriously not flirting with her or trying reverse psychology or some kind of playing hard to get or anything like that. I'm also absolutely unconditionally unwilling to entertain this extremely scummy, complete garbage where she's trying to pick and choose how and when she feels entitled to taking flirtatious behavior she demonstrates as intended to be varying degrees of serious or not serious, or deciding how I'm supposed to take it basically based on her whims, while she's clearly intentionally benefiting off that extreme lack of any real or meaningful clarity or consistency, and therefore trying to perpetually completely avoid any real accountability for any consequences of her behavior and leave me in situations and positions that are increasingly detrimental to me as she somehow deviously tries to spin everything to make me seem like I'm out of touch or fake or naive or unintentional in what I do, or as if I'm somehow the problem in conflicts she in reality is causing and facilitating to worsen in severity entirely through her own fault and the fault of others she's increasingly, blatantly, knowingly, and intentionally facilitating and exacerbating the issue. She's also clearly trying to act like she's inspiring me or something with her stupid dialogues, which is completely false. I'd never have to extremely painfully meticulously address so much of her yapping if she hadn't been extremely seriously trying to completely destroy my life with extreme defamation in relation to such topics in such heavy collaboration with Kimmy, Lily, and Arya in the first place, and also facilitating pieces of trash from my past to actively sabotage and harm me in less blatantly public and obvious ways, who have all also done nothing but ultimately extremely harm me and disrespect and exploit and neglect me and even commit serious crimes against me like life insurance fraud. Now that I have extremely thoroughly established that I haven't been and won't be ignoring Jamie out of fear of her or some kind of me being guilty of something or fake somehow, and she's most certainly not some friend I'm merely attempting to give some space or distance to out of being at a different place in life then, or being understanding or forgiving towards her or anyone else or anything like that. Well, I've already established I'll be suing her and pressing criminal charges against her in the future, and plenty adequately backed why I'll be doing so with what I've exposed on this podcast, which only leaves potentially further need for solidifying the evidence backing my assertion of Kimmy's massive involvement in conspiracy and attempts to murder me, as demonstrated through Kimmy's own behavior moving forward, so I can even more potently build my case to also sue and press criminal charges against Kimmy and likely also some of her associates more heavily involved, like Lily and Arya, in the future as well. I'll definitely be suing them all for a total of millions of dollars in damages, as I've already repeatedly demonstrated, and will only continue to even more irrefutably, extremely clearly prove I already would have been a highly successful game dev CEO by now if I spent all these years I've been extremely brutally, relentlessly sabotaged, working on a business instead of having to defend my reputation that Kimmy and Jamie and their associates and others have been trying to sabotage and ruin my career prospects in the entire time, entirely against my consent and to my detriment. Not to mention the extreme emotional damage that's literally never going to go away, of the trauma of all the near-death experiences and extreme deprivation I've been placed in as they conspired to murder me, that I'm being forced to struggle extremely badly to even just survive while dealing with the extreme emotional damage of heartbreak being so extremely unacceptably, unbelievably led on, and ultimately extremely brutally, unapologetically rejected by Kimmy, who I demonstrably, genuinely have always seen as the only, even remotely possible person I'd ever consider the love of my life, which all only adds to the reasons I have to despise humanity and never trust or even look favorably on anyone ever again, if this is really how things are going to be. Intentional infliction of extreme emotional distress while genuinely constantly having to fear extremely for my safety and life, and permanent, extreme, irrecoverable emotional damage in making me suffer so much, knowingly getting me so invested emotionally and professionally, and ending up in a healthy relationship with Kimmy forever, only to end up proving it was truly, effectively, absolutely, unconditionally impossible for me to actually have the healthy relationship with Kimmy that I so extremely clearly want and deserve. I guess I probably won't ultimately successfully get millions for suing them, and I might not get much, if anything, in terms of financial compensation in the end, after potentially having to pay a considerable amount of what would likely be hundreds of thousands to one or more lawyers that would likely end up helping me in at least some capacity in the lawsuit. But that doesn't really matter to me at all. It wouldn't be about the money for me. It'd be about humiliating them and destroying their lives, and really solidifying in an extremely public and irrefutably extremely decisive manner that we're truly the absolute worst of enemies, absolutely unconditionally, since Kimmy won't treat me how I want and deserve to be treated by her in a timely manner, and it's truly too late later for anyone to ever at all make things better. It'd be about tormenting them before I become a terrorist mass murderer to really demonstrate the extreme extent of irreparable harm beyond any semblance of decency they and society as a whole inflicted on me in ever even allowing things to reach the point they have, and still bloody leaving me out in the cold, extremely deprived, in their hopes I'd rot and die while the subhuman filth prosper off their crimes against me and continue to taunt and terrorize me endlessly as if they're dignified somehow in it, despite me irrefutably proving that couldn't be further from the truth. The reality of the kind and extent of harm caused to my life by especially Kimmy is truly more than any amount of financial compensation could ever even remotely actually cover. So even if it just makes her life miserable and denies her and her associates the ability to act like we're friends, or they ever did anything even remotely good for me, or I'll ever even remotely tolerate being on even remotely good terms with any of them after being denied of the connection I will forever wish I could have had with Kimmy, even just that would be completely worth whatever trouble it'd be suing her for. At least from my perspective. And then after even suing her, and even if she ends up in prison, it's all grossly inadequate, as I already know it will be, to even scratch the surface of alleviating the insurmountable, incomparable, extreme, perpetual, deep, depressing, and infuriating beyond words state of perpetual extreme misery that my existence will only increasingly become in being denied the connection I've always wanted with Kimmy. So that's how I already know I'll be going down an extremely dark path of terrorism and mass murder if that's really how things are going to be. Especially if somehow I learn I'm unable to sue her and press criminal charges on her and destroy her life for what she did to me already that way, even despite the obvious extreme harm she's brought upon my life, piling onto everything else all the pieces of trash I've been cursed to have ever had around me inflicted on me. Then extreme violence and destruction is really definitely something that I'm going to have to do in the future with even greater urgency and intensity. But there's still a really big part of me that feels like there's absolutely no way that Kimmy refuses to communicate with me properly and decisively decide on committing to spending her life with me. And she's also able to avoid decisively publicly rejecting me and seriously pushing me away, as she's effectively irrefutably knowingly taking full accountability and responsibility for the extremely life-threatening state of deprivation that I've been left in directly as a result of the immense amount of time and energy she constantly, in reality, clearly intentionally behaved in a manner where it was practically necessary that I put into the kind of connection I've been saying I've been after having with her since the beginning, which she's so extremely viciously almost exploited and abandoned me as she tried to spin everything on me and make me look like the problem, as if I'm some massive narcissist fraud, unless there's somehow still some extremely, and I mean extremely, false narratives around the reality of my life and what this kind of attitude and behavior towards me really is. Which is basically the only real reason I even felt compelled at all to make this release instead of just completely silently proceed with becoming the terrorist serial killer it seems I'm going to end up becoming anyways. I'm talking about the actual, demonstrable, objective reality of the matter, as it should be understood with extremely abundant clarity to anyone that isn't effectively behaving as an extremely, intolerably, unacceptably disrespectful, massive psychopath, bad faith actor towards me. Since statistically the vast majority of people are not massive psychopaths, that means the vast majority of people should be able to see the reality exceedingly abundantly clearly, especially after this release. So if I don't see quick, decisive, actually meaningful results that are actually demonstrably, irrefutably beneficial to me, even after this release, I'm seriously just completely giving up all faith in humanity forever, absolutely unconditionally, and resigning myself to ultimately becoming the terrorist serial killer society would have proven it so extremely badly wants me to be. Because that means that either literally nobody that isn't a massive psychopath is even remotely decent enough to actually care that the world is so extremely screwed up that something like this would ever possibly happen to someone, or somehow literally every person among the hundreds already currently ultimately being exposed to the contents of this podcast, one way or another, are all massive psychopaths that are just that good at hiding it and continuing to actively, increasingly, viciously, unapologetically conspire to murder me by effectively, fully consciously and intentionally attempting to bring about the end of my life one way or another, while relentlessly trying to gaslight me that I'm not actually that unbelievably, exceedingly cursed to only ever have been exposed to massive psychopaths being the only people somehow drawn to me my entire bloody life, despite me never actually betraying anyone or trying to harm anyone or being even remotely deserving or wanting to be surrounded by massive pieces of trash every time I tried to get close to anyone. Since humanity's already so extremely brutally constantly disappointed me so many times that I've learned I should basically expect one of two such nightmares to end up proving itself to be reality, despite how irrational it might seem to me in this moment, I'll take the initiative to state that whoever I end up murdering, however I end up doing it, I want everyone on my mailing list, especially every influencer, to know that those people's blood is on your hands if you remain complacent in the face of the extent of crimes being committed against me even a moment longer. I've screamed to the world in public on this podcast that people have been trying to murder me for nearly a year straight now, after completely robbing me of any meaningful income potential and trying to strip me of any support whatsoever from anyone, anywhere, when nobody has any real evidence I've actually done anything even remotely so seriously harmful to anyone to be at all deserving of such a thing. And in fact, even proving that people have been actively purporting all kinds of massive, extremely harmful lies about me for many years now, who go effectively entirely unpunished for their actions. And yet, no matter how many lies I expose, nobody really cares or seems to be able, willing, or desiring to do anything even remotely adequate about this absolute insanity. Nobody, even remotely decent or sane, should expect me to look at humanity at all favorably ever again if this continues any longer. Any longer. I'm absolutely convinced that just about anyone else subjected to this much extreme defamation, abuse, exploitation, terrorism, and neglect on such a broad scale would have long already killed themselves, killed someone else, ended up in a mental hospital, ended up in prison, or gotten killed somehow. In real life, in case it wasn't obvious enough already that I'm talking about real life this entire time. I really don't owe Kimmy anything, but there's no other person I want or owe it to show affection or any kind of desire or willingness to be at all romantically and or sexually involved with either. Not now, not later, not ever. Anyone I've ever even conceivably shown any interest in or desire towards in the past by any stretch of the imagination, or was even just kind to, I want it to be extremely clear that it was never owed to any of them at all, and in reality never benefited me at all in the end. It only seems to have harmed me, which I never wanted or intended. In the vast majority of such cases that people probably are gossiping and massively warping the reality entirely against my consent. In reality, I was literally only simply stating an overall quite neutral position towards them, consistent with my integrity, or maybe trying to be genuinely just innocently, platonically friendly, with no expectation of anything at all in return. And in any case where that might have not been the situation, I've already made it extremely clear and ultimately elaborated on my reasoning so extremely meticulously thoroughly by now that there's absolutely no even remotely reasonable room to question my sincerity or integrity as a result either. I'm intentionally stating this extremely abundantly clearly such that nobody has any even remotely actually adequate reason to ever even slightly question what I'm saying or why. It seriously doesn't matter who they are or what they have. It seriously doesn't matter how I might have mentioned them or if I've ever met them or spoken to them online or offline at all. I seriously am not seeking and absolutely unconditionally will not tolerate anyone thinking they can play some kind of hero or something and interfere with my integrity as if they're doing me a favor or something like that. They are not. I mean it. I seriously mean it when I say I'm absolutely unconditionally unwilling to ever even consider being at all romantically and or sexually involved with anyone other than Kimmy ever again. I'm seriously not looking for courage or some kind of outside of the box thinking from anyone in saying that. I'm literally extremely seriously saying exactly what I mean. I've never actually had in-person sexual intimacy with her before, but I want it more than anything else in life, and I want a lot of it, often for the rest of my life. I've already said this multiple times, and I really wasn't lying or exaggerating. I'm extremely serious and saying what I mean when I say I want and will make sure at all costs to ensure extreme and total destruction of her and anyone else's life who at all interferes or somehow has ever at all significantly contributed to me being denied of the connection with Kimmy I've always wanted, regardless of whether or not they're associates with Kimmy or any of her friends, if I'm seriously not going to get treated properly by Kimmy. I haven't kept it a secret from her how I want to be treated by her, and she's continued for the longest time as if she wanted it too. I won't be with her if she doesn't treat me with genuine love and respect, and I won't be with her either if she makes me feel like I'm forcing her to do something she really doesn't want to do. But I also won't ever change my position regardless, meaning she's seriously, absolutely, unconditionally doomed, and I'll seriously be suing her and pressing criminal charges against her and absolutely destroying her life at any cost in the future unless I receive direct communication from her in the very near future. There's seriously, absolutely, unconditionally, absolutely nobody I'll ever even consider tolerating being at all romantically and or sexually involved with later. Since it should be abundantly apparent to anyone being at all honest and sane about things that there really isn't somebody else for me now, then it only hurts me even more that Kimmy's basically just extremely disingenuously trying to leave the door open for herself later to force me to deal with the increasingly extremely difficult, complex, painful, practically impossible decision of rejecting her after undoubtedly rejecting everyone else without hesitation because I completely mean everything I've been saying. At that point, she definitely would have made me feel far too disrespected and unloved by her for me to ever be able to give her any chance to redeem herself ever again, but I already know that then she'll just try to act like I'm a bad person or crazy or fake or something if I don't tolerate that extremely abusive dynamic. I literally went to unbelievable lengths beforehand to extremely meticulously, thoroughly decimate any even remotely plausible or viable reason or route for her to try to trap me into being stuck in. Even though I know I'd make sure any attempts by her to play victim would ultimately miserably fail, it'd still hurt a lot for me to see that extremely miserable outcome when she should have been contacting me now if she was actually being at all sincere. To make things worse, I already see indications she's trying to not only guilt trip me and make excuses to try to make me seem unreasonable with things like happening to suddenly hurt her back randomly, pushing herself too much exercising shortly after my last release on this podcast, but likely also trying to use things like that to try to manipulate the silence she's so extremely viciously trying to exhaust me into as becoming validation for her overall mentality, like she's always had, that somehow time will fix this, and in the end it won't matter, no matter how terrible she's been, if she just keeps lying even bigger, more malicious lies to try to cover it all up. No matter how much I repeat verbally, extremely clearly, and even repeatedly, increasingly, extremely clearly, go to unbelievable, extreme lengths to prove extremely thoroughly that time most certainly has not solved this up to now, and it's in fact only gotten even worse over time with how she's acting, and there's absolutely zero real indication or reason that time will ever make this better moving forward. She's still extremely delusional and abusive and trying to act like it's even remotely reasonable or appropriate to act like things will get better if she just continues to avoid actually addressing this or making any really decisive decision on it, shift the blame onto Jamie and others, and generally just focus on making content and whatever the hell this candle thing she's been doing is, instead of ever actually behaving like an even remotely decent person towards me. So essentially, she's communicating to me that in reality, even though she knows she's clearly seriously the most important person in the entire world to me other than myself, she seriously couldn't care less about me, and she just sees me as a tool for her content creation and general money making that she's perfectly happy to simply utmost viciously exploit as hard as possible and then completely abandon. Which she should know extremely clearly is exceedingly, extremely, intolerably hurtful to me. Yet she still somehow thinks time will resolve this conflict, even though it should be exceedingly, extremely clear that it will only get much, much worse with time, with how she's behaving, and with the extremely clear, irrefutable reality of my integrity that I've proven time after time ever since she met me. Looking at this situation with any even remotely reasonable clarity, it should be exceedingly obvious that she's extremely deviously, abusively trying to somehow frame things later like she was doing me a favor being so cold and distant right now and completely abandoning me in the kind of circumstances I've described I'm in. Not only is this extremely thoroughly unnecessary as any kind of test of my loyalty or love for her, but I literally couldn't be making it more extremely clear that I don't want or deserve or benefit from it whatsoever, and it's especially cruel. It's as if Kimmy is lying, trying to act like she's doing something I've been trying to work towards or want or benefit from somehow by seemingly now going towards a more serious commitment with someone else. But again, that's also completely false. Again, I do not and never will validate Kimmy officially dating or being at all romantically and or sexually involved with anyone other than me. I do not and never will validate or be okay with or actually benefit in any way, shape, or form that I actually see as a benefit or have any willingness or desire to ever embrace from Kimmy ever being at all romantically and or sexually involved with, publicly or privately, anyone or anything else other than me. Just because I'm not flailing around, starting drama everywhere, or constantly raging to my mailing list or something, that doesn't mean I'm moving on or I'm okay with how Kimmy's behaving. I literally couldn't be saying this more clearly over and goddamn bloody over, but when I speak, I'm not respected at all, and my silence is left in a state where it's somehow massively misrepresented, even though I've stated extremely clearly what it should be taken to mean. The end result just becomes a goddamn bloody, perpetual, sheer, hellish nightmare over and goddamn bloody over every bloody day, no matter what I do or say, as I'm goddamn sleeping on the streets, out in winter, eating out of the garbage, feeling extremely deeply hurt, disrespected, and abandoned by every person I've ever known that was ever at all really significant in my life, even though I was in reality good to all of them. It sounds so crazy that I understand why people wouldn't even believe it could be true, but that's this reeking dumpster fire hellhole called Earth. If you get unfortunate enough like I am, you end up with a nightmare like I'm dealing with. I keep repeating and proving how miserable and brutal and unwanted and undeserved the extremely brutal suffering state I've been left in is, yet see only increasingly devious disrespect that somehow always gets spun as if to be justified. It's like what I've been saying is somehow not clear enough and clearly seemingly greatly in relation to romantic and or sexual involvement or willingness for it with people other than Kimmy. I see evidence to suggest that this massive series of massive lies about me extend to the point of Arya's crimes supporting some extremely false narrative that I am, ever have been, or ever will be willing to have some kind of romantic and or sexual involvement with someone named Chloe Schiff, probably because of a certain piece of trash I knew back in high school, who I've mentioned before multiple times on this podcast, which in reality has absolutely nothing to do with Chloe Schiff. These subhuman filth literally just took some random girl with some clout who has the same first name and decided to make it seem like I do, ever had, or ever will have any desire or willingness to be somehow romantically and or sexually involved with her, despite that being completely false. So perhaps I should further clarify what I mean when I talk about romantic involvement, since it really seems psychopath fraud pieces of trash like Kimmy, Jamie, Lily, and Arya need it really spelled out for them in public. When I mention complete refusal to be at all romantically and or sexually involved with anyone other than Kimmy ever again, I'm talking about knowing, intentional involvement I consent to at all. I'm not trying to trivialize, dismiss, validate, facilitate, encourage, enable, or show any want, need, benefit from, or willingness to ever tolerate people gossiping and inflicting defamation on me somehow in leaving people under false impressions about some kind of romantic and or sexual potential or connection between me and others. I'm seriously not, never have been, and never will be trying to simply be difficult or play hard to get or have people try to play matchmaker for me. I seriously mean what I've been saying. Clearly, there are multiple forced, completely non-consensual, and perhaps often to me unknown romantic type connections that people are inflicting on me with others through their gossip and massive defamation of me. But I've went to the greatest possible lengths to demonstrate that those are exactly just that. Non-consensual, unwanted, unneeded, undesirable, and completely to my detriment in reality. Extremely malicious defamation that criminals keep inflicting on me entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Anyone at all, even so much as attempting to communicate otherwise, is completely incorrect and should be treated as behaving completely knowingly and intentionally, exceedingly maliciously against me, obviously, in reality, entirely against my consent, and should not be believed or rewarded for such attitudes or behavior at all. I most certainly am not, never have been, and never will be trying to validate or reward it at all, that's for sure, and neither should anyone else. At this point, I feel rather certain that there's especially extremely malicious gossip going around that I do ever have had or ever will have any romantic and or sexual interest in or pursuit towards Chloe Ship, possibly paired with criminal impersonation of me that fraudulently attempts to fabricate supposed evidence supporting such defamation that people are trying to cover up their massive crimes against me with. I imagine the foundation for trying to claim it's plausible I'd behave in such a self-sabotaging manner is due to extremely false narratives established by the Chloe I knew in high school that's been inflicting massive defamation on me all these years, probably acting like I intentionally tried to get women attached to me or form some kind of commitment with them, and then for whatever reason betray them or back off from the commitment in the end and go chase someone else instead, or as if I simply ultimately sabotage the connection somehow out of some kind of attachment issues or general mental illness. In reality, like I've already explained in extremely great detail earlier, that subhuman filth was never even remotely sincere in how she treated me, and she lied extremely badly to others about the reality of her behavior in that one-on-one well over a decade ago, and how she intentionally massively led me on and acted extremely flirty only to traumatize me and extremely brutally reject me with blatant racism in private, and then try to bait me into destroying my own reputation and friendships and life as a whole, and clearly to this day hopes I'll be so extremely sad, angry, confused, and hurt by her unbelievably extremely psychopathic, narcissistic attitude that I'll be driven crazy and start self-sabotaging, and she'll be able to continue to try to extremely abusively control and destroy my life and keep me stuck and deprived in life as if I've ever wanted or deserved how she's treated me. I do not, never have, and never will want, need, or be willing to tolerate any extent of romantic and or sexual involvement with Chloe Ship. Absolutely, unconditionally. She is not my friend or on any kind of good terms with me, nor has she ever been at all. She has absolutely no real leverage over me, nor any real ability whatsoever to appease me, force me to shut up, or offer anyone any real leverage over me whatsoever. I never have pursued her or shown any interest in her, nor do I have any want, need, or willingness to tolerate Kimmy, Jamie, Lily, Arya, or anyone else trying to play matchmaker in my life and force some kind of connection between me and Chloe Ship or anyone else. Anyone claiming anything contradicting these assertions is, always has been, and always will be doing so entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Anyone claiming to be me or operating with my consent, wishes, or best interests, while contradicting this assertion, is not me, nor are they being honest. They're a criminal trying to sabotage and destroy my reputation and life as a whole, and is, always has been, and always will be behaving entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests in engaging in any such behavior. I'm intentionally trying to make this extremely clear as thoroughly as I ever reasonably could. The only Chloe I've ever been talking about anytime I've just said Chloe is Chloe Chan-Kim, the massive narcissist psychopath scumbag I've already mentioned I'll be pressing criminal charges against, ultimately for her involvement in conspiracy and attempts to murder me. I'd sue her, but she's a nobody loser that definitely doesn't have much money. Definitely nothing that could ever even remotely approach anything even resembling adequate compensation for the damage she's caused in my life. So it wouldn't really be worth my resources for me to sue her unless I really end up with that much abundance of money where I'd do it just to make her miserable and give her karma for the extreme harm she's inflicted on me and clearly continues to this day to inflict on me. Which I would in that case, but it wouldn't achieve much else, as she also has no meaningful reputation to publicly really humiliate and destroy either. I mean, whatever semblance of dignity she could ever try to scrape up for how she's treated me is already utterly decimated with this release, completely exposing her and the real reason for the complete lack of any real evidence otherwise. Stalkerishly, obsessively, repeatedly, endlessly spreading massive lies about me to celebrities and probably just about anyone else that would listen for over a decade with absolutely zero real evidence, to the point of actively ganging up against me with those celebrities and even with blood relatives of mine to try to literally cause the end of my life in real life to cover it all up. Literally all I have to do is firmly state all this and stay the hell away from all those subhuman filth, and the reality will only continue to speak for itself plenty. The only reason I'm not better situated to already press criminal charges on Chloe is that very little of anything involving her crimes against me is anything she's done publicly, and nothing really direct, just indirect, incriminating, implicating things like how she dyed her hair many shades of pink and purple for several years following high school on her private socials, which she just so happened to completely stop out of nowhere, extremely shadily, literally right after I attended that Toronto meetup with Kimmy and Jamie about 8 years ago. Now, the real slander she was running her mouth lying blatantly to people is things all the pieces of trash I once called family and friends all clearly intentionally hid from me for their own selfish gain. So I know none of the details, and I only know she clearly must have been acting like I'm a bad person and as if I was the problem, or I was leading her on or trying to break her heart or something, when in reality she was massively projecting her extremely negative attributes of such onto me as she was doing those things extremely viciously, unapologetically to me. But those lies also were spread to influencers that have participated in conspiring to murder me, who also all clearly intentionally hid these things from me for as long as possible for their own selfish gain, but are actually the only reason this conspiracy ever had any possibility to really progress anywhere remotely to where it has, due to my genuine feelings for Kimmy and how much I've sacrificed to prove them. So in order for any even remote possibility of Kimmy, Jamie, Lily, and Arya, among others, to avoid me successfully getting them convicted on criminal charges I'd press on them, they're most certainly going to have to admit to the lies they've been getting told by pieces of trash from my past, and those people will also face me pressing criminal charges on them accordingly if they don't all admit everything until enough traces back to Chloe, as I'm sure it must, to the point she ends up likely with significant prison time for her certain massive intentional involvement in conspiracy to murder me that she has done to attempt to cover up her massive crimes against me all these years. As for Chloe Shin, I really don't know what kind of extent of involvement she has in everything, but I'm guessing it rather pales in comparison to people like Kimmy, Jamie, Lily, and Arya. I don't see adequate reason to concern myself with suing or pressing criminal charges on her. I think I'll just continue to leave her alone and basically live my life like she doesn't exist, since I never even heard of her until Kimmy randomly threw her name into all of this. It's going to be apparent one way or another, sooner or later, that I've never had any interest in or involvement with Chloe's shit. And we can just be two people that know the other exists, but do not associate with each other, or communicate, or at all involve ourselves in each other's lives. Alternatively, I can sue her and press criminal charges on her in the future as well, if she continues to be extremely negligent in how she handles my existence and the increasing harm she is bringing to it, if she disregards or underestimates the extreme severity of this conflict. I also noticed Kimmy again bringing attention to Lena Lemon a little while after I made the last release on this podcast, and additionally since, increasingly extremely strangely, showing this sudden public friendship or whatever between them that just randomly happened with zero real explanation at some point after I'd started my podcast. There's definitely something extremely strange going on there. I seriously don't know her and am not, never have been, and never will be interested in her or willing to tolerate any kind of romantic and or sexual involvement with her. I don't owe her anything. She has absolutely zero real leverage on me whatsoever, just like anyone else. She's not my friend or on any kind of good terms with me or able to exert any kind of control over me whatsoever. I'm not getting any kind of benefit from her, nor pursuing getting any kind of benefit from her. Whatever's going on there seems like it could potentially be even more severe than with Chloe shit, so I might end up having to sue and press criminal charges on Lena too if she continues to disregard or underestimate the extreme severity of this conflict as well. I've already mentioned this before, and I'll only say it one last time to make sure it's irrefutably, exceedingly, extremely clear. I have no idea why she has some extremely strange seeming relevance to this conflict. She's literally just a random person I have absolutely no interest in or connection to. Anyone at all, even so much as attempting to imply otherwise, is not me or acting with my consent or best interests. She's literally just yet another person I'll just be staying away from entirely and not even remotely ever entertaining any possibility of even simply friendship with whatsoever. Just another enemy to add to the list among Kimmy's other extremely shady associates, extremely deviously antagonizing and ostracizing me, and involving themselves in a massive, extremely life-threatening, extremely criminal smear campaign against me, entirely against my consent and to my detriment. There's absolutely zero real evidence otherwise. Since I've been talking so much of malicious bad faith actors conspiring against me intentionally so much, and also myself talking about being intentional in what I've been trying to achieve all these years in my efforts that somehow ended up leading to this podcast, I'd like to approach the end of this release in an extremely, clearly extremely intentional way to really eliminate any even remotely reasonable room for doubt about anything as much as at all realistically possible. I'm well aware that expressing my anger so unapologetically is repellent to generally receiving communication from anyone. While my anger is very much authentic and intentionally trying to repel most people who would effectively either just be wasting my time or doing something that either intentionally or unintentionally would likely be something somehow compromising my integrity, none of which I'm interested in dealing with, I want it to be extremely clear that I haven't ever been trying to repel Kimmy from communicating with me. I understand that for a genuine relationship, you can't force someone to like you, and you can't just try to logically reason with someone that they should date you, or threaten them with destroying their life if they don't date you and have them genuinely want to date you. I definitely deserve to get to date Kimmy, but deserving to get to date someone doesn't mean they like you, especially if they're a massive narcissist psychopath. I've certainly never wanted Kimmy to approach contacting me and be like, oh, well, my life's gonna be destroyed if I don't date you, so I guess I have to date you then. While I most certainly, absolutely, unconditionally will destroy her life if she won't date me, I want her to actually want to date me. Or I'd actually rather just destroy her life and be alone forever while constantly proving in the most extremely, brutally, irrefutable way that every part of my integrity and authenticity is fully real and I never wanted or deserved things to end up so dark, but there was really nothing I could have done because Kimmy's really just that much of an irredeemable scumbag narcissist psychopath. Now, it's a rather sensitive thing to say, though, because I also don't want her to be able to use that as an excuse to extremely viciously justify insane disrespect and neglect and act like it's appropriate as if it's at all reasonable to feel entitled to behaving that way because she supposedly doesn't actually want to date me otherwise. In that case, then she just genuinely is absolutely unconditionally, completely irredeemable subhuman filth that deserves to have her life destroyed and will most certainly get what she deserves accordingly without any mercy or regret from me. Believe me. My point is, she should already genuinely want to date me extremely badly to the point of taking decisive action on it in the very near future. At least if she was actually an even remotely decent person and not a massive narcissist psychopath fully deserving of having her life destroyed for her massive involvement in and essentially being the root causation of the conspiracy to murder me, having been able to successfully leave me in such extremely life-threatening deprivation. She shouldn't be trying to make me compete for her against other people or giving me attitude like she's too good for me. Compete against people whose lives I'll also destroy if they ever seriously date her? Too good for someone who can and has been left to begin extremely seriously planning to single-handedly destroy her life? Because she's been so unbelievably extremely horrible to them that she's literally the only reason they're not already way more professionally successful than her? She should be practically begging to date me, not breaking my heart talking about other people she seems much more interested in. Like, I recognize it's probably not the most convenient thing for Kimmy to start communicating with me properly and dating me, and it will probably cause some or maybe even a lot of drama in her life. But I most certainly have not only communicated with Kimmy or helped her out when it was convenient or beneficial to me. In fact, it's pretty much always been rather inconvenient and actually quite detrimental to my life to put so much time and energy being so loving and considerate towards her practically constantly with her rather intense need for attention and really sensitive consideration of her feelings and life circumstances, taking so much time and energy I could have been pouring into a business. I've never been trying to set a foundation for a relationship where Kimmy believes it's appropriate to hold me to extremely high standards of care towards her, while she does practically the bare minimum for me, if even that really, or basically comes and goes in my life as she pleases and only really comes looking for a relationship with me when it's extremely beneficial for her. Like if I start popping off with some business or something and she suddenly sees I have a significant following or somehow have a bunch of money or something else she thinks she can use me for and abandon me as soon as it's depleted or no longer substantially benefits her like a tool. Not to mention that all the egregious lies she's been knowingly, intentionally going along with believing, whether about supposed romantic interests of mine or otherwise, would all start completely getting publicly exposed and falling apart with forced public confrontations, as I'd intentionally make it a point to make sure they're all extremely brutally, thoroughly invalidated, as I publicly name and shame anyone I believe is even reasonably plausibly involved and make it exceedingly obvious I'll never be on anything even resembling even remotely good terms with any of them, much less have any desire or willingness to date them or be at all intimately involved with them. Leaving Kimmy's life she based on treating me with such absolutely unconditionally, completely unacceptably extreme gross negligence, completely falling apart as she spirals into an absolutely unconditional doom of her absolute worst, truly unwanted nightmare of nightmares becoming reality. I'm not trying to let Kimmy push things to that point with her narcissistic, psychopathic, careless, extreme selfishness and then think she can have the audacity to try forcing me to date her under circumstances I know she doesn't actually love or respect me at all in, and she's only trying to use pretending to want to date me as some kind of saving her own life to my extreme detriment, as if I want or deserve that. I've made it extremely, exceedingly, abundantly obvious that I've never been trying to take advantage of Kimmy to use her for her fame or connections or money or anything like that. I've gotten literally absolutely no benefit at all from any of those things she has, and in fact, They've only literally been weaponized against me, rather extremely, increasingly over time, entirely to my detriment and obviously against my consent. Even if she started communicating with me and dating me, I'd still have to be extremely careful about being exploited further by her or her associates, and I certainly wouldn't be going around begging for attention or even being very open at all to accepting much, if any, help in anything, even if people were eager to give it to me. Especially if it's not coming from Kimmy directly, first and foremost as a loving, personal gesture on a personal level as a part of our relationship. If I was the type that was trying to freeload off of her or exploit her somehow, with how extremely thoroughly, completely unrewarding in literally every regard any semblance of a connection between me and her associates has been up to this point, I would have abandoned any connection with her long ago and only extremely reluctantly told her off or something at best if I ever had to give her any attention, not repeatedly pour my heart out about how incomparably beautiful every part of her body has always looked to me and how I've always treated her with an extremely precious care I've literally never given anyone else and definitely, absolutely, unconditionally will never give anyone else. I recognize that it's certainly not completely irrational to believe that I wouldn't really want to be with someone that's clearly extremely heavily involved in conspiring against me in an extremely serious, literally life-threatening manner. But that doesn't change that no matter how hard it might be to believe for many people or how irrational it might seem to them, it's still the truth. I mean, it's irrational to a lot of people, something simply like me genuinely never wanting to have children. But that's also completely true and probably only becomes even harder to understand for someone who's never personally experienced how I can and will behave towards them if they treat me like Kimmy has. I'm a highly unusual person, so what might seem really rational to just assume despite what I say against it if you see me like a regular person isn't actually respectable or rational to assume is true about me when I speak against it. And that's the actual truth that I demand is respected, where people will and should suffer extremely serious consequences, especially if they extremely seriously existentially threaten me with their supposed disbelief, as has been happening. I'd say it's very possible that, especially as time has passed, it's been people like Jamie, Lily, Arya, and Kimmy's other associates, along with pieces of trash from my past I once called family and friends, that have really been the ones looking at me with the majority of the insane jealousy and absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent I'm experiencing the consequences of being inflicted on me as what effectively becomes nothing short of a conspiracy to murder me and attempts therein, rather than the majority of that malice originating from Kimmy. I imagine she must have at some point started to realize it's against her own best interests, even from a more selfish perspective, to be utmost viciously, unconditionally operating entirely against my warmth towards her. I wouldn't use that reasoning to justify or excuse her bad behavior unconditionally, but my point is I'm making it extremely clear that I'm being extremely intentional in showing her considerable warmth that clearly is genuine and intended to bring her a sense of comfort and safety, that I'm not trying to push her away or pick fights with her and give her a hard time if she's genuinely just been really confused and traumatized from past relationships and life experiences and whatnot, and she just stops being so cold and distant and scared and overthinking probably how any attempt she might be considering making of direct communication with me could go disastrously wrong for her or something. Although it's certainly not easy for me to believe Kimmy isn't actually the massive narcissist psychopath demon this conflict appears to be irrefutable proof of her being with how things are, I certainly would like to see the best in her at least one last time, that it ever could really be possible. I'm certainly not currently completely closed off to the possibility of a positive outcome out of all of this, where I don't end up a terrorist serial killer in the future, if Kimmy will actually adequately acknowledge the reality in an actually appropriate, quick, timely manner and start behaving differently accordingly. I recognize I'd be putting her in a situation of trying to make an impossible decision otherwise, picking between feeling doomed talking to me and also feeling doomed not talking to me. And I really wanted to be extremely clear that I've really never been trying to do that to her. I seriously do want her to reach out to me, and I seriously will be warmly receptive to it if she approaches me properly. I'm very much willing to be reasonable about it, and I'm clearly not making any crazy demands from her or expecting her to put herself in some kind of compromised situation. The direct communication I'm talking about is practically the bare minimum she could do to not extremely firmly, irrecoverably establish herself and all her associates as the absolute worst of enemies against me, literally, fully, consciously, and intentionally conspiring to murder me, especially since I've clearly went to such extremely great lengths to ensure she has no even remotely adequate room to ever again at all reasonably attempt to pretend like she didn't know or understand clearly enough the reality of what's really been going on here. That being said, I want to make sure I'm making myself extremely clear and that I'm most certainly not trying to open up opportunities for Kimmy to once again attempt and or facilitate others in attempts to rob me of my energy and soul and make my life even more difficult and miserable than she's already made it by refusing to treat me even remotely decently. People are trying to make it seem like I want or deserve for all my efforts to essentially be ultimately futile and basically amount to nothing, or only amount to something very different from what I actually have wanted and been after all along, which is all completely false. Everything I've been doing since the beginning of meeting Kimmy has been extremely intentional and precisely working towards the one goal I've been saying I've had all along. I'm seriously, completely, sincerely not at all curious about what kind of possibilities might exist for me if I ever at all validate being denied of the connection I've always wanted with Kimmy. If more gentle kindness isn't enough to convince Kimmy and others of the true extreme seriousness of this matter, then perhaps threats of legal action and other harmful consequences to Kimmy's and others' lives is the only way I can convey the severity of mistake that taking my words lightly right now would be. Which leads to things like me feeling and having to literally say I feel murderous rage and I'm starting to build serious murderous intent towards people to the point of ultimately ending up a terrorist serial killer in real life if I don't start getting taken actually adequately seriously in a timely manner. These kinds of extremely harsh, concerning, and perhaps seemingly unhinged statements are not how I normally talk to people or try to convince people of things. But I've seriously been left with absolutely no other real options due to the extreme extent of blatant disrespect I'm clearly facing boldly right in public from those I find increasingly, exceedingly difficult not to see as extremely malicious, bad faith actors, literally, blatantly, actively, publicly conspiring to murder me as authorities watch and basically laugh and facilitate and encourage it happening in what must be among the most egregious, grossly negligent, unjust fashion ever in history. I'm beyond the point of trying to give people chances to behave decently towards me gently, as if I owe it to them, or as if they aren't being unbelievably horrible to me, to the point where giving them chances like that doesn't even remotely make any sense whatsoever. So let's try a different approach. This isn't me giving Kimmy yet another chance to extremely brutally break my heart and betray my kindness and genuine feelings for her with even more extreme, ultimately unapologetic disrespect and defamation she extremely deviously attempts to justify instead of actually behaving like an even remotely decent person towards me. No, she's already proven countless times, extremely painfully clearly, that it seems I should expect her to be far too narcissistic of a psychopath to actually treat my kindness with anything even resembling appropriate warmth and appreciation. What I'm making absolutely certain to be doing here, first and foremost, is gathering extremely decisive, irrefutable evidence of the true extent and severity of Kimmy's extremely vicious, relentless, extensive, calculated, long-term disrespect, dishonesty, abuse, exploitation, and neglect towards me that she will become completely unable to ever even remotely adequately supply any kind of meaningful defense for later when I sue the bloody living hell out of her for everything she owns and also press criminal charges on her that I most certainly believe will be plenty adequately well founded with the extent of clear premeditated murderous intent that continued lack of any even remotely adequate decency from her towards me so extremely painfully clearly demonstrates beyond any even remotely reasonable doubt. I recognize she can choose to behave in a manner very different from what she's established an extremely painfully long track record that I should expect to only continue, but I'm fully prepared for that as well, so I have no issue leaving that possibility open to her in the very limited time frame she'd have it available. Otherwise, I already know she'll just do some extremely disingenuous garbage mental breakdown existential crisis, staying in public at some point and try to spin everything on me and act like I was always trying to break her heart or something, given how many times she's already tried to do exactly that several times in the past. If Kimmy tries to act like this is some kind of romantic and or sexual involvement and or pursuit of such with Jamie and or anyone else, and or some kind of disingenuous indication of desire and or intent towards such things ever, I'm suing her and pressing criminal charges on her. If Kimmy tries to act like I owe her or anyone else anything, and that's why I'm maintaining my position ever moving forward, I'm suing her and pressing criminal charges on her. If Kimmy hurts me yet again by at all somehow revealing and or even at all seemingly increasingly seriously pursuing any extent of her having romantic and or sexual involvement with someone else and effectively trying to provoke me to compromise my integrity, or as if it's appropriate to be expecting some kind of non-existent compromise of my integrity and or desire to head in that kind of direction to be revealed in doing so, I'm suing her and pressing criminal charges on her. If Kimmy makes up some kind of ultimately extremely pathetic and grossly inadequate excuse to refuse to make a decisive decision promptly, I'm suing her and pressing criminal charges on her. If Kimmy tries to more or less ignore this conflict entirely somehow and effectively once again tries to somehow delay or avoid making a decisive decision on it promptly as she continues to try to avoid taking any real or adequate accountability for her extremely massive role in the extreme harm and deprivation my life circumstances force me to endure to this day entirely because of her fully knowingly and intentionally persistently publicly behaving in a manner getting me so extremely invested in the kind of connection I've been trying to work towards having with her that already should have produced a meaningful, clear, positive result for me that thus far none whatsoever has been produced. I'm suing her and pressing criminal charges on her. If Kimmy doesn't like me like that and doesn't want to date me properly or be actually good to me and head extremely clearly and decisively in the direction of the kind of connection I've been saying I've always wanted with her, and that she's left my life in increasingly extremely brutal, knowingly inflicted deprivation and stuck unable to proceed with my professional endeavors because she was constantly behaving as if she practically desperately needs me to be more understanding she also wants with me, starting in a timely manner, basically because she just doesn't feel like it, and she feels entitled to that being sufficient reason for me to have to simply accept and or continue to struggle so unbelievably, extremely brutally with how she seriously to this day continues to so extremely viciously, relentlessly harm and try to completely destroy and end my life in real life to the point I'm in perpetual extreme deprivation and extremely life-threatening, hellish nightmare of nightmare circumstances because of her extreme lies and disrespect and neglect towards me the last 8 years. I'm suing her and pressing criminal charges on her. How much more bloody clear can I make myself? I've really always wanted to have a healthy, genuine, intimate life partnership with Kimmy. And if she doesn't genuinely feel the same way, with serious desire and willingness and capability to follow through on it properly, and yet has behaved how she has all these years, then she's actually an extremely horrible monster, and I'm extremely thoroughly convinced the world is truly better off without her as well. Anything that's being, ever has been, or ever might be purported about me at all that makes me seem even remotely fake or indecisive or confused or disingenuous or irrational or abusive or anything like that, and having the attitude I do is blatant, gross misrepresentation of me through extremely malicious, intentional defamation being inflicted on me, entirely to my detriment and against my consent, by pieces of trash that have always just been trying to destroy my life. It makes my blood boil to even think of my kindness once again being disrespected and exploited and taken as weakness or fakeness. Although it seems it doesn't really matter what I say, because this reeking dumpster fire nightmare of a society will only realize how trashed it is after it's too late, after I bloody go on a mass murder rampage in real life and brutally bomb a bunch of people to death and make a statement in such a violent, damaging manner that it might just trigger a downward spiral for the entire world. So I'm seriously completely done trying to communicate like a mature, reasonable adult. If I'm seriously just going to continue to face endless bloody sabotage and blockages and denial and lies and disrespect and neglect, instead of actually meaningful, proper results and proper direct communication and actual benefits I want and deserve. If that's really how things are, as these pieces of trash do literally the furthest possible thing from anything therapeutic or beneficial for me, and yet just get away with lying that we're friends or they're having some kind of therapeutic or beneficial effect on my life, despite me publicly screaming and crying that they're complete lying criminals, then I have to just prepare to mass murder people in the future to prove these irredeemable psychopath frauds are actually the massive lying pieces of garbage I've been screaming and crying that they always have been, while nobody believes me, even with abundant evidence to prove it. And then society can all crash and burn, and I really couldn't care less. I've made it exceedingly abundantly apparent that I'd infinitely rather get prompt compliance than have to go down an extremely dark path. Kimmy absolutely unconditionally is not benefiting me or doing me any favors by refusing to comply immediately. I'm making this exceedingly abundantly apparent, above and beyond what anyone could ever even remotely reasonably ever possibly expect. She has absolutely zero, even remotely ever adequate excuses anymore. I've went to such extremely great lengths to make absolutely certain of that, fully consciously and intentionally. If she's actually such a narcissist, psychopath, criminal scumbag that she only continues to behave in a manner that in reality clearly just proves she really couldn't care less, then that only serves as further irrefutable evidence that whatever negative or harmful actions I'd take as a result are objectively utmost warranted, and she is very much extremely at fault for it. I have to keep myself together and survive what's left of winter, and generally build my life back together a bunch after all these years of insane abuse and disrespect and exploitation and neglect, and constantly having to be on high alert for extremely malicious defamation and existential attacks before I can start really pursuing, suing, and pressing criminal charges on people formally. Kimmy's extremely egregious abuse and neglect has obviously harmed my life and left me in such extremely life-threatening deprivation that I'm not even really able to take legal action against anyone currently, when I have to fight and struggle so extremely badly just to survive and try to stay calm enough that I don't just randomly snap and murder some random innocent person around me while dealing with one of my several daily mental breakdowns from how livid beyond words it makes me that I'm in the circumstances I'm currently in. But just because I'm not in a position to take those escalative legal actions immediately, that doesn't mean it isn't ever happening. I have to sort out the details of how exactly I'll be doing it all. And I have to, make sure that if I accept any kind of help from any lawyer or attorney or anyone else, it's not someone associated with Kimmy or any of her associates or anyone that would work in any manner in her favor or somehow against my integrity. But unless Kimmy's seriously going to directly contact me in the very near future and start seriously making things better, I swear on my life, on God, on everything, I'm absolutely unconditionally following through on what I've threatened here. No matter what, sooner or later, one way or another, it's just a process, and I at least need to make sure people can't twist my silence now to later cry and twist things on me and act like I should have just spoken up one more time and they would have taken me seriously. No, this is that one more time. If this isn't enough to convince you that immediate action needs to be taken in regards to this conflict in the direction I want and deserve, there's seriously no explaining anything to anyone ever again with any even remote semblance of any hope or expectation of any possibility of things going in any kind of even remotely positive direction that isn't absolutely, unconditionally, absolutely, unquestionably just a complete waste of my time and energy. I can't keep living like this. My already crappy phone and laptop are deteriorating every day and might stop working any day. I have no meaningful way to replace them, and they were cheap pieces of junk to begin with. I'd be left having to risk being forced to endure even more wrongful detainment, as potentially indefinite at worst and several months long at best, just to try to get back on welfare, dealing with the extremely corrupt Canadian government that has already demonstrably exerted extreme abuse of its authority against me and extreme gross negligence with how it dealt with the initial set of criminal charges placed against me for defending my life with what the courts called a manifesto that I wrote against the criminals that had already been attacking me for years, as of several years ago. Even if I could successfully sue the government for tons of money over it later, I personally wouldn't find any amount of money I could possibly get from that worth losing that time of my life being at liberty to improve my life my way. Only having access to public library computers isn't going to be adequate to maintain even just this podcast, much less build up a code base. I very much require a laptop I have proper full access to the operating system of in order to function adequately on, to start my business with. Every day I have to drain my time and energy working on things for this podcast instead of coding is extremely significant, as even just a month or two of putting this kind of time and energy into my video game development would make a huge difference in my ability to start a business. And again, Kimmy and her associates have already known that for years. I'm seriously not trying to be left forced into a corner of having to steal just to be able to function in any meaningful way. And there's no other possible outcome if I continue to entertain releasing much of anything here or even thinking of bothering saying really anything further to anyone in general for any reason instead of just following through on my threats one step at a time, one day at a time, if I'm seriously not going to start seeing extremely serious, immediate, actually meaningful, drastically different results that are actually beneficial to me in a manner I would actually accept in response to what I've already released now. I've given an extremely meticulous, extensive disclaimer at the beginning of this release and even shown it on screen. I've went exceedingly above and beyond, going above and beyond to prove that my silence wouldn't be admittance of guilt for anything or fear of anything or anything wrong with me in general or anything that would ever even remotely indicate continuation of this absolutely unconditionally unacceptable gross negligence towards the reality of my life I've revealed so extremely clearly with this podcast is even remotely appropriate at all. People are trying extremely hard to massively misrepresent and twist who I really am and what my efforts really are and turn this podcast into something it's never been, is not, and I will never let it become. I'm not trying to set some kind of precedent to anyone that behaving like Kimmy has and is towards me is, ever has been, or ever will be at all okay for anyone to ever even attempt. If she seriously won't very quickly drastically change her attitude and behavior towards me and start treating me properly, I'm seriously going to have to make an example out of her. There's absolutely unconditionally no other alternatives I'd ever tolerate if that's how things really are going to be. I have to show the world that being such an unbelievably, extremely, exceedingly unacceptable, irredeemable, evil, horrible demon that tries to destroy someone like me for absolutely no even remotely good reason, will themselves face the extremely devastating, absolute, total destruction of their lives that they wished upon me, and to this day are trying so extremely hard to achieve in the most evil, cruel, absolutely unjustifiable manner possible. I'm seriously literally having multiple mental breakdowns literally every bloody day in real life, just to try to retain my sanity, and it sure as hell isn't out of any kind of indecisiveness on some kind of decision or lack of integrity in my mental framework. I've been crying out to a growing mailing list for years about this criminal activity being inflicted on me, and nothing's ever really changed for the better at all. In fact, things have only gotten much worse, and I've been getting increasingly treated like a massive criminal subhuman filth while dealing with someone so evil they relentlessly, extremely viciously abused and exploited me for so many years, and then tried to narcissistically discard me so extremely brutally painfully that I literally wouldn't survive. To this day, Kimmy relentlessly only continues to try to drive me crazy and harm me as much as she possibly can in every possible way, every day. I even start a goddamn podcast and release over 30 bloody releases on it, nuking a series of massive lies about me, one after the next, by clearly extremely malicious, massive fraud criminals conspiring to murder me. And instead of any actually meaningful results, my existence is repeatedly just made a complete mockery of, to this day. Blatantly, extremely criminal lies with absolutely zero real evidence whatsoever continue to constantly, absolutely terrorize my life and attempt to keep me stuck and increasingly miserable. And with my resources irrecoverably depleted, as the most egregiously guilty criminals actively conspiring to murder me laugh and enjoy watching me suffer beyond words as they flaunt being the massive psychopaths they are in public for the world to see, as if this is all one huge joke when it should be exceedingly obvious that couldn't be further from appropriate. To say this is not okay is beyond an understatement. I'm seriously surprised that things like shootings and bombings don't happen a lot more often with how blatantly screwed up most people in society clearly are. I literally feel my blood boiling, and I'm getting an increasing, extremely deeply enraged urge to seriously, extremely brutally, bloody murder people in real life with every release I have to make on this podcast. So I can really tell from that alone that this needs to end. Especially when I'm seeing such an exceedingly, grossly unrewarding, unfulfilling, ultimately only even more damaging result occurring to my life out of everything I've been doing that now only starts to jeopardize my ability to follow through on my threats. I have to at least make sure that if I'm going to become a terrorist serial killer because society is actually such absolutely unconditionally, thoroughly irredeemable trash, and my life has to become an example of how screwed up the world is for any even remotely meaningful, plausible possibility for meaningful change, I do it properly and make sure I kill a lot of people and cause a lot of damage, and definitely will end up on the news multiple times and forcefully exposing and destroying the lives of psychopaths, subhuman filth, pieces of trash like Kimmy and Jamie before even possibly getting killed or stopped somehow. I'm not going to let subhuman filth constantly expose me to intentionally, utmost, extremely emotionally dysregulating, blatant, unapologetic toxicity clearly intended to try to drive me insane or somehow else sabotage my ability to at least make some kind of meaning out of my unbelievably hellish nightmare, miserable, tragic life, so extremely, deeply unpleasant and unfulfilling ever since I was bloody born. Literally every single time I have to release something on this podcast, literally without exception, I have to overcome an exponentially increasing, obviously extremely detrimental, literally life-threatening amount of deprivation combined with emotional dysregulation that is increasingly damaging and threatening to my physical, mental, and spiritual health. It keeps me increasingly, extremely brutally, completely stuck in life and extremely deprived professionally from being able to proceed with putting effort I've been otherwise fully capable of and willing to put into professional endeavors and video game development that I know for sure will produce meaningful results and actually build me a following and make me money for people actually liking me for making a product. Something that isn't able to be bloody twisted by criminal scumbags conspiring against me into some fraudulent or confused thing like people have been trying so extremely hard, relentlessly to do with all my efforts on this podcast and everything leading up to it. I'd also be able to display more clear skill in more complex professional fields than just talking on a podcast and editing the video for it could ever achieve. People so easily feel pretty much anyone can do this, even when in reality they couldn't say the things I do, and they just feel like they could after they see me doing it because I make it look easy. Many seriously influential forces in the world are seriously trying to get me to commit suicide, end up in a mental hospital or incarcerated, murdered, or aimlessly hopeless and addicted to drugs or something, as I'm losing my mind trying to defend myself against intentionally, clearly, extremely malicious, blatant lies that they know do nothing but harm me to be purported among already obviously extremely brutal, detrimental, deprived circumstances they know I have to endure. They consistently, persistently, unapologetically flaunt terrorizing me in public over an extremely prolonged period of time, and there's literally nothing and nobody I can ever depend on for any kind of actually meaningful help. It really seems that no amount of maturity in communicating anything ever will matter. Nobody believes me or really cares, even when they should. No matter what I expose or how much or how thorough I am, it never really changes anything for me. I've still been left with nothing and nobody, bloody homeless in winter and eating out of the garbage, while the criminals that have literally conspired to murder me are enjoying their lives and going about continuing their massive crimes against me, as I'm still treated like subhuman filth with absolutely zero real evidence whatsoever that I actually deserve any of this. Like a goddamn joke. A bad joke. I want the world to know that society turned me into a terrorist serial killer. The garbage that is humanity did that to me. It's absolutely irrefutable that I don't deserve how I'm being treated at all, and nobody's even actually refuting it. They're trying to drown me in bullying, abuse, defamation, and neglect while endlessly exploiting every bit of my existence they can. Intentionally, utmost maliciously, constantly forcing exposure of increasingly brutal, emotional dysregulation onto me while trying to keep me perpetually trapped in extremely life-threatening deprivation while they're actively conspiring to murder me. I'm clearly not the worthless, massive scumbag, subhuman filth society treats me like I am. It's extremely painfully clear to me that many people are extremely invested in completely sabotaging and destroying my life for their own selfish gain because they want to cover up extremely serious, massive crimes they've committed against me. But even proving it to the world in public with this podcast seriously doesn't seem to matter to influence any actually meaningful or adequate change to see anything even remotely resembling real justice for me. The way things have been going, there's seriously only an extremely escalatingly severe problem between me and all those who have so extremely deeply wronged me. Kimmy and all her associates and everyone else ever at all close or significant to me from my past. A problem which persists absolutely unconditionally, entirely regardless of whether or not there's ever any further releases on this podcast or anything else. I will never forgive and I will never forget. I'm seriously not going to allow these massive frauds to behave like I'm unworthy of respect now, and then later pretend like they were decent or reasonable or fair to me, or as if we're friends or something, or let them say they're sorry when in reality clearly they'd just be sorry they got caught and didn't succeed in murdering me or otherwise silencing me from speaking the truth of the unbelievably extreme injustice inflicted on me by so many. I do not, should not, and will never have any empathy or pity or mercy or sympathy or anything like that in such situations. I'm clearly not, never have been, and never will be at all romantically and or sexually interested in or involved with Jamie. It clearly makes absolutely no sense whatsoever for me to have any inconsistency with my position regarding Chloe and yet still maintain it, since there obviously would be some kind of substantial actual real evidence irrefutably proving I'm a massive fraud regarding such an extreme claim against her as I made, and I'd be utmost aggressively pressuring and basically forcing Chloe and or anyone else with such evidence to expose me and publicly brutally discredit me and utmost justify actually having my life completely destroyed beyond any meaningful ability for recovery from it. Not to mention generally ruining trust or whatever good thing I would have had in such connections, which in reality already should have been made abundantly apparent doesn't actually exist at all, and should have exposed anyone contradicting any of my claims regarding her long ago with what I'd already said in past releases that everything I've said here remains completely consistent with. I'm clearly not and never have been even remotely seriously, if at all romantically and or sexually pursuing anyone else that isn't Kimmy either, nor any other ulterior motives. So if you're not going to believe or respect that I clearly actually am being completely authentic and rational when I say I want and deserve to immediately start having the relationship I've always been after with Kimmy, and she should be promptly, brutally, publicly, widely exposed and humiliated as a massive narcissist psychopath fraud, and have her life start completely falling apart and being destroyed in the public eye if she won't start treating me properly and directly communicating with me immediately, then you must believe I'm just an extremely mentally ill, extremely unhinged, absolute piece of complete trash, subhuman filth, scumbag, massive fraud with extremely violent, self-destructive, self-sabotaging tendencies, despite, and in fact, even intentionally, especially against, all actual reason and evidence to the contrary. So basically, you're an extremely incoherent, bumbling absolute moron and extremely blatantly disingenuous, extremely bad faith actor, in which case it's really beyond reasonable doubt that the world would truly, genuinely, actually, seriously be better off without you. I really don't care who you are. If I was that kind of person, I would have shut up and or committed suicide long ago. Not made over 30 goddamn bloody extremely meticulous releases on this podcast, extremely consistently, exponentially, increasingly irrefutably proving with objectively irrefutable video evidence that literally every single thing I've been saying is extremely well-founded for me to believe, and the demonstrable reality of my life irrefutably proves my authenticity in reality beyond any reasonable doubt. I've already said this before, and I'll say it again. Do not bloody believe any kind of claims or implications that anyone's trying to protect my privacy in refraining from sharing supposed evidence contradicting anything I'm saying. Bloody lies. Absolute, complete bloody lies. There is absolutely no such real evidence whatsoever. I have no goddamn privacy to protect. My entire goddamn bloody miserable tragedy of a life is already on the internet. Me, myself, being forced to share so goddamn much publicly because of how incomprehensibly, unbelievably, extremely, brutally, inhumane, every subhuman filth I've ever had the incomprehensibly extreme misfortune of being at all significantly close to in my life has treated me. If you believe any of the lies, you are very much an extremely serious and real part of the problem, no matter who you are. Especially if you accept any excuse for a lack of extremely clear, irrefutable, perceptible, real evidence. There are absolutely no exceptions.